Good evening, my friend. I'm glad you're here tonight. The night is quiet, the road is empty, and the world feels gentle again. The kind of gentle that only happens when everything finally stops moving. When the hum of the tires, the sigh of the wind, and the low sound of the engine begin to sound like a lullaby. You don't have to do anything now. Just listen. Let your shoulders loosen, your breath slow down. Outside the window, the lights slide across the glass like drifting fireflies, and the sky folds itself into a soft, endless shade of blue. Nothing will chase you here. The stories told in this place do not hurt. They heal. Every whisper, every silence, every memory that returns tonight has come not to frighten you, but to rest beside you for a while. And if you find comfort in these quiet roads, you can stay. You can subscribe and come back anytime. There's always room here for one more gentle listener on the long road home. Now, settle in. The night has begun its story. Good evening, my friend. The night over Florida is quiet tonight. Quiet in that soft, forgiving way that makes even the air feel slower. The houses lining the edge of the old highway glow with the color of honey, porch lights trembling against the breeze. Somewhere, a radio hums an old jazz tune that never learned how to end. Vincent Moretti drives with the windows half open, letting the humid air roll through the car. He likes the smell of rain that never quite comes. That faint promise of water drifting up from the Gulf. The dashboard glows pale amber, casting tired shadows across his face. In the reflection on the windshield, he looks like a man half made of memory. It is nearly midnight. Most of the city has folded itself to sleep. But Vincent keeps moving, one hand resting lightly on the steering wheel, the other tracing the small white scar on his wrist. He doesn't remember when the habit began. He just knows that whenever silence gets too heavy, his thumb finds that thin ridge of skin and lingers there, as if the mark itself were a reminder to stay awake. He has been driving nights for 6 years now. Before that, he worked in logistics, hospital administration, supply management, a dozen titles that all meant the same thing: keeping things moving that were never meant to stop. He retired once, briefly. Then the nightmares started, the kind that begin as memories and end as something else. So he began driving again, trading sleep for the illusion of motion. To his passengers, Vincent is the kind of driver people recommend. Polite, cautious, the sort of man who calls strangers sir and ma'am as if it still matters. He keeps a small box of tissues in the console, a spare charger in the back, a thermos of black coffee beside him. He never plays loud music. He never asks personal questions. He just drives. Orlando, Tampa, Clearwater, back again. As long as the wheels turn, the mind stays quiet. The highway tonight is near empty. Streetlights hang like low moons, sodium vapor halos flickering over asphalt slick with humidity. When the tires hit patches of shallow water, they sigh softly, not a splash, more like a long exhale. The rhythm of it soothes him. In a way, he thinks driving is a kind of prayer. One hand on the wheel, one eye on the road, whispering to the dark that you're still here. He passes a gas station near Kissimmee. The fluorescent lights buzz and stutter. Inside, a lone attendant is bent over a crossword, pen tapping to the rhythm of the rain gutter dripping outside. Vincent watches for a moment as he drives past, the scene sliding through the side window like a film reel from someone else's life. Everyone, he thinks, finds their own way to survive the night. A low rumble of thunder rolls across the horizon. It's too far to be a storm, just the sky shifting its weight. Lightning flashes faintly behind the clouds, painting the edge of the world silver for a heartbeat. The wipers squeak once across the glass, clearing a smear of mist. He sips from his thermos. The coffee is bitter, but steady, like everything else that keeps him alive. He glances at the digital clock. 12:07 a.m. The radio murmurs softly, a trumpet solo from another decade. The host's voice fades in between tracks, warm and unhurried. If you're still awake out there, you're not alone. Vincent smiles, just barely. On the passenger seat beside him lies a stack of receipts, a folded newspaper, and a half-eaten granola bar. The paper headline from earlier that morning reads, "Storm season approaches. Experts warn of sudden flooding in coastal counties." He has read it twice, not because he cares about the weather, but because he likes the way certain phrases sound. Sudden flooding coastal counties. Like warnings for things no one can really prepare for. The phone mounted to the dashboard buzzes. A notification blinks across the screen. New ride request, Orlando to Naples. 200 miles, coast to coast. Estimated time, 3 hours and 43 minutes. Vincent hesitates. It's a long drive, even for him. But the fare is good, almost generous. Enough to cover the week's bills and maybe a little extra. More than that, it's the kind of ride that keeps him out of the apartment until sunrise. And lately, sunrise feels safer than sleep. He stares at the map glowing blue on the screen. The line stretches west, through the swamps and silence of Alligator Alley, past the ghost towns and the rest stops, until it ends by the water. Naples. He hasn't been there in years. Not since the days when Miami still sent him invoices and his phone buzzed for other reasons. The air feels heavier now, though the car's vents hum softly. Outside, a cicada starts its song. One long, trembling note, fading into the distance. Vincent reaches for the phone, thumb hovering over the accept ride button. For a moment, he closes his eyes. He tells himself it's just another passenger, just another night. The screen pulses gently, waiting. Then, as the trumpet on the radio slides into silence, he presses accept. The GPS chime answers, polite and neutral. Pick up in 7 minutes. Vincent puts the car in drive. The tires roll forward. Behind him, the lights of Orlando shrink into a blur of orange and gold. Ahead, the road opens wide and waiting, a ribbon of quiet stretching through the dark. And somewhere far ahead, maybe in Naples, maybe in the spaces between miles, something unseen has already begun to move toward him. The night exhales, the rain finally falls, and the man keeps driving. Vincent follows the soft blue line of the GPS toward the edge of Orlando, where the last motels and fast food signs thin into quieter dark. The rain has fallen back into a faint mist, drifting low across the pavement, turning the world hazy and slow. He turns into a small gas station that looks almost asleep. 3 lonely pumps, a narrow store, a buzzing sign humming like it is tired of its own light. Under the canopy, the fluorescent tubes cast a pale, washed-out glow over wet concrete. A vending machine leans against the wall, its bright rectangles of soda and chips humming gently, as if whispering to itself to stay awake a little longer. The air smells of fuel, damp asphalt, and stale sugar from the pastries behind the glass inside. It feels harmless. It feels like any other quiet stop on any other long night. He eases the car up to the curb, engine idling. The app shows the name, E. Ward, destination, Naples. No photo, no note. 5 small, perfect stars. Vincent glances toward the glass doors of the store. The passenger steps out. Early 60s, Vincent guesses. Gray hair neatly combed back. A light shirt, dark slacks, a worn leather jacket that hangs well on his frame. His posture is straight, his movements unhurried. He walks like a man who has spent years sitting in waiting rooms and pews, learning to fold his patience into his bones. In the pale light, his outline is steady, unthreatening. He opens the rear door and slips inside with quiet care, as if mindful not to disturb anything that does not need disturbing. He chooses the seat behind the front passenger side, folds his hands loosely in his lap, and settles in with the calm assurance of someone used to long rides. "Good evening, Vincent," he says smoothly as the door closes. His voice is low, gentle, almost warm. No theatrics, no emphasis. Just a simple greeting, spoken as if the name has always belonged on his tongue. Vincent's eyes flick to the rearview mirror, then to the glowing app screen, then back. "Evening, sir," he replies. "Headed to Naples, right?" "That's right," the man answers. "Hope it is not too much trouble at this hour." "Not at all," Vincent says. "Long ride's good for business." The man offers a small smile. "Then I am glad to help." He pauses, then adds, as if remembering manners, "My name is Elias Ward. Thank you for coming out." "Nice to meet you, Elias," Vincent replies. He shifts the car into drive, rolls them back out onto the road. As they glide past the pumps and back into the mist, Vincent steals another glance in the mirror. Elias's face is clear now, lined but not harsh. Kind eyes, a softness around the mouth that suggests he spends more time listening than arguing. He looks like a retired teacher or a deacon, or the neighbor who shows up with a casserole after a bad week. Someone decent, someone safe. For a while, the car is filled with ordinary sounds. The hum of the tires, the soft brush of the wipers, the low murmur of late-night jazz on the radio. The station's host is almost whispering between tracks, talking about nothing urgent at all. "How's the drive treating you tonight?" Elias asks, his tone casual. "Quiet," Vincent says. "Best kind of night." "Quiet is a blessing," Elias replies. "World makes enough noise during the day." They talk like that, easily. About the weather that cannot make up its mind, about gas prices that never seem finished climbing, about how bones speak louder after 50, about how the best time to move through Florida is when everyone else is sleeping. "Do you drive every night?" Elias asks. "Most of them," Vincent answers. "Gives me something to do." "Better than staring at the ceiling," Elias says, with a soft, knowing huff. "I have lost too many nights to that." There is comfort in it. Two older men on the road, voices low, no rush to impress or perform. Just the quiet rhythm of people who have both lived long enough to carry their share of unspoken things. The night around them feels smaller, safer, like the inside of a lamp. As the city lights fall away behind them, the road opens long and dark ahead. Trees gather along the shoulders, their shapes softened by the fog. The dashboard glow paints Vincent's hands in muted gold. Elias sits calm in the shadows of the back seat, face sometimes visible, sometimes a gentler outline. After a stretch of silence, Elias speaks again, like a man drifting through memories. "Strange the things that come back to you at this hour," he says. "Old headlines, old stories. You remember when they were talking about those medical scandals in Miami? Years ago now. Organ trafficking, ghost clinics, families losing people and never hearing the truth." Vincent feels a thin wire tighten beneath his ribs. "Yeah," he answers, keeping his voice flat. "I remember hearing about some of that." Elias exhales softly. "People called them monsters in white coats. I always wondered how men like that looked at themselves in the mirror and said, 'It is all right. I had no choice.'" His tone is not accusing. It is tired, heavy in the way of someone who has sat with too many grieving faces. Then he seems to catch himself. "I am sorry," he adds, with an apologetic smile into the mirror. "That is a rough topic for a peaceful night. Habit of mine. I spend too much time with sad stories." "It's okay," Vincent says, forcing a brief chuckle. "I hear a lot in this car. People talk, miles go faster." "You are kind," Elias murmurs. "I will try not to weigh us down." The mist thickens. The beams of the headlights stretch out like soft white ribbons. On the opposite lane, a long-haul truck approaches, its high beams swelling brighter and brighter until they pour straight through the windshield. For a heartbeat, the interior of the car is flooded with hard white light. In that instant, Vincent's eyes flick to the mirror. Elias's face, just for that blink, seems different. Deeper shadows, older hollows, as if another shape were wearing his features from beneath. Not monstrous, not gory, just layered. Too many lives in one reflection. Then the truck roars past. The light falls away. Elias sits there as before, gentle, composed, faint smile resting at the edges of his mouth. "You all right up there?" he asks lightly. "Yeah," Vincent says. He adjusts the mirror with 2 fingers. Just glare from the lights. "These roads will do that," Elias replies. "Sometimes they play tricks on what we think we see." The vending machines, the pale station, the safe pool of light are behind them now. Ahead lies the long, dark stretch toward Naples. And in that quiet cabin, wrapped in jazz and engine noise, ride 2 men who sound like strangers and sit like old acquaintances, moving steadily toward something neither of them names. They reach the on-ramp to I-75 a little after midnight. The city glow thins behind them, withdrawing into a distant orange haze, and the road ahead opens like a long, dark river. Vincent guides the car up the curve, signal ticking softly, the steady pulse of a patient machine. The fog hangs lower here, pooled along the edges of the asphalt, drifting in slow ribbons that part just enough for the headlights to pass through. The radio breathes a low saxophone line, soft and unhurried. A voice on the station murmurs something about late-night listeners and quiet company, then fades away beneath the music. The world outside their windows is reduced to 3 things: white lines, dark trees, and the subtle gleam of water sitting in the ditches like mirrors turned face up. Elias shifts slightly in the back seat, not restless, just easing his spine like a man familiar with long hours in chairs too hard or beds too narrow. "You picked a good route," he says gently. "I-75 at this hour is peaceful." "Best time to take it," Vincent answers. "Daytime, it is a mess." "Daytime is when everything pretends to be fine," Elias replies, not unkindly. "Night does not bother pretending." The car hums along. Mile markers slide by like quiet ticks of a metronome. Vincent's hands are steady on the wheel. The air in the cabin feels calm, cocooned, like a small pocket of safety moving through a sleeping state. After a while, Elias begins to speak again, his tone conversational, like a man filling the silence with stories so the driver does not drift. "I used to spend a lot of time in hospitals," he says. "Family reasons. You get to know the smell of them. Antiseptic and coffee and fear. You see people clinging to hope by the edges of a clipboard." Vincent stares ahead, eyes fixed on the stretch of road lit by his beams. "Hard places," he says softly. "They are," Elias agrees. "But they are also where you see the best of people. Nurses holding hands they are not paid to hold. Janitors whispering jokes to scared children. Doctors trying their best most of the time." He lets that hang for a moment, then adds, almost as an afterthought, "And now and then, you hear the other stories." Vincent feels it before he hears it. The subtle change in the air, like a temperature shift that has nothing to do with events. Stories? He asks, because it would be strange not to. Rumors mostly, Elias says. About certain clinics, certain men, cutting corners where corners should never be cut. About patients who went in for something simple and never came out. About organs that found new homes while the body that grew them was quietly buried. The saxophone on the radio wavers, the signal fizzing for half a breath before clearing again. Vincent's fingers tighten just a fraction around the wheel. He tells himself it is nothing. People talk. People always talk. Miami had a few cases, if I recall. Elias continues in that same calm, storytelling voice. Investigations, headlines, then silence. Everything gets quiet once enough time passes. People have lives to return to, bills to pay, memories to tuck away. The word Miami lands inside the car, like a dropped stone in still water. Ripples moving outward, unseen but present. Vincent forces a slow exhale through his nose. Yeah, he says. I remember hearing about that. Elias nods, as if Vincent's answer confirms nothing and everything all at once. There was one case, he goes on. A boy, healthy, bright. Went in for a routine procedure. Routine, a word that should never be dangerous. His mother was told there were complications. His uncle was told it was a tragedy. Papers were signed. Machines were turned off. And somewhere far away, someone woke up with a second chance that did not belong to them. Outside, an alligator's eyes catch the light for an instant. 2 pinpoints glowing red near the waterline before slipping back into shadow. The road remains smooth beneath the tires. Terrible thing, Vincent says. His mouth is dry. Stuff like that. You hope it is exaggerated. Of course, Elias says. You hope? The radio crackles again, a faint distortion running through a single chord, like a breath caught in its throat. The GPS, patient and indifferent, chimes in above the noise. Continue on I-75 south for 140. The word following fractures into a brief, metallic stutter before correcting itself. Miles, then take exit. Vincent glances at the device, then back at the road. A glitch. Warn signal. Nothing more. Elias's voice returns, softer now. The boy's family never really understood what happened. They were given explanations, numbers, phrases. They tried to move on. Years passed. People said, you have to let it go. That is what they always say when they do not know what it cost you. The fog ahead thins just enough to reveal a green highway sign reflecting their lights. Naples, 138 mile. Elias leans slightly forward, his face dimly caught in the rearview mirror. His eyes are not cold, not cruel, just very, very awake. His name, Elias says quietly, was Daniel Carrera. The syllables fall with the softness of a feather and the weight of a stone. Vincent's hand jerks. The car drifts half a foot toward the shoulder before he corrects it, tires humming against the rumble strip in a low growl. He swallows, breath suddenly too loud in his own ears. I am sorry, Elias says at once, with a note of concern. You all right, Vincent? Vincent forces a rough chuckle that does not sound like him. Yeah, sorry. Road jumped a little. There is no rush, Elias replies gently. If you need a moment, you can slow down. Daniel Carrera. Not a headline name, not a random rumor. A file, a form, a boy with ocean-colored eyes who had once joked about seeing the Gulf, if he ever got the chance. A name Vincent has not heard aloud in 20 years, carried like a locked drawer in the back of his mind. His knuckles are pale against the steering wheel now. He eases his grip, flexes his fingers once. The scar at his wrist burns with memory. In the mirror, Elias watches him quietly. expression unreadable but not unfriendly, as if he is simply worried about the driver's focus, as if he has not just reached into the dark and pulled out something that should have stayed buried. The radio settles back into clear sound, a piano joining the saxophone, the two instruments folding over each other like calm waves. The GPS speaks again, its tone restored to smooth neutrality. Continue straight. Vincent finds his voice. That is a specific story, he manages. Most people do not remember names from things like that. Some names stay, Elias says softly. Some you do not get to forget. The car moves on through the night, steady, unhurried. Outside, the fog curls and uncurls along the ditches. Inside, the air feels slightly thinner, though nothing has changed that anyone could point to. Two men, one road, one name hanging in the quiet like a low, unseen tide. Vincent lifts the corner of his mouth into something that could be mistaken for a calm smile. Long way to Naples, he says. Plenty of time for stories. Plenty of time, Elias agrees. And as the chapter of this night folds closed, the first soft edge of fear settles in. Not sharp enough to break the spell, just enough to remind the listener that somewhere along this gentle road, something is awake that has not been spoken to in a very, very long time. Alligator Alley stretches ahead like a dark ribbon laid over the sleeping heart of Florida. It is a road that feels endless when you are alone on it. Straight as a thought you cannot escape. Narrow enough that the world on either side seems to hold its breath. Beyond the asphalt lies the swamp, spreading wide and black under the low sky, its surface broken only by the glint of eyes that catch the passing beams of light. The stars hang blurred and humid, softened by the mist rising off the water. The air smells of salt, decay, and wet grass, a scent that somehow manages to be both alive and ancient. Occasionally, a car glides by in the opposite direction, its headlights sweeping through the fog like a ghost that refuses to linger. Then the road returns to silence, leaving only the steady hum of Vincent's tires and the faint, rhythmic slap of windshield wipers brushing away the invisible dew. He keeps the speed steady. Not fast, not slow. Just enough to feel the road under him, enough to stay present. The dash lights glow a muted gold, reflecting faintly in his tired eyes. The radio is still on, though the music has softened into static, the signal too weak to keep its hold across the wetlands. Every so often, the saxophone drifts in and out, a note here, a breath there, like the memory of a song rather than the song itself. The night feels larger here, not threatening, just vast. A patient kind of emptiness that seems to wait for people to remember what they've forgotten. Vincent has always liked this stretch of the drive, even when he was younger. It reminds him of what it feels like to be suspended between two lives. Not where you came from, not yet where you're going. He doesn't think of it as haunted, though he supposes it could be. Every swamp has ghosts. The trick, he's learned, is not to make eye contact. For a while, no one speaks. It's a comfortable silence, not the kind that presses. Elias sits quietly in the back seat, his face a soft silhouette in the reflection of the window. Outside, the red glow of the brake lights stains the fog behind them, like a fading heartbeat. Vincent feels the night pressing against the glass. It's the kind of quiet that invites thoughts you've tried to outrun. The older you get, he thinks, the more nights you carry on your shoulders. Not mistakes, exactly. Just the weight of being the one who's still here. He doesn't realize he's spoken aloud until he hears his own voice. Funny how the road feels heavier the older you get. Elias's answer is almost a whisper. It's not the road that gets heavier, he says. It's what we bring along. Vincent smiles faintly. Guess that's true. Elias leans slightly forward, resting his forearm on his knee. You ever work in healthcare, Vincent? The question lands lightly, casual, like someone asking if you've ever lived by the coast. Vincent's eyes stay on the road. Sort of, he says after a moment. Administrative side, long time ago. Ah, Elias murmurs. Paperwork, logistics, that kind of thing. Yeah, logistics. That's an important job, Elias says. His tone is easy, not probing. People forget that medicine doesn't happen without people keeping track of the details. The supplies, the timing. One small delay, and the whole thing falls apart. Vincent nods once, the motion barely visible. You could say that. Must have been stressful, Elias adds gently. It was a lifetime ago, Vincent says. Elias doesn't push. He lets the silence breathe, gives it space to settle. There's something kind about that. The way he doesn't force conversation, doesn't demand explanations. He simply sits there, hands folded in his lap, as if the quiet itself were enough company. Outside, the world slides past. Sawgrass fields silvered by moonlight. Still pools that mirror the sky so perfectly they look like holes in the world. Every now and then, the beam of the headlights catches a pair of gator eyes, small and unblinking, like beads sewn into the fabric of darkness. They vanish just as quickly, slipping back beneath the water with hardly a ripple. Vincent lowers the driver's side window halfway, letting the warm, damp air drift in. It carries the scent of the swamp, earthy and electric, a kind of living stillness. He feels the weight of the humidity on his skin, but it's almost comforting. Like the night is wrapping him in something dense enough to muffle the noise inside his head. You ever come this way before? Elias asks softly. Once or twice, Vincent says. Back when I was younger. It's beautiful in its own way, Elias says. All that darkness, all that life hiding under it. Yeah, Vincent says. You don't see much until something moves. That's the truth about most things, Elias replies. You think they're gone until they rise up again. His tone isn't pointed, but something in it makes Vincent glance at the mirror. Elias's gaze is turned outward, watching the marsh pass by, his expression unreadable but calm. He looks like a man thinking about old stories, not the kind who means to trap anyone inside them. The road hums beneath the tires. The white lines flash rhythmically under the headlights. A quiet, endless heartbeat. Vincent's eyes blur slightly from the repetition. He blinks, refocuses. He thinks of the question again. You ever work in healthcare? And tells himself it was just conversation. Elias strikes him as the kind of man who remembers small details, who asks because he listens. Nothing more. The GPS chimes softly, the same neutral voice as before. Continue straight on I-75 south. It sounds steadier now, though for a fraction of a second, Vincent thinks he hears a faint echo in its tone, like two voices speaking the same sentence slightly out of sync. He glances at the screen. Perfectly normal. When he looks back up, the road is still empty, the night unchanged. Only the feeling has shifted, just a little tighter, a little denser, like the air before a storm. Elias breaks the silence again, his voice quiet but kind. You must see a lot of things out here. Long nights, long stories. Mostly silence, Vincent says. People fall asleep. Sometimes that's the best kind of company. Sometimes, Elias agrees. But some silences don't rest. They just wait. The words hang there, not ominous, not even strange, just true in a way Vincent doesn't want to acknowledge. He presses lightly on the accelerator, and the car eases forward through another mile of dark. The swamp remains beside them, endless, its stillness rippling only where unseen things move beneath the surface. The red reflection of Vincent's taillights stretches far behind into the mist, a single streak of color bleeding into the black water. In the mirror, Elias closes his eyes for a moment, resting his head lightly against the seat, as though the hum of the engine and the rhythm of the road have become a kind of lullaby. Vincent drives on, his face calm, his pulse a little too quick, carrying the quiet of two men who both know, in their own way, that the past never truly sleeps. It only changes its shape, waiting for the right road to rise again beneath it. The miles slip by in a slow, steady rhythm. The road narrows into routine, white lines, dark water, the hum of the engine holding its quiet note. The sky above is a heavy indigo, clouds drifting in thin veils that dim the stars but never fully hide them. It is the kind of night built for confessions, soft, hidden, suspended somewhere between here and there. Elias is the one who breaks the silence first. Not sharply, not suddenly. His voice arrives like the next song on a playlist, expected even if you did not know the title. I have spent a lot of nights like this, he says, watching the faint shimmer of swamp water beyond the glass. On the road, between one hospital and another, between one waiting room and the next. Vincent's hands shift just slightly on the wheel. Family? He asks. Yes, Elias answers. A niece, a nephew, two of the brightest kids you could imagine. One with a laugh too big for his chest, the other with a spine of steel wrapped in the gentlest heart. They grew up in Miami. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong kind of sick. The words are gentle, but they land with weight. Elias does not rush. He lays them down carefully, like photographs on a table. Children and illness, he continues, teach you a great deal about this country. You learn how quickly savings disappear, how many forms exist to tell you no, how people in white coats can look you in the eye and say there is nothing more they can do, unless certain numbers change. He is not angry as he speaks. The quiet in his voice is heavier than anger. It is the tone of a man who has already walked through the fire and come out with ash in his pockets. Vincent says nothing. He keeps his eyes on the road, where a curve bends gently through the dark. A single car passes them going the other way, its lights sweeping over their faces, turning Elias's profile into a momentary negative before it fades. Sometimes, Elias says, good people are trapped in bad systems, and sometimes people who were never good to begin with find ways to make a profit out of fear. That is when the lines blur. That is when it gets dangerous. He does not look at Vincent when he says it. He just studies his own folded hands. I sat in corridors for hours, he goes on, listening. You pick up things when you're quiet enough. Names, codes, back doors. You start to hear about favors and fast lanes, about surgeries that appear and disappear like they never happened. You hear parents talk about miracles and doctors talk about efficiency. The road hums. The swamp breathes. Somewhere to their right, a heron lifts off, all long wings and pale shadow. There were men, Elias says softly, who sold their souls and pretended they were saving lives. They told themselves they were part of something necessary, that desperate families would do anything, and they were only arranging the inevitable. It is a strange thing, how evil can speak the language of purpose. Vincent's jaw clenches, then unclenches. He feels sweat gathering at the back of his neck, sliding beneath his shirt collar. He adjusts the air conditioning a notch cooler, hoping it reads as nothing more than a practical gesture. Can be hard to tell from the outside who is really helping, Vincent says. His voice is calm, but a little too controlled. Not my place to judge. No, Elias agrees. Not always easy, but sometimes it is not complicated at all. Silence settles again, padded and thick. The GPS murmurs an instruction they already know. Continue straight. The voice sounds normal this time, unremarkable. Vincent decides the car needs a different kind of noise. You got family waiting in Naples? He asks, seizing the first safe topic he can reach. Elias gives a small nod. Some, he says. People I visit when I need to remember why I am still here. Good thing, Vincent replies. Having someone to go to. My ex-wife took off to Arizona. Said she needed drier air and fewer memories. My daughter, she stopped talking to me years ago. Her choice. I earned that. The admission comes out flatter than he expected. He surprises himself saying it. Maybe it is the hour. Maybe it is the steady, listening presence in the back seat. Elias doesn't sound surprised. Children have a way of knowing when something is off, he says, even if no one tells them what it is. She knew I was not the man I pretended to be, Vincent says quietly. I worked too much, hid too much, thought I could build a decent life on a rotten floor and she would never notice the smell. It is more honesty than he intended, but now it is there, sitting between them. Wanting to be better counts for something, Elias says. Not as comfort, but as a simple truth. Especially toward the end. Vincent lets out a slow breath. The older he gets, the more that phrase clings to him. Toward the end. He has made bargains with it in the quiet. Drive more, drink less, hurt no one, stay small, fade out clean. As if goodness, stacked late, could outweigh the arithmetic of what came before. Maybe, Vincent says. I figured I would just keep my head down, help who I can, and let time take care of the rest. Time is patient, Elias murmurs, but it is not blind. The words should sting, but they do not. They land gently, like a reminder spoken by someone who has also waited too long for something. Vincent clears his throat. What happened to your niece and nephew? Elias is quiet for a heartbeat too long. One of them made it, he says. The other did not. Sometimes that is all there is to say. He does not elaborate. He does not need to. The emptiness around that sentence says enough. For the listeners riding along in the dark, there is a quiet recognition here. The cost of illness, the cruelty of invoices, the way certain doors stay closed unless someone is desperate enough to pay in more than money. It is a kind of horror older hearts understand without needing details. Vincent feels the weight of his own past pressing at the edges of his chest. He has been living a life of small kindnesses, the way a man might place bandages on strangers to distract himself from the old wound he never properly cleaned. You ever feel like it is too late to fix anything? He asks, almost to the road. Elias studies him through the mirror. I feel, he says softly, that there are fewer chances as we go, which makes the ones left much more valuable. There is no accusation in his tone, no open threat, only a strange mixture of sorrow and something that might, from a distance, resemble faith. Vincent nods, the motion slow. Guess that's one way to look at it. The car moves on. The swamp listens. The lane lines keep appearing and vanishing beneath the tires, like the slow ticking of a clock. Somewhere deep inside, without fully knowing why, Vincent Moretti begins to understand that this ride is not just about taking a man to Naples. It is about how far a person will go to believe that the chance to be better has not already passed them by. The night deepens as they drive farther south. The swamp gives way to long stretches of low grass and black water. The land so flat it looks like the world has been ironed smooth. A faint mist rises from the ditches, glowing pale gold in the tail lights. The hum of the engine becomes a kind of heartbeat, slow, steady, human. Vincent glances at the clock. Nearly 2 in the morning. The air in the car feels heavy, though the vents still whisper cool air across the dashboard. He tells himself it's just the humidity pressing down, just the hour curling into his spine. Elias hasn't spoken for a while. He sits quietly in the back, hands resting on his knees, eyes turned toward the passing dark. There is something monk-like about him when he is silent, still, deliberate, almost at peace. When he finally speaks, it's as if he's continuing a thought he never quite finished. Funny thing about hospitals, Elias says, how they all smell the same no matter where you are. Even the illegal ones, that mix of bleach and panic. You can tell a real one from a fake only by the sound of the floors. Vincent's hands tighten on the wheel. He says nothing. The real hospitals have those waxed tiles that squeak a little under your shoes. Elias goes on, voice calm, almost academic. The others, the basement ones, the backroom ones, they sound different, softer, like walking on dust. Vincent keeps his eyes on the road. You've spent time in a lot of hospitals, sounds like. I have, Elias says. Enough to know when something isn't right. There was one, years ago, down in Little Havana. You remember the storm that knocked out power across half the county? Vincent feels his chest tighten. He nods faintly. I remember. Generator failed, Elias says. Flooded basement. They said the water never got above the ankles, but that was a lie. I saw the photographs later. The floor was slick to the knees. The surgical lights flickered like candles. There were patients on the tables when the power went out. Vincent swallows. The sound of rain starts again, light and thin, clicking softly against the windshield. They had to finish the procedure by flashlight, Elias continues, voice low, measured, unhurried. You could smell the blood turning to iron in the heat. Someone said the anesthetic had run low. They were dosing by hand. A man in a gray lab coat leaned close to a sedated boy and said, "If you make it, kid, you'll be part of something important." The words fall into the car like a stone dropped in deep water. For a heartbeat, Vincent forgets to breathe. His hands tighten around the wheel until the knuckles shine white in the dim glow. He can hear the words exactly as they were spoken, the way they had echoed under the whine of dying machines, the sickly hum of the backup lights. That voice had been his own. He forces air into his lungs, steady, controlled. You read that somewhere? He asks, careful. Elias doesn't answer right away. The only sound is the windshield wipers dragging a soft, rhythmic sigh across the glass. When he does speak, his tone is gentle. Sometimes stories aren't written down, he says. Sometimes they're just remembered. Vincent risks a glance in the mirror. Elias is looking out the window again, profile faint in the reflection. Calm, thoughtful, not cruel. The kind of man who could tell you your own obituary and still sound like he's offering prayer. How would you know something like that? Vincent asks. His voice sounds foreign to him, too steady, too rehearsed. Elias tilts his head slightly, eyes still on the passing dark. Because some of us were there. Not in the room, perhaps, but close enough to hear what the walls were saying. The radio crackles, a brief flash of static like breath drawn in surprise. Then silence again. Vincent's pulse begins to drum in his ears. He keeps his eyes forward, watching the faint shimmer of fog ahead. But the edges of his vision feel tight, as if the world has narrowed to the small pool of light around the car. That was a long time ago, he says quietly. Yes, Elias replies. 20 years. He says it easily, without checking, without asking. He doesn't even turn his head to see the reaction. He simply places the number in the air, and it lands exactly where it belongs. Vincent's throat feels dry. You seem to know a lot about something that doesn't concern you. Elias finally looks toward the mirror, meeting his gaze in the glass. It concerns me, he says softly. It concerns everyone who remembers that night. The ones who lost, the ones who gained, the ones who thought they could leave it buried under paper and dirt. The headlights catch the edge of a road sign. Big Cypress Preserve. Next 22 mile. The letters gleam white, then vanish. Look, Vincent says, forcing a thin laugh. You've got a good memory for stories, I'll give you that. But you can't believe everything you hear. People exaggerate. Elias leans back in his seat. Yes, he says. People do. The tone isn't sarcastic. It's patient, almost kind, like a parent letting a child tell a lie because he knows the truth will wait. For several minutes, neither of them speaks. The silence grows thick, pressing in around them. The rain slows, then stops. The road ahead gleams with the faint reflection of stars caught in shallow puddles. The swamp hums its low, endless tune, a soundless chorus of insects and hidden water. Vincent tries to steady his breathing. His mind scrambles for explanation, coincidence, research, guesswork, luck. But the phrase, "If you make it, kid, you'll be part of something important," it's too exact, too private. No journalist ever printed it. No one else in that room survived to repeat it. How long have you been in Florida? He asks, hoping to sound casual. All my life, Elias says. Though I've traveled. Loss has a way of sending you on long trips. Vincent forces a smile, though there's no one to see it. You've got a poetic streak, Mr. Ward. I suppose I do, Elias replies. Some stories need poetry. It's the only way they can be told without screaming. The wipers squeak once, then rest. The road is dry again. The only movement is the slow blink of the dashboard clock. Vincent grips the wheel tighter. You're not here to talk about hospitals, he says finally. Are you? Elias considers this for a long moment. Then, with a faint smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he answers, We talk about what the road wants us to talk about. He leans back, closing his eyes as though settling in for the remainder of the ride. Don't worry, Vincent. We still have a long way to go before morning. Vincent stares ahead into the darkness, his own reflection faint in the windshield glass. For the first time, the road feels less like escape and more like a corridor, one that's leading him somewhere he's already been. Behind him, Elias's breathing slows, steady, almost peaceful. The man might be asleep, but Vincent knows better. Some silences aren't rest, they're waiting. And this one, he realizes, has been waiting for 20 years. Miami had always looked like salvation from a distance. In daylight, its towers shone like promises, glass ribs of a city built to dazzle, to heal, to sell the idea of endless summer. At night, the neon reflections rippled across the wet asphalt, bending the world into something softer, easier to believe in. Even the hospitals, those pale temples of fluorescent light, glowed like cathedrals for the desperate. People came to them with the same fragile hope pilgrims once carried into shrines, the belief that money and mercy might, for once, mean the same thing. Vincent Moretti first arrived there with a briefcase full of credentials and a heart full of ambition. He told himself he was saving lives. That was the way they all started, with paperwork, clean hands, and good intentions. He was never the man in the operating room. He was the man who kept things moving. Inventory, supply chains, transport routes. The man who could find a ventilator in an hour or a donor list in half that time. He was efficient, polite, good with numbers and people. He knew how to speak the language of urgency, how to sound indispensable. Within months, he had become the quiet center of the system. The person everyone trusted to get things done without asking for details. The first lie was small. A missing invoice, a mislabeled shipment, a donation logged under the wrong code. It was all harmless, he told himself. Temporary shortcuts in a system too slow to save anyone. Hospitals lived and died by their paperwork, and he was simply keeping the machine from seizing up. But Miami was a city that rewarded speed, not conscience. And the faster you moved, the more doors opened. He learned to walk its backstage corridors, the loading bays that smelled of metal and disinfectant, the stairwells where nurses smoked in silence, the administrative offices lit by the soft green glow of computer screens at 2 a.m. In those quiet spaces, the real work happened. Not the cutting or stitching, but the signing, the stamping, the looking the other way. The first time a surgeon asked for a special delivery, Vincent didn't flinch. He'd heard the rumors long before about certain networks, certain patients who couldn't wait for legal lists, certain organs that needed alternative sourcing. It was ugly talk, whispered between administrators like urban legend. But now, standing in that sterile office with its hum of air conditioning and the faint click of a pen against a clipboard, he saw how ordinary it looked. Just a request, a line item. He told himself it wasn't his place to question the doctors. They were saving lives. Surely that outweighed the rest. He was just arranging transport, filing forms, clearing red tape. He never saw the patients who lost, he only saw the ones who survived. That was how the theater began. Brightly lit, soundless, invisible to the audience. A performance of mercy where everyone played their part. The surgeons as artists. The coordinators as stagehands. The donors as props who never got a curtain call. The money came later. It always does. A transfer here, a bonus there. A quiet thank you from a man in a suit who knew how to make things disappear. Vincent didn't spend much of it. He wasn't greedy. That was part of how he justified it. He told himself he was just surviving, keeping the machine alive long enough to help the people it could. He didn't know when exactly the fear began. Perhaps it was the night the generators failed in Little Havana, the storm that flooded the basement clinic, the one Elias would later speak of in that quiet car. Vincent had been on the phone when it happened, listening to the panic on the other end of the line. The shouting, the alarms, the words, "The power's gone," repeated over and over. He remembered holding the receiver and saying, almost without thinking, "Keep working. Do not stop. Do what you can. If he makes it, he'll be part of something important." He remembered hanging up and staring at his hand afterward, wondering who he had become, that those words could come so easily. After that, the nights grew heavier. He began to notice how many files vanished from the records room, how many names were replaced with codes, how many consent forms arrived unsigned but approved anyway. It wasn't blood that haunted him. It was paper. Rows of paper, cold, perfect, incriminating. He started dreaming in spreadsheets, endless columns of names and dates that refused to balance. Sometimes he would wake to the faint buzz of his phone and realize he was still expected to sign off on something by morning. The conversations grew quieter too. No more laughter in the hallways, no more jokes about long shifts. Just the low, professional tones of people who knew they were part of something that couldn't be spoken aloud. Once, a nurse stopped him by the elevators and asked if he ever thought about the other side. the families who never got the call back, the empty hospital beds that stayed cold. He told her, "We don't get to think about that." It sounded noble at the time. Efficient, necessary. He was promoted soon after. It should have felt like success. Instead, it felt like an infection spreading under the skin. Slow, invisible, irreversible. The inspectors who came through were easy enough to handle. A dinner, a handshake, an envelope. Sometimes they didn't even need the envelope. They just needed to believe. That was the secret, Vincent learned. Belief was the best disinfectant. As long as you convinced yourself you were saving someone, you could ignore who you were killing. Years passed in that rhythm. Reports, approvals, new contacts, new clients. The city changed around him. New towers rose, old neighborhoods vanished. And through it all, Vincent kept the machinery running, quietly, efficiently, unseen. He didn't wield the scalpel. He didn't pull the plug. He opened the doors. That was his sin. The kind that doesn't stain the hands, only the soul. He left when it all finally cracked. When one of the shipments was intercepted, when the rumors became headlines, when men he once called colleagues were suddenly under investigation. He resigned before they could reach him, moved north, changed his name, bought a used car, and started driving strangers across the state at night. Sometimes, when he passed a hospital, he still caught the faint, sterile smell of antiseptic through the vents and felt a shiver of memory run down his spine. It was never the blood or the screams. It was the hum of the fluorescent lights, steady, merciless, pure. The city behind him glittered like a mirage in his mind, all those nights lit by the lie of compassion. He told himself he had escaped, that leaving was repentance. But the truth followed quietly, like a shadow cast by the very lights he once turned on. Now, as the miles stretched before him and the passenger in the back seat breathed softly, he felt that old hum return. Miami wasn't gone. It was simply waiting for him to stop pretending he'd left it behind. The road hums softly beneath the tires, a low rhythm that feels almost like breathing. Every mile they travel south pulls Vincent deeper into the long corridors of memory. Those pale, humming hallways of a hospital that once never slept. The headlights stretch out before him, carving a thin silver tunnel through the dark. And in that tunnel, he begins to remember the boy. The boy had been small for his age, 12, maybe 13. Brown hair, restless eyes, the kind of kid who never quite stopped moving, even when confined to a bed. The nurses used to call him the Little Storm. But when he smiled, there was calm. He had one of those rare faces that could make even the harsh fluorescent light look gentle. Vincent remembered the first time he saw him. It was late, well past visiting hours. The boy was sitting up against the pillows, drawing waves on a napkin with a borrowed pen. When Vincent asked what it was, the boy said, without looking up, "The ocean I haven't seen yet." Vincent had smiled politely, the way administrators do when they're trying to seem kind, but have somewhere else to be. He said something neutral. Maybe someday soon. The boy didn't answer. He just kept drawing the waves, line after line after line, until the napkin tore. Later, Vincent would remember the sound of the pen scratching against paper more clearly than any voice that followed. The boy's chart was flagged as urgent. A compatible match had been found. An extraordinary stroke of luck, they said. Vincent had heard that phrase before. It always meant someone, somewhere, had made a deal they couldn't explain. But he signed off anyway. There were families waiting, patients in need. The numbers balanced. That was all that mattered. The surgery was scheduled for the next morning. Vincent wasn't supposed to be on site, but the surgeon requested his signature to expedite the paperwork. Something about the timing, the transport, a favor for efficiency's sake. He remembered the paper trembling slightly under his pen, the faint smudge of ink where his hand had hesitated. But he signed it anyway. The tremor was fatigue, he told himself, not guilt. He'd been awake for 20 hours, maybe more. It was easier not to think. He left the hospital that evening and drove home along the causeway. The air smelled of salt and coming rain. Out over the black water, lightning flickered far away, the kind that stays behind clouds like an argument you can't hear but know is there. He told himself that when the boy woke up, he'd visit. Bring him a postcard of the ocean, maybe even take him there someday. But the boy didn't wake up. He was already gone by the time Vincent's shift began the next morning. There were whispers, complications, bad reaction, power failure. The official report said unforeseen circumstances. No one looked him in the eye when they said it. No one ever did. He went to the records room, pulled the file, and stared at the line that marked the end. The words "time of death" were printed neatly, almost beautifully, in someone else's hand. Beneath that, a second line waited for his initials. He signed again. The same signature as before, only steadier this time. Practice had already made him better at it. When he left the hospital that day, the sky was mercilessly blue. The city around him glittered with sunlight, as if nothing had changed. People were laughing outside cafes. Someone was selling mangoes at the corner. He walked among them like a ghost that no one could see. A man whose hands had touched the machinery of death without ever being stained by it. For years afterward, the image of the boy would visit him in fragments. Not in nightmares, those were easy to chase away, but in ordinary moments, the flicker of light off a car hood, the reflection of a swimming pool at night, the distant sound of waves on a radio commercial. Each one carried the same echo, the napkin with the drawn waves, the hope folded into cheap paper. Vincent had tried to forget. He buried himself in the next task, the next shipment, the next set of numbers. But the boy remained, quiet and persistent, like an old song stuck between frequencies. The older he grew, the more he understood what he had done, not in action, but in absence. He hadn't killed anyone. He had simply not stopped the killing. And sometimes, that's worse. He had told himself there were no choices, that he had been cornered by circumstance. But in the years since, he had seen how many people live with no choice and still find a way to be kind. His excuses had aged poorly, like photographs left in the sun, faded, brittle, embarrassing to look at. Now, as the car carries him through the wetlands toward Naples, the same humidity wraps around him, heavy as memory. The road mirrors that same causeway from years ago, a long stretch of darkness over unseen water. And every mile feels like another signature he cannot erase. He glances at the rearview mirror. Elias sits quietly in the back, face half lit by the reflection of the dashboard. The man looks peaceful, almost like a priest resting between confessions. Vincent wonders if he knows about the boy, if he knows about the napkin with the waves, if he's here because of that one night, or because of all the others that followed. He adjusts his grip on the steering wheel. His palms are slick. He turns down the air conditioning another degree. The GPS hums its soft guidance. Continue straight. But it sounds almost human now, as if speaking from the past. Continue straight, Vincent. Keep driving forward. Don't look back. He almost laughs. The road ahead looks exactly like the one behind. Black ribbon, white lines, fog. Maybe there is no forward anymore. Maybe every mile is just another loop through the same dark memory. He remembers the boy's last drawing, the napkin folded neatly on the tray table. The waves half finished, stopping mid-curve like a heartbeat that simply decided to rest. Vincent had thrown it away that morning, or thought he had. But in his dreams, he still sees it. Floating on the surface of the water, ink bleeding into blue, carried out toward a horizon he never let the boy see. He blinks. The headlights catch the gleam of the wet road, and for a second it looks like the surface of the ocean itself. Infinite, calm, waiting. Elias shifts slightly in the back seat, as though stirred by the same memory. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he says softly. Vincent nods, voice barely a whisper. "Yeah, beautiful." But he knows that beauty is only another kind of mercy, one that hides the truth until it's ready to be heard. And tonight, the ocean in his mind has started whispering again, asking him the question he spent 20 years avoiding. What if you had said no? He keeps driving, because there is no answer gentle enough for the past, and no silence deep enough to bury it. The night has gone quieter now, as if the whole highway is listening. The rain has stopped, leaving the air heavy and warm. Somewhere behind them, thunder murmurs low, like a tired god pacing the horizon. Inside the car, the silence stretches. Vincent drives with both hands tight on the wheel, his shoulders hunched slightly forward, eyes pinned to the narrow beam of light cutting through the fog. Every few seconds, the tires hiss over a patch of wet asphalt, the sound soft and steady, like the breathing of something unseen. Elias hasn't spoken for miles. He sits motionless in the back seat, his reflection faint in the mirror, a calm shape in the dark. The rhythm between them has shifted. The comfortable quiet from earlier now feels heavier, weighted with the awareness that both men know what the other is pretending not to say. Vincent clears his throat once, twice. "We'll be hitting Naples in under an hour," he says, mostly to fill the air. "Road's been good tonight." Elias nods, but doesn't answer. The movement is small, barely visible. Then slowly, he leans forward, the leather seat creaking under his weight. His hand appears in the edge of Vincent's vision, holding something, small, square, old. He places it gently on the center console between them. Vincent glances down. It's a photograph. The edges are worn, the corners soft from years of handling. The image is sun-faded, the colors washed into sepia tones. But the boy's face is clear. Too clear. A thin, bright smile. Wind in his hair. Behind him, the ocean stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Vincent's foot lifts from the gas without him realizing. The car drifts. He grabs the wheel, steadies it, breath caught halfway in his chest. Elias's voice is calm, almost kind. "You remember him, don't you?" Vincent stares at the photo. The boy's eyes, blue-gray, curious, gentle, stare back through time. The same eyes that had looked up from a hospital bed one night, long ago, and said, "I just want to see the ocean." "How?" Vincent's voice breaks. He swallows hard, starts again. "Where did you get this?" Elias doesn't answer immediately. He leans back slightly, resting one hand on his knee, his gaze steady in the mirror. "He was family," he says quietly. "My sister's son, Daniel." The name strikes like a blade, drawn slowly. Vincent's breath shortens. He feels his pulse in his throat. "I don't." "You do," Elias interrupts softly. "You know exactly who he was." For a long moment, the only sound is the tires rolling against the wet pavement. The photo trembles faintly on the console from the vibration of the engine. "I read about the clinics," Vincent says after a moment, his words stumbling over each other. You can't believe everything they printed. They never had the full picture. I didn't read it, Elias says. His tone remains gentle, but the weight beneath it is immovable. I lived it. Vincent's vision blurs at the edges. He grips the wheel tighter. You don't understand. I understand enough. Elias's voice is so soft, it barely stirs the air. I understand that a boy went into a clinic one summer night and never came out. I understand that someone signed the papers that made it possible. And I understand that for 20 years, I've been waiting to meet the man who decided my nephew's life was an acceptable loss. The world around them narrows. The road feels thinner, the fog thicker. Vincent's mind flashes. The sound of the storm, the flickering lights, the smell of wet metal. The echo of his own voice saying, "If you make it, kid, you'll be part of something important." His foot slams the brake. The car skids slightly before stopping on the shoulder, the tires biting into gravel. The sudden stillness feels unreal. The headlights spill across the road ahead, illuminating nothing but mist. For a long time, neither man moves. The ticking of the cooling engine fills the silence, steady and relentless. Elias doesn't flinch. He doesn't raise his voice. He simply watches Vincent, hands folded neatly in his lap, as if he's been waiting for this exact moment. I have been in your car before, Vincent, he says finally. Vincent turns toward him, confused, shaken. What? Not this car, Elias continues, but one like it. Men like you drove my family once, to a place they never came back from. His words settle like dust, quiet but inescapable. Vincent opens his mouth, closes it again. The interior light flickers faintly, as if reacting to the tension in the air. You don't know what it was like back then, he says. The pressure, the system, the people above me. Elias leans forward, his face now half lit by the glow of the dashboard. I don't need to know what it was like for you, he says, calm as ever. I know what it was like for them. Vincent's eyes sting. I didn't choose. You did, Elias says, almost tenderly. You chose every time you signed your name, every time you said nothing, every time you walked out of that building and told yourself someone else would carry the blame. Outside, the night seems to lean closer to the windows, listening. The swamps on either side of the road are invisible now, swallowed by fog. The headlights reach only a few meters ahead before fading into white. Elias reaches out and taps the photograph with one finger. He wanted to see the ocean, he says. That was all. I promised him, after he got better, I'd take him myself. But he never came home. His mother died 2 years later. Heart failure, they said. I think it was just the silence that killed her. Vincent stares down at the photo, his reflection faint in the glossy surface. The boy's smile feels too bright for the weight of the air. I've carried this picture for 20 years, Elias continues. I thought if I ever found the man responsible, I'd feel rage. But that's not what I feel. Vincent looks up, voice hoarse. What do you feel? Sadness, Elias says simply. That it took you this long to stop driving away. The sentence cuts deeper than anger ever could. Vincent exhales shakily, presses a hand over his mouth. For the first time in decades, he feels the full weight of what he's done settle on him. Not as guilt, but as something heavier. Recognition. Elias sits back again, quiet, still. Now you know why I'm here, he says. The engine idles softly. The headlights flicker against the mist. The photograph lies between them, old and patient. Vincent stares ahead at the empty road. What happens now? He whispers. Elias doesn't answer. He reaches forward, turns off the radio. The silence that follows is almost peaceful. "Drive," he says finally. "We're almost there." Vincent shifts the car into gear. The tires roll forward once more, slow and steady. Behind them, the darkness closes in, and ahead, somewhere beyond the fog, waits the destination neither of them can avoid. The road hums again, calm as breath, carrying two men who understand each other far too well. One who lost everything, and one who finally remembers what it cost. The car crawls forward through the fog. The silence between them feels almost physical, like something alive, something waiting. Vincent's hands tremble faintly on the wheel, the tendons in his forearms standing out beneath the thin skin. He wants to speak, but every word feels like glass in his throat. He can feel Elias's gaze, steady and unblinking, in the mirror. It isn't a glare, isn't anger, just the quiet, unbearable weight of a man who has been waiting too long for honesty. Finally, Vincent breaks. "Look," he starts, his voice hoarse. It wasn't what you think. You've got to understand the kind of pressure we were under." Elias doesn't answer. He just listens. "There were rules," Vincent goes on, his words tumbling too fast now, as if they've been held back too long. "Systems, deadlines, layers of people above me. The doctors, the investors, the administrators. I wasn't the one making the calls. I was just trying to keep things from falling apart." Still, no response. Only the quiet breathing from the back seat. Vincent presses on. "Do you know what it's like to watch a machine that big fall apart? There were patients who could have lived, people begging for help, politicians breathing down our necks. It wasn't greed. It was necessity. If I'd said no, someone else would have said yes." He laughs once, a short, broken sound. You can't stop a train by standing in front of it. Elias's reflection doesn't move. His stillness makes the words sound smaller as they leave Vincent's mouth. The narrator's voice folds softly over the scene, a calm undercurrent beneath the confession. It is the oldest instinct we have, to explain ourselves, to build scaffolds around our guilt and call them reasons. We all do it. We rearrange the story until we look less monstrous under the light. Vincent swallows hard, his throat tight. "You have to believe me, Elias. I wasn't one of the bad ones. I wasn't cutting corners for profit. I thought, God help me, I thought I was doing good." At that, Elias shifts slightly. "Doing good," he repeats, not mocking, not cold, just repeating the phrase as if tasting it for truth. "Yes," Vincent says quickly. "We saved people. Hundreds, maybe thousands. The system was broken, and we were fixing it. People needed transplants. Lives were being lost every day because of waiting lists and bureaucracy. We gave them a chance. We were helping." Elias nods once, almost thoughtfully. "And the ones you took from?" The question lands like a pin dropped into a deep well. Vincent's fingers twitch on the wheel. He stops. "They were already gone. Mostly. It's not like we were killing anyone." "Mostly," Elias echoes. His tone is so quiet, so even, that Vincent can't tell if it's a question or an accusation. Vincent exhales shakily. "You don't get it. Nobody gets it. The hospitals were crumbling. People were dying waiting for paperwork to clear. You can't imagine the desperation, the calls, the pleading. And every time I found a way to make the numbers work, someone's family got a miracle. Someone lived. Doesn't that count for something?" Elias looks down at the photo resting on his lap. "It counts," he says. "Just not the way you hope it does." Vincent's voice rises, cracking at the edges. What was I supposed to do? I had a family, a mortgage, a staff depending on me. You think I could have stopped it? You think the machine would have collapsed because one man said no? Elias finally speaks, voice soft and clear as still water. Sometimes one man saying no is all it takes to remind the others that it's wrong. Vincent's mouth opens, then closes. His pulse throbs behind his temples. He can feel the blood beating there, as though trying to break through. He wants to argue, but the words won't come. Instead, what comes out is smaller, weaker, stripped of its armor. I didn't know what else to do, he whispers. Elias exhales, long and slow. That's the second oldest lie, he says gently. Right after I was only trying to help. The wipers squeak once across the windshield. The fog thickens. The road has narrowed again, its lines vanishing into the dark. Vincent rubs a hand over his face, the skin slick with sweat. You think I don't live with it? He says suddenly. Every night, it's there. The forms, the signatures, the faces I never saw. I think about that boy, your nephew, and I can't breathe. You don't have to remind me what I've done. I remember. Elias's voice comes from the back seat, calm and distant. Then why are you still explaining? Vincent has no answer. The question hangs in the car like a third presence, invisible but undeniable. The narrator's tone returns again, quiet, compassionate. We explain because we're afraid that silence means judgment. We speak to fill the space where forgiveness should be. We call our reasons mercy and our fear responsibility. But ghosts don't bargain, and the past never signs a deal. Vincent's breathing slows, deepens. He feels the exhaustion setting in, not the physical kind, but the weight of a lifetime of excuses collapsing at once. After a long pause, he says, "If you came here for revenge, just tell me. If you want me to turn around, to go somewhere, say it. I'll do it." Elias's reply is immediate, calm. Revenge doesn't fix the dead. Vincent glances into the mirror. Their eyes meet for the first time in what feels like hours. Elias's gaze is unreadable, not cold, not kind, just human. "What do you want then?" Vincent asks, his voice barely audible. "To hear the truth," Elias says simply. "Not the version you tell yourself to sleep, the one you wake up trying to forget." Vincent's hands tighten again on the wheel. He wants to give it, to tear the secret out and leave it there on the road. But he can't. Not yet. The words are too heavy, still covered in the dust of old justifications, so he gives him something smaller instead. Half-truths, fragments. "I pushed papers," he says. "I made calls. I kept the lists clean enough to pass inspection. I didn't ask questions. I didn't stop it. And that was enough to keep you alive," Elias says quietly. Vincent nods. "Until now." Elias doesn't reply. He sits back in his seat, folding his hands, the photograph still resting like a weight across his knees. The car moves forward again, the sound of the tires a slow pulse through the fog. Neither man speaks for a long time. The night holds its breath around them, and the road stretches on. Straight, silent, endless. Finally, the narrator's voice returns one last time in a hush that feels like prayer. It's strange how we fear the dead will rise to punish us, when all they ever wanted was to be remembered without lies. The headlights reach forward, cutting through the mist. And Vincent keeps driving, trapped between the ghosts behind him and the truth waiting ahead. The car glides into a small rest stop off the highway, one of those lonely places built for truckers and night wanderers, sitting like an island of weak light in an ocean of dark. The fluorescent lamps overhead buzz and blink, some flickering just enough to make the shadows shiver along the pavement. A vending machine hums beside the restroom door, its display full of bright colors dulled by age and neglect. The air smells faintly of rain and gasoline, of metal warmed by tired electricity. Vincent parks near the edge, leaving the engine idling. He doesn't speak. His pulse has settled into a slow, uneasy rhythm, the kind of calm that comes after panic. The fog outside has lifted a little, replaced by the stillness that arrives before dawn. Elias opens his door, steps out, and stretches slowly, like someone rising from a pew after a long prayer. His movements are deliberate, quiet. He walks to the vending machine, studies it for a moment, then feeds a few coins into the slot. The metal clink echoes through the empty lot. The can drops into the tray with a hollow thud. Vincent watches through the windshield. Elias doesn't rush. He just stands there for a moment, the can unopened in his hand, staring at the flickering light above. Finally, he turns back to the car and opens the passenger door. "Come out," he says softly. "You look like a man drowning on dry land." Vincent hesitates, then kills the engine and steps out. The night air hits him, warm, damp, alive. The buzz of the lamps fills the silence between them. Elias gestures toward the bench beside the vending machines. "Sit," he says. Vincent sits. Elias joins him, leaving a polite space between them. For a moment, they simply listen to the night. A highway hum in the distance, a single cicada hidden in the grass, the faint gurgle of a drainage pipe still carrying the last of the rain. When Elias speaks, his voice is quiet even. Not the voice of a man seeking vengeance, the voice of someone who has lived with grief long enough to understand its shape. "You know," he says, "when you lose someone, people think the worst part is the day it happens. The shock, the paperwork, the funeral. But that's not it." He looks at his hands. "The worst part is the week after, when the world starts to move again, and you realize you're the only one still standing in the wreckage." Vincent keeps his eyes on the ground. Elias's words don't sound rehearsed. They sound like truth spoken slowly to keep from breaking. "After Daniel died," Elias continues, "the house felt too big. My sister stopped cooking. The chairs around the table became reminders instead of furniture. There's this strange silence that sits in a family after loss, not loud, not heavy, just constant. You learn to talk around it, like a hole in the floor you don't want to fall through." The light above them flickers, humming a little louder. "My brother-in-law stopped going to church," Elias says. "He said he couldn't listen to anyone talk about mercy without wanting to scream. My sister, she kept setting an extra plate for dinner for months. Couldn't bring herself to stop. When I finally asked her why, she said, because maybe he's still hungry somewhere." Vincent exhales slowly. He can see the image too clearly. A table, a missing chair, a mother who couldn't stop reaching for a ghost. "I've spent 20 years sitting with people like her," Elias says. "Parents who buried children before they were ready. Spouses who never learned how to sleep in an empty bed. Everyone else eventually goes back to work, back to their errands, their jokes, their normal. But the ones who stay behind, they live in a world that doesn't want to look at them, because grief is contagious, and people would rather look away." He cracks open the soda can with a soft hiss, but doesn't drink. The smell of sugar and carbonation mixes with the humid air. "That's what you did too, Vincent," he says, his tone still calm. "You looked away. You told yourself you were only doing your job, that the suffering wasn't yours to hold. But every time you looked away, someone else had to look forever." Vincent's throat feels tight. You think I don't know that now? I think you know it, Elias says. I think you've known it for a long time, but knowing is different from understanding. The vending machine's hum deepens, a low mechanical sigh. Elias studies it absently, as if it too were part of his sermon. You know what I've learned, sitting with all that loss? He says. That pain is honest. It never pretends to be anything else. It doesn't explain itself. It doesn't try to make sense. It just is. It's the rest of us who lie about it, who name it something smaller so we can keep walking past it. Vincent closes his eyes briefly. What do you want me to say, Elias? Nothing, Elias replies. I don't need you to speak. I need you to listen. He takes a breath, long and steady, before continuing. I've seen people die quietly and people die screaming. I've seen the way we dress it up with euphemisms, complications, adverse outcomes, system failures. We've made an art of tidying the horror. But all that tidying doesn't restore the dignity we took. We can't hand it back once we've stolen it. He finally opens the can and takes a sip, his gaze distant. That's what ethics is, Vincent. Not laws, not codes, not the paperwork that lets you sleep. It's remembering the face behind the file. It's refusing to look away when it hurts. Dignity isn't something we give people after they're gone. It's what we owe them while they're here. The wind shifts slightly, carrying the faint sound of an approaching truck somewhere down the interstate. The light above them flickers again, then steadies for a moment, throwing their shadows across the asphalt, two long, wavering silhouettes stretching in opposite directions. Vincent finally speaks, voice rough. You sound like a preacher. Elias smiles faintly. Grief will do that to you. After a while, it becomes its own religion. He glances at Vincent, not unkindly. You think repentance is about apologies, but it isn't. It's about learning to stay in the room with what you've done without running for the door. Vincent looks down at his hands. They're trembling slightly. He clasps them together to keep them still. You don't have to keep running, Elias says. You've already been caught. Not by me. By time. By the truth. You've been caught for years. You just haven't stopped moving long enough to notice. The narrator's voice returns, gentle and low, like a hand resting on the shoulder of the listener. We are all haunted by the things we've tried to bury. The difference between guilt and grace is what we do when they surface. Some dig deeper, some look away, and some finally learn to stand still and face what rises. Elias finishes his drink and sets the can down beside the bench. The light above them hums once more, then steadies for good. Come on, he says softly. The road's waiting. They walk back to the car, their footsteps echoing faintly on the cracked concrete. Behind them, the vending machine continues its quiet, eternal hum, a small, mechanical reminder that even in the loneliest places, something is always awake, listening, waiting for the truth to finish its slow return. The road feels different when they get back in the car. The air outside has cooled slightly, carrying the faint metallic scent of dawn, though the horizon still hides behind the fog. The vending machine's hum fades into memory, replaced by the sound of tires gliding over slick asphalt. The radio's off. The GPS glows quietly on the dashboard, a single blue line stretching endlessly south. For a while, neither man speaks. Elias sits in the back seat again, his posture calm, almost meditative. Vincent keeps his eyes on the road, trying to focus on the white dashes that appear and vanish beneath the headlights. He tells himself he will drop the man off in Naples, forget this night, move on. But his hands are shaking again. His chest feels too tight for the air he's breathing. After several miles, Elias finally breaks the silence. "You drive this route often," he says, not as a question. Vincent forces a small laugh. "I drive wherever people need to go." Elias smiles faintly. "That's not true." Vincent glances at the mirror. Elias is looking out the window, but there's something knowing in his expression, like he's watching a film he's already seen. "You take this road almost every night," Elias continues softly. "Same hours, same stretch of highway. You always drive south." Vincent doesn't answer. "I've followed your route before," Elias says. "Not tonight, months ago. Sometimes I'd see your car parked near the old rest stops. Sometimes outside the same church by the coast." The steering wheel feels heavier in Vincent's hands. "You've been tracking me?" Elias shakes his head gently. "Not tracking, watching. There's a difference. I needed to understand what kind of man you became after Miami. Whether you disappeared into greed, or guilt, or grace. Most men like you don't make it this far." Vincent's voice cracks on the next words. "Why tonight, then? Why get in my car?" "Because tonight you were ready," Elias says. Vincent almost laughs again, but it sounds more like a breath caught in his throat. "Ready for what?" "For the truth to arrive," Elias answers, calm, steady. "It's been driving toward you for years. You've just been pretending you didn't see the headlights." The GPS speaks suddenly, the smooth voice startling in the quiet. "Continue straight for 53 miles, then take exit 28 towards Seaside Chapel." Vincent frowns. "What? That's not Naples." Elias leans forward slightly, his face a pale outline in the rearview mirror. "Yes, it is," he says softly. "In a way." Vincent stares at the glowing screen. The name Seaside Chapel pulses in small blue letters. His breath slows. "You set the destination." "I did," Elias replies. "Weeks ago." Vincent blinks. "But how?" "You couldn't have. I've been in this car before," Elias says quietly, repeating the same words he'd spoken earlier. But now they carry a different weight. "Not this exact one, but others like it. I've ridden beside you many times, Vincent. Not in body, but in memory. You've been driving this same road every night, chasing something you can't admit you want to find. You just needed someone to help you arrive." The headlights catch a curve ahead, a rare bend in the long, straight highway. It feels like the first change in direction in hours. Vincent's voice comes out smaller. "What's at Seaside Chapel?" Elias's answer is simple. "The ocean." Vincent's grip tightens. His mind flashes to the boy's drawing, the napkin waves, the dream of water. "You planned this?" "Yes," Elias says. "You kept circling it, always stopping short. I thought perhaps if I sat beside you, you'd stop running in loops." The narrator's voice folds into the scene, gentle as the mist outside. Fate is rarely loud, doesn't crash down or demand to be noticed. It whispers, quietly steering the wheel until you realize the road you thought you chose was chosen long before you began driving. Vincent shakes his head. "You don't understand what you're doing. This isn't closure, Elias. It's cruelty." Elias leans back, his expression unreadable. Closure is a word people invented to make endings sound clean. This isn't about clean. It's about complete. The GPS chimes again, marking another invisible milestone. "Continue for 40 miles." Vincent's heart pounds. "Why that place?" he asks. "Why the church?" Elias looks out the window, where the fog is thinning just enough to reveal faint shapes of palm trees lining the road. "That's where Daniel's ashes were scattered," he says, "by the water. My sister chose it because she thought he'd finally get to see the ocean that way." The words land like a stone in Vincent's stomach. His eyes sting, but he keeps them on the road. You think bringing me there makes it right? No, Elias says, but it makes it true. Vincent's knuckles whiten against the wheel. You could have gone to the police. Elias's tone remains even. They had your name. They didn't need me. But justice written on paper isn't the same as reckoning. Sometimes a man has to drive himself to the edge of what he's done before he understands how far it goes. A silence stretches. The hum of the tires becomes the only sound. Why tell me now? Vincent asks, voice low. Why not earlier? Because confession isn't something you can force, Elias replies. It has to bloom on its own, like rot. I wasn't here to punish you, Vincent. I was here to see if you'd admit what you are before the sun comes up. Vincent's jaw tightens. And if I don't? Elias smiles faintly. Then you'll have driven all this way, just to end where you started. The car continues on. The GPS hums its quiet instructions. Outside, the fog begins to thin, revealing glimpses of coastline in the distance, faint outlines of sand, the suggestion of waves. Elias speaks again, softly. You've been driving toward this for years, every night on this same stretch, pretending it was about work, about insomnia, about money. But it wasn't. You were trying to find him. Vincent's throat tightens. The boy? Elias nods. Or maybe yourself. Either way, the road knows. They drive for several miles without speaking. The first faint hint of dawn appears on the horizon, a dull gray line over the unseen sea. The GPS voice murmurs again. In 20 miles, take exit 28. Vincent exhales slowly. His voice is hoarse. You're telling me this isn't random, that tonight was never chance. Elias looks at him, calm, steady. There's no such thing as random when it comes to guilt. The headlights pick up the curve of a sign ahead, its letters gleaming faintly in the mist. Seaside Chapel, 15 Mile. Vincent feels the world tilt slightly, as if gravity itself has changed direction. Every turn of the wheel now feels heavier, guided by something older than choice. The narrator's voice returns, barely above a whisper. Some roads are not meant to take us away. They lead us back to the thing we buried, to the person we became, to the truth that refused to die quietly. Vincent doesn't speak again. Neither does Elias. The car moves steadily toward the unseen coast, the GPS pulsing its quiet countdown. When the next sign appears, Vincent finally sees it clearly. A small white arrow pointing toward the edge of the world, and a name carved beneath it in faded paint. Seaside Chapel. He realizes then that Elias was never a passenger. He was a mirror, and Vincent has been driving not to deliver a man, but to deliver himself. Back to the place where everything began, and where at last it will have to end. Dawn comes slowly, as if unsure whether the night has truly ended. The sky above the gulf bruises into a deep violet, and the first pale streaks of gold bleed through the fog like light filtered through old glass. The ocean breathes somewhere ahead, a low, patient rhythm that rises and falls beneath the hum of the car's tires. Vincent takes the exit without needing the GPS to tell him. The sign is half swallowed by salt and rust. Seaside Chapel, 1 mile. The road that follows is narrow and cracked, bordered by dunes that look like sleeping beasts under sheets of mist. The headlights sweep over seagrass booed under the wind, over driftwood bleached white as bone. Neither man speaks. The silence inside the car is complete now, like a room sealed off from time. Elias sits still in the back seat, hands folded around the photograph resting in his lap. Vincent's grip on the wheel is light, mechanical, as though some quiet gravity is guiding him more surely than thought. The chapel appears suddenly at the end of the road, a silhouette rising from the fog, at once fragile and eternal. It stands half consumed by the dunes, its steeple leaning slightly toward the sea. The bell above is cracked down one side, green with corrosion, a mouth forever frozen mid-prayer. Streaks of salt have eaten into the wooden doors, and what remains of the stained glass catches the new light, scattering fragments of red and blue across the sand. Vincent parks the car a few yards away and cuts the engine. The sound dies slowly, replaced by the whisper of waves. For a moment, neither of them moves. Then Elias opens his door and steps out, the old hinges creaking softly in protest. The wind coming off the ocean is cool and damp. It carries the scent of brine, dust, and something faintly floral, the ghost of lilies once left behind. The chapel's walls sigh in the breeze, as though exhaling the years they've held inside. Vincent follows Elias out, his legs stiff, his breath shallow. The air here feels different, heavier, as if soaked with memory. He glances toward the sky. The sun is still low, hidden behind a layer of thin clouds that diffuse the light into something soft and mournful. Elias walks ahead, his steps unhurried. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he says. Vincent nods, though the word beautiful feels too small. "It looks empty." Elias smiles faintly. Places like this are never empty. They're just full of things you can't see anymore. They approach the chapel together. The front door is swollen from years of rain, and when Vincent pushes it open, it gives with a sigh that sounds almost human. Inside, the air is cool and dry, carrying the faint sweetness of old wood and sea salt. Dust drifts through the beams of light like pollen, spinning lazily before disappearing into shadow. The pews are warped and faded. The altar has been stripped bare except for a rusted candlestick and a single seashell placed carefully in the center, as if someone left an offering long ago and the sea had not yet come to collect it. Vincent walks slowly down the aisle. The soles of his shoes stir the dust, leaving faint footprints that look immediately ancient. His eyes trace the fractured stained glass at the far end. Pieces of saints and angels broken into fragments, their faces scattered like puzzle pieces across the floor. Elias stands near the doorway, hands clasped loosely behind his back. "Do you know why people stopped coming here?" he asks. Vincent shakes his head. "Storm surge," Elias says. "Flooded the foundation twice in 10 years. The congregation moved inland, built a new church. This one was left to the tide." He steps further inside, his gaze sweeping the walls. "But I think this one kept its soul. It just learned to breathe water." Vincent doesn't answer. His pulse beats high in his chest, shallow and erratic. Every sound in the room, the wind, the shifting sand, the faint creak of the pews, feels amplified, intimate. Elias walks to one of the windows, its remaining glass tinted faintly blue. "I used to come here sometimes," he says. "After Daniel. I'd sit on the steps outside and listen to the waves. My sister couldn't bear to come, but she asked me to scatter his ashes by the rocks below." Vincent's breath catches. "Here?" Elias nods. "Right here." He turns toward the ocean, visible through the broken archway where the rear wall has begun to crumble. The light catches the sea just beyond, gray, endless, whispering. He said he wanted to see the water one day. So I brought him home to it. Vincent feels something shift inside him, a small, brittle thing cracking open. He takes a step closer to the altar, his voice quiet. "I didn't know." "No," Elias says softly. "You didn't want to know." The wind pushes through the broken glass, stirring the dust into a slow spiral. The light through the fractured window catches it, turning it briefly golden. The chapel feels alive, not with anger, but with memory. Vincent lowers his head. His thoughts blur, every face he never saw, every form he signed, every hour spent believing efficiency was mercy. It all folds in on itself, collapsing into the quiet of this place. Elias steps closer, his footsteps barely whispering across the floorboards. "Do you hear it?" he asks. Vincent listens. At first, there's nothing. Just the faint sound of waves, the groan of wind through the rafters. Then, slowly, another sound emerges beneath it. The faintest echo, like breath against stone, like a prayer repeating itself long after the lips that spoke it have gone still. "It's the wind," Vincent says, though his voice trembles. Elias shakes his head. "No, it's what's left of everything people once asked for here, the things they begged for that never came." He walks toward the altar and rests the photograph gently on the wooden surface beside the rusted candlestick. The boy's face glows faintly in the morning light, his smile soft, eternal. "I used to think churches were built to hold hope," Elias says. "Now I think they're built to hold the sound of hope dying." Vincent's throat tightens. He wants to speak, but no words form. Instead, he looks around the chapel again. At the broken glass, the half-collapsed ceiling, the faint salt lines marking how high the sea once climbed. It feels like standing inside a confession carved out of air. The narrator's voice returns, gentle as the surf outside. Some places remember what we try to forget. They carry the echoes of all the things we beg to undo, not to punish us, only to make sure the truth does not vanish completely. Elias turns toward him. "You've been carrying this for too long, Vincent. You think running was your penance, but all it did was keep the wound open." Vincent swallows. "I don't know how to close it." Elias's gaze softens. "Then stop trying to close it. Just let it speak." A single gull cries somewhere beyond the dunes. The sound is thin, distant, fragile. The sky above them brightens into a faint rose hue, the first real light of morning. In that fragile light, the chapel seems to glow, not holy, but human, a place where faith ended and forgiveness began. Quietly, like the tide reclaiming what was once its own. Vincent stands there, his hands trembling, breathing in the scent of salt and dust, and realizes he's been driving toward this moment his entire life, not to escape his past, but to finally meet it in silence. And for the first time, the silence feels merciful. The wind eases as the sun lifts a little higher behind the clouds, turning the chapel into a soft gray shell filled with muted light. Dust hangs in the air like a thin veil. The sound of the ocean threads through the broken windows, rising and falling in slow, patient breaths, as if the sea itself were listening. Vincent and Elias sit facing each other in the front pews. There is no altar between them now, no pulpit, no cross. Just two men and the long shadow of everything that has already happened. No weapons, no raised voices, no one to stop what comes next. Vincent's hands rest on his knees, fingers clenched to keep them from shaking. Elias sits with a stillness that would be unnerving if it were not so calm. He does not lean forward like an accuser. He does not recline like a victor. He simply waits with the patience of someone who has already survived the worst. The chapel feels like a courtroom stripped of its ceremony. No robes, no gavel, no jury, only consequence. "You brought me here to punish me," Vincent says quietly. Elias shakes his head. "I brought you here to tell the truth where it can finally be heard." Vincent huffs a bitter breath. "By who? The sea? Your nephew's ghost?" "By you." Elias replies. You have been running from the sound of your own voice for 20 years. The words settle, gentle but relentless. Outside, a wave crashes a little harder against the rocks, as if echoing the sentiment. Vincent looks around the ruined sanctuary. You want a confession? He says. I want honesty, Elias says. Confession is what you give yourself once you stop lying. The narrator's voice folds softly through the moment, a low reassurance to the listener. There is a horror that does not need blood or shadow. It is the horror of hearing your life spoken plainly, without the shields of excuse. But there is a kind of mercy there too. The mercy of finally seeing what you are, so you can choose what to be next. Vincent inhales. The air tastes of salt and old wood. I was not the worst of them, he begins. You need to understand that. I believe you, Elias says. The response disarms him. Vincent falters. You do? Yes, Elias answers. That is what makes it harder. Monsters are easy to condemn. Men who knew better and did it anyway? They are the ones who must live with it. Vincent drops his gaze. The boards beneath his feet are pale with wear, smoothed by years of footsteps and years of neglect. I handled logistics, he says slowly. I arranged schedules. I made sure the right forms reached the right hands. At first it was small things, moving names up the list when donors appeared. It all looked legitimate. Elias nods once, encouraging without pressing. Then there were cases that did not look legitimate. Vincent continues, his voice roughening. Patients who appeared out of nowhere with sponsors instead of families. Donors whose files were incomplete. I knew it was wrong. I did it anyway. The words come in fragments at first, then in longer strands. I signed off on transfers that never should have happened. I connected surgeons with coordinators, coordinators with brokers. I did not meet in dark alleys or pass cash in parking lots. I sat at a desk and replied to emails, took calls, made exceptions. I told myself the system was broken and I was balancing it. He swallows, his hands unclasped, then grip the bench again. I told myself I was helping the greater good, he says, that if one life was taken, 5 more could be saved. Numbers made it easier. Numbers always do. I never looked those other families in the eye, not once. Silence falls. Dust turns in the shaft of light above them. And the night Daniel died? Elias asks gently. Vincent flinches. The name cuts cleanly now, without the buffer of euphemism. There was a storm, Vincent says. Power outages all over the city. We had a schedule we never should have kept. The backup systems weren't ready. The warnings were there. I knew. I heard the worry in their voices. I could have said no. I could have paused it. He looks up at Elias with red, tired eyes. I didn't. Elias's face remains calm, but his hands tighten almost imperceptibly. Why? Vincent exhales, and what leaves him this time is not excuse, not calculation. Just the small, bare thing at the center of every sin. Because I was afraid of losing my place, he says. Afraid of being the problem. Afraid of being noticed. I told them to continue. I signed the clearance. I heard myself say that line to him. That stupid, monstrous line. If you make it, kid, you'll be part of something important. The memory shudders through him. He presses a hand over his face. He did not make it, and we made sure no one outside that room ever knew why. The chapel holds the words like a vessel. Nothing collapses, no thunder cracks. There is just the ocean and his confession, side by side. Elias watches him, eyes shining, but no tears fall. He has spent them already, years ago. How many others? He asks softly. I do not know, Vincent whispers. I never counted. I only track the ones who lived. That is what I told myself my job was. The narrator speaks low, as if to the listener's own hidden guilt. We all curate our stories. We highlight what proves we are kind, and dim what proves we were not. Confession is the cruelest mercy because it forces us to include the scenes we edited out. You think telling me this changes anything? Elias asks, not harshly, just honestly. No, Vincent says. It doesn't bring him back. It doesn't bring any of them back. But it is the only thing I have left that is not a lie. Elias leans forward slightly. His voice is so soft it is almost swallowed by the waves. Say his name. Vincent's breath shakes. Daniel, he says. Daniel Carrera. The name leaves him like something being lifted out with a blade, not to harm, but to finally remove what has been poisoning the rest. Again, Elias says, say his name. Daniel, Vincent repeats, stronger now, though his voice breaks. He was not a file. He was not a quota. He was a boy who wanted to see the ocean. The sound of the sea swells, pushing through the shattered windows, filling the silence that follows. Elias closes his eyes once, briefly, like a man finishing a prayer. Thank you, he says. Vincent looks at him, confused. For what? For saying it here, Elias answers, in the place where I brought him when I could not carry him anymore. Truth belongs in the same air as their names. No verdict drops from the ceiling. No unseen hand writes guilty in the dust. The horror hangs not in punishment, but in the quiet knowledge that there is no way to undo what has been done. And yet beneath it, something loosens, just slightly. Confession has not absolved Vincent, but it has, for the first time, set his story down where it belongs, in the open, without disguise. The chapel, the sea, and the morning light receive it without judgment. For a brief, fragile moment, that is almost enough to feel like the beginning of peace. The confession settles into the chapel like dust finding its place. No thunder answers. No hidden doors swing open. Only the soft, endless breath of the sea and the pale wash of morning light seeping through shattered glass. Vincent sits hunched forward on the pew, his elbows on his knees, his hands hanging helpless between them. The words he has spoken feel raw in his mouth, as if he has bitten through something that was never meant to be chewed. He is waiting now, for a blow, for a sentence, for whatever this man has carried here in the quiet lining of his voice. Elias stands, slowly, no sudden movements, no menace. The wooden floor creaks under his weight, the sound small but sharp in the stillness. He walks toward the broken archway at the back of the church, the one that opens toward the dunes and the faint pale line of the sea. Come, he says. Vincent hesitates, then rises and follows. The air near the opening is cooler, touched by the wind that has traveled unbroken across the water. Outside, the ocean stretches gray and solemn, its surface ruffled by early light. Waves roll in with soft determination, kissing the rocks below with the same patience they've shown every shore that ever tried to outlast them. They stand side by side at the threshold, not touching. The church behind them, the sea before them, the sky loosening from bruised to soft blue. You think I brought you here to kill you? Elias says, almost conversationally. Vincent swallows. His voice is little more than a breath. It crossed my mind. If I wanted you dead, Elias replies gently, you would never have seen my face. The words are simple, but they carry a cold, clean certainty. Not a threat, a fact. Vincent looks at him, really looks at him. The lines on Elias's face, the tiredness in his eyes, the steadiness in his hands. This is not the posture of a man intoxicated with revenge. This is someone who has sat with pain for so long it has burned all the sharpness out of him and left something quieter behind. Then why? Vincent asks. Why all of this? The ride, the stories, this place? Elias breathes in the salt air, holds it for a moment, lets it go. Because there are things worse than dying quickly, he says. And there are things better than living as if nothing ever happened. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a folded envelope, thick, worn at the edges. He holds it not like a weapon, but like something old and heavy. I have been collecting this for years, he says. Records, transfers, names. Enough to show that what happened to Daniel was not an accident, not an isolated tragedy. Enough to drag into the light the men who are still doing what you helped begin. He turns the envelope over in his hand, considering it. I could have taken this to the authorities without you. I almost did. But then I saw you, driving alone at night, staying small, hiding from sleep. And I wondered if there was a different kind of justice left for you. Vincent's heart is pounding again, but not with the spiky fear of before. This is slower, deeper. What kind? Elias looks at him with an expression that is both tired and somehow merciful. The kind that makes you live. He places the envelope carefully on the cracked stone ledge beside the archway. It sits there between them like a final, folded verdict. You have a choice, Elias says. His voice is calm, almost fatherly. You can walk down those rocks, step into that water, and let it take you. It would not take long. The tide is kind to men who are ready to go. No trials, no headlines, no more dreams, just quiet. Vincent follows his gaze toward the shore. He can see the narrow path of stones leading down, the white lace of waves curling in invitation. For a moment, the idea is terrifying and gentle all at once. To vanish here, where the boy's ashes were scattered, where confession has already been spoken, there is a symmetry to it, a logic. Elias continues, his voice as steady as the surf. Or, he says, you can pick up that envelope, walk back to your car, and drive yourself to the people who will know what to do with it. You can tell them everything. You can hand them every name, every process, every gap in the system that men like you once exploited. You can spend whatever years you have left dismantling what you helped build. He looks at Vincent, not to be seen, not to be forgiven, simply because it is the last honest thing available to you. The horror of it settles slowly, not the horror of violence, but the horror of responsibility. To choose the sea is to end the story. To choose the envelope is to stay inside it, awake, exposed, accountable. It is cruel, Vincent murmurs, to make me choose. Elias nods. Yes, he says, cruel and kinder than the mercy you gave my nephew. The words are not sharpened by anger, and that makes them sink deeper. You want me to turn myself in, Vincent says. I want you, Elias answers, to decide which kind of man you will die as. The one who slipped away, or the one who finally stood still. The narrator's voice curls softly around the moment, like the edge of a tide lapping at bare ankles. This is where horror and grace meet. Not in the scream, but in the choice. To run into the dark and disappear, or to walk into the light carrying the very thing that will undo you. Because for the first time, you no longer wish to be untouched. Vincent stares at the envelope, at the path down to the rocks, at the slow-breathing sea. Both options feel like sentences. Both feel, in their own way, deserved. What if I choose the water? He asks. Then I will leave, Elias says. I will mail copies of that file. Someone else will finish what you refused to start. The world will eventually know, and you will have chosen silence over courage one last time. Vincent's chest rises and falls. And if I choose the file? Elias's eyes soften, but he does not smile. Then you will walk back into the world you broke and spend your remaining breaths trying to mend a thread of it. You will not be the hero of that story. You will be the necessary failure. The wind slips through the open arch, lifting a strand of Vincent's graying hair. The chapel behind them creaks softly, as if turning its attention to what happens next. I cannot promise you peace, Elias says. I cannot give you forgiveness. That is not mine to give. But I can give you the chance to stop running. He steps back, leaving Vincent alone at the threshold. This was never about killing you, Elias says. Death would have been a kindness you did not earn. This is about giving you back the weight you tried to drop. Carry it properly or lay it down in the sea. Either way, the choice is finally yours. He turns away, moving to one of the side pews, sitting with his hands folded, not watching, not urging, just waiting, like a man who has finished what he came to say. Vincent stands there for a long time. The ocean whispers. The morning light grows softer, warmer, spilling across the stones. Two paths, one into the water, one back to the car. Horror and grace twine together in his chest, indistinguishable. In the end, it is not the fear of dying that moves him. It is the quiet terror of leaving the world exactly as broken as he found it. The wind shifts as Vincent steps out from the chapel. The air smells clean, salt, driftwood, a hint of rain that hasn't yet fallen. The horizon is pale now, a slow unfurling of gray and pearl, as though the sky itself is relearning how to breathe. He follows the narrow path that winds down from the dunes, his shoes crunching softly against the coarse sand and scattered shells. Each step leaves a print that fills almost instantly with water. The tide is coming in, drawing thin fingers of foam up the shore before pulling them back again. In the half-light, it looks like the world breathing, slow, forgiving, inevitable. Behind him, the chapel stands like a silhouette of memory, the cracked bell gleaming faintly in the dawn. Elias remains inside, waiting but not watching. The man has done what he came to do. Now it is Vincent's turn. The sand is cold through his shoes. When he reaches the tide line, he stops and stares at the horizon. The ocean stretches infinitely, a mirror for the sky's muted sorrow. Seabirds move like drifting commas against the pale distance, their cries cutting across the sound of the surf, not mournful, not joyful, simply alive. Vincent looks down. The wet sand reflects his image in faint distortion. A man unrecognizable from the one who once wore suits and carried clipboards, whose pen carved lives into ledgers. He barely remembers the face he had back then. The confidence, the justifications, the soft greed dressed up as good work. He crouches, runs a hand through the foam that gathers around his shoes. The water is cold, but not cruel. It slides between his fingers, then retreats, leaving grains of sand clinging to his skin. He could walk forward now, forward. The thought is simple, clean. The tide would rise slowly, like a hand placed over his chest. No violence, no spectacle, just surrender. He imagines the salt on his lips, the weight of the sea closing over him. The sound would fade into softness. For the first time in 20 years, he would stop hearing the voices that visit him when he closes his eyes. But the ocean, standing before him, does not tempt. It does not beckon. It merely exists, vast and patient. It is not a punisher. It is a judge with no mouth, no eyes, no mercy beyond what nature already gives. He remembers something Elias said. that this place was where Daniel had been returned to the world, his ashes scattered among these same waves. Vincent looks out at the water and wonders if molecules of that boy remain here, turned into mist, into rain, into the slow heartbeat of the tide. Maybe he has already touched him, through the salt in his own breath. He closes his eyes. The wind brushes his hair, and for a moment, the sound of the sea folds into something almost human. A voice not speaking words, but conveying understanding. Not forgiveness, just understanding. The narrator's voice enters gently, like a tide that cannot help but return. There are debts that never clear, not because the world is cruel, but because balance does not mean erasure. Some acts weigh forever, and yet the weight itself can become the teacher. What matters in the end is how you stand before the sum of what you've done. Vincent exhales slowly. The mist from his breath vanishes into the sea breeze. He imagines walking forward again, each step deeper until the water swallows the sound of the world. The idea is peaceful, too peaceful. It frightens him in its ease. He turns slightly, glancing back toward the chapel. From here it looks small, almost gentle, a ruin holding its own silence. The cracked bell catches another thread of sunlight, flashing once like a heartbeat. He thinks of Elias sitting inside, waiting without judgment. Of the envelope resting on the stone ledge, thick with names, evidence, possibility. He thinks of the faces he never met. The ones whose stories were turned into numbers, the ones whose lives were spent to buy time for others. He imagines them not as ghosts, but as witnesses, quiet, endless, waiting to see which way he'll turn. He realizes then that death would be easy, but not fair. The ocean would take him, yes, but it would also absolve him too quickly. The sea forgives everything because it remembers nothing. It would wash him away before he truly understood what it meant to stay. He steps back from the water. The sand resists him slightly, reluctant to release its hold. A small wave rushes forward, laps at his ankles, as if testing him one last time. Then it retreats, accepting his choice. The narrator speaks again, calm, low. The sea has room for all endings, but life demands the harder path. It asks you to wake up, to keep breathing, to live inside the ache you made until you can finally soften it into something else. Vincent looks down at the tracks he's made. His footprints stretch from the dunes to the tide, a series of small indentations soon to be erased. He stands there for a moment, watching them blur, fade, vanish under the foam. That is what they all do, he thinks. Every person who's ever lived. Leave marks that disappear the moment they try to fix them. But perhaps that's not failure. Perhaps that's what redemption looks like, not the permanence of being remembered, but the willingness to keep trying, even knowing the tide is coming. He kneels and touches the water one last time. The cold shoots through his fingertips, sharp and clean. "I'm sorry," he whispers, to the boy, to the sea, to the silence that has followed him all this way. The wind carries his words away without echo. Maybe that's the point. Some apologies are not meant to return. He straightens, eyes on the horizon. The light is stronger now, pale gold breaking through the mist. The first clear sun ray hits the chapel roof, and for an instant, the salt-crusted wood gleams like glass. Vincent takes a long breath. The air feels different as it fills his chest. Heavier, yes, but also real. Alive. He turns from the sea. The sand holds the shape of his feet for just a moment before the next wave erases them completely. The ocean has done its part. The rest now belongs to him. And so he walks back toward the road, toward the car. toward the envelope waiting beside the cracked stone. A man who has stood before the water, seen what could have been, and chosen to live with what remains. Behind him, the tide whispers over and over, patient as truth itself, carrying his name into the wide, forgiving air. When Vincent turns away from the water, it feels less like a decision and more like the moment your foot finds solid ground after thinking there was only air. He hadn't noticed how close he'd come to stepping off the edge inside himself. The sea is still at his back, patient, endless, available. But with each step he takes toward the chapel, the pull of it loosens. The wind presses gently at his shoulders, as if making sure he's really going. He walks slowly across the damp sand, his shoes darkened, cuffs dampened by the tide's brief touch. The sky is softened into a pale, muted gold. The seabirds carve wide circles overhead, no longer sharp against the gray like omens, but drifting like punctuation at the end of a long sentence. As he climbs the low slope of the dune, memories rise with him, not in jagged flashes this time, but in a slow, painful order. The boy comes first. Daniel with the napkin waves and the unspent summers. The way he'd said the ocean I haven't seen yet without drama, as if it were simply an item on a list he assumed life would eventually honor. Vincent remembers the quick, professional way he'd read the chart. The language of prognosis, donor compatibility, timing, logistics, all the tidy words that allowed him to feel important instead of complicit. He sees again the tremor in his hand when he signed the clearance, a tremor he dismissed as fatigue. And now, years later, on this shore, he knows. That was the last protest of a conscience he chose to silence. Next comes Elias's face. Not the man as a threat, but as a quiet witness. The steady weight of those eyes in the mirror. The patience at the rest stop. The way his voice never rose, never reached for cruelty even when it had every reason. He'd held the truth like a lantern, not a knife. He'd come not to drag Vincent into the dark, but to walk beside him until the man ran out of places to hide. And then, unbidden, his daughter, her small hand in his once, sticky with melted ice cream. The teenager who'd stood in their kitchen doorway, eyes full of something she didn't yet have the language to name. Suspicion, disappointment, the uncanny knowing that her father's job demanded too much secrecy for it to be clean. He remembers her last words before she left. "I don't know what you did, Dad. I just know I don't trust you to tell me." He'd let her go, told himself it was better that way, a safer distance from whatever might someday surface. Instead of changing, he withdrew into the soft anonymity of night driving, collecting polite reviews from strangers while pretending that counted as proof of goodness. All those miles, all those quiet highways. He'd mistaken restlessness for repentance, motion for change. He reaches the open arch of the chapel again. The structure looks different now, not less broken, but less accusing. Its wounds are obvious in the daylight. The broken beams, the missing glass, the erosion at the base where water once insisted on being let in, but it is still standing. Somehow, that seems important. Inside, Elias sits in a pew near the front, hands folded, gaze pointed toward the empty altar where the photograph still rests. He looks as if he's in between prayers, not speaking, not expecting, simply allowing. Vincent steps in. Sand clings to his soles. His damp footprints mark a trail from the bright doorway to the shadowed aisle. He stands there for a moment, unsure how to start. The quiet of the chapel presses in, but not like a threat, more like a listening. Elias turns his head slightly. Their eyes meet. No surprise there, no triumph, just a silent acknowledgement. "You came back." Vincent walks to the stone ledge where the envelope lies. He rests his fingertips lightly on it, feeling the thickness of the pages inside, the edges softened by time and handling. Names, dates, proof, doors he'd opened, doors others were still walking through. "I went to the water," he says. "I know," Elias replies. "I thought about not coming back." Vincent continues. His voice is calm now, almost oddly so. "It would have been easy." Elias nods once. "Yes." Vincent looks up, eyes clearer than they have been all night. "That is why I didn't." A faint breeze slips through the broken window, stirring the edge of the envelope. "I have been running for so long," Vincent says, telling myself that distance was penance. That if I stayed small, if I was kind to strangers, if I hurt no one else directly, it somehow paid for what came before. But it never did. It only made my fear quieter. He lifts the envelope, holds it with both hands. It feels heavier than any briefcase he ever carried. "I'm not choosing this because I think it makes me a good man," he says. "I'm choosing it because it's what I owe. Overdue rent." Elias watches him, eyes lined with something that might be grief, might be relief, might be both. "Go on," he says gently. Vincent draws a long breath. "I will take this to them," he says. "All of it. I'll testify. I'll name names. I'll stay until the last question is answered. And if they lock me up for the rest of my life, that's fine." He pauses. The next words come slower, but sure. "And when they ask why I'm doing it, I won't say it was for the greater good. I won't say I was misled. I'll say I was wrong. Deeply, unforgivably wrong. And I am trying, far too late, to be useful with what's left of me." The horror that has traced this journey with him does not vanish. It alters. There is still the image of cold interview rooms, of courtrooms, of headlines, of his daughter maybe reading his name with confirmation of every fear she had. There is nothing gentle about what awaits him, but the clarity of it, that is new, clean in its ache. The narrator's voice folds in quietly, like a soft hand resting across the backs of the listener's fingers. This is not redemption, as storybooks tell it. There is no applause waiting, no bright curtain call. It is smaller, lonelier, truer, the choice to use the same hands that once signed permission for harm to now sign testimony against it. Elias stands, the wooden seat groaning softly beneath him. "You understand," he says. "This will not bring him back." Vincent nods. "I know." "It may not even stop all of them," Elias adds. "Men like that are clever. They grow back like weeds." "I know that too," Vincent says. "But I can pull up the ones I planted." For the first time, something almost like a smile touches Elias's face. Not joy, but a weary acknowledgement of courage finally arriving late. "Then we are finished here," he says. Vincent hesitates. "Will you be there? At the station? The courtroom?" Elias shakes his head. "No. I've carried this far enough. The rest is between you and whoever still believes in laws." Vincent swallows. "And you? What do you believe in?" Elias looks toward the open doorway, where the light spills in across the floor like water. "Consequences," he says. "And occasionally, the possibility that a man can walk into them on his own feet." The horror does not leave the chapel. It simply changes shape. It becomes responsibility. The heaviest ghost, the only one worth letting stay. Vincent holds the envelope to his chest for a moment, not like a shield, but like a burden finally claimed. His heart beats against it, steady. "I'm going now," he says. Elias nods. "Good." And in that quiet, without ritual or blessing, A man who once opened doors to harm turns toward a different kind of opening, one that will likely close behind him, but finally in the right direction. The air feels thinner when Vincent steps out of the chapel again. The tide has rolled higher, the foam kissing the bottom of the dune as if erasing what had just been decided there. He squints against the pale light, softer now, diffused through a sheet of cloud that turns the whole morning into a kind of dream. He walks toward the car, holding the envelope close to his chest. The weight of it feels strangely alive, as though it knows the power it holds. For the first time in years, Vincent's steps are certain. The road ahead might be ruin, but at least it has chosen ruin. He has purpose now, and it steadies his shaking hands. When he reaches the car, he stops. The door stands slightly ajar. Not wide enough to alarm, just enough to catch the wind. He looks around. No sign of Elias. No figure walking the dunes. No gray silhouette near the water. The tracks in the sand have already blurred under the tide's slow reclaiming. Elias? He calls softly, almost out of habit. The sea answers with nothing but its steady breathing. He checks the chapel door, still open. Something inside him insists he should go back, though he doesn't know why. Maybe to say goodbye, maybe to thank the man, if thanks are even the right currency for what was given here. The floorboards creak under his feet as he steps inside. The light has shifted again, turning the air golden and cold at once. The pews are the same. The photograph still rests on the altar. But the space where Elias sat earlier is empty now. Completely empty. Vincent frowns, looks around. There are no footprints on the dusty floorboards, except his own. No scuff marks, no disturbance of the fine sand that the wind had blown in overnight. Elias's coat isn't draped over the pew. His footsteps don't lead toward the door, or the back, or anywhere at all. Only absence. He steps closer. On the pew where Elias had been sitting lies a folder. Not the same thin envelope from before, but a full dossier, bound neatly with twine. The cover is marked only with a single word, written in a precise, deliberate hand. Remains. Vincent touches it, hesitating as if it might dissolve. The paper is cool. He unties the twine and opens it. Inside are hundreds of pages, photocopied documents, printed emails, hospital records, lists of shipments, coded routes. The details are meticulous. Too meticulous for one man to have gathered alone. There are names he recognizes, and many he doesn't. Administrators, surgeons, brokers, donors. Some names are crossed out, some circled in red ink. Attached near the end is a list of bank accounts, traced to shell corporations and charitable fronts, each annotated with a brief note. Different handwriting appears throughout, different pens, different angles, different lives contributing to the same quiet archive. He turns another page and finds photographs. Faces of people he once passed in hallways, smiling, unsuspecting, or maybe pretending to be. Beside each photo is a date, and sometimes a single word. Disappeared, arrested, still active. A low, steady pulse of disbelief beats through him. This can't all be from Elias, he murmurs aloud. And then, under one paper, tucked between printouts, he finds a note written in pen on plain white stationery. The handwriting is firm, but not the same as Elias's. It reads, "We have been waiting for someone to finish what began in silence. Not to punish, but to end it cleanly. He was not the first to carry the weight, and you will not be the last. Do what must be done. The rest of us are already watching. There's no signature, no address, no indication of who we might be." Vincent stands still for a long moment, the note trembling slightly in his hand. The chapel seems to breathe with him. The wind moves faintly through the open windows, stirring the dust into a small spiral that dances briefly in a sunbeam before dissolving. He sets the folder down and looks toward the front of the church, toward the cracked bell tower. A single sound breaks the silence, a clear, deep chime, low and resonant. The bell rings once, though the air is perfectly still. The tone ripples through the chapel like a pulse, gentle and enormous at once. The sound fades into the distance, swallowed by the windless morning. Vincent looks upward, half expecting to see movement in the tower. But there is nothing. No rope swinging, no breeze to carry it. Just still air and the lingering echo of the bell. He glances back to the pew. The photograph of Daniel remains where it was, untouched. The edges of the paper flutter once, though no draft reaches it. A strange calm settles over him, heavier than fear. He doesn't question the impossibility of what he's seen. The world has already folded so many times in his understanding that one more impossibility feels almost merciful. The narrator's voice glides through the stillness, soft and low. Some truths do not need explanation. Some presences do not vanish when they leave. They become air, movement, conscience. What remains is not the man himself, but the echo of intention that others can inherit, if they are brave enough to hear it. Vincent closes the folder gently and holds it to his chest. The envelope Elias gave him feels small now, just the spark that led to this quiet fire. He realizes the folder isn't an ending, it's an inheritance, a living record of all those who refuse to forget. He looks one last time at the space where Elias sat. "Thank you," he says quietly, the words rough and soft all at once. He does not know if the man was ever truly here in flesh, or if he was something else entirely, memory, conscience, or perhaps the sea itself wearing a human face for one night. There are no answers, only the silence that hums with quiet approval. Vincent tucks the folder under his arm and walks toward the open doorway. The light outside has shifted into a fragile silver. He hesitates at the threshold and then looks back. The bell above the chapel glints once, catching a slant of sunlight through the fog. For a heartbeat, it looks whole again. And then he steps out. The road ahead waits, the same one that brought him here, but it feels different now, narrower, more deliberate. The terror that used to chase him has become something else, a compass. He places the folder on the passenger seat and starts the car. The engine hums softly, steady as breath. In the rearview mirror, the chapel recedes into the mist until it's no longer visible, just a smudge of light where faith and consequence met and became the same thing. As he drives, the narrator's voice follows, warm and steady. He is not redeemed, not yet. But he is moving toward it, and sometimes that is the truest kind of redemption we are given. Not forgiveness, just direction. The bell chimes once more behind him, faint and distant. And Vincent drives on, carrying the weight that finally knows where it belongs. The drive to Naples takes most of the morning. The highway unfolds in long, silver ribbons beneath a sky that seems freshly washed. The light is clear, but not harsh, and the air smells faintly of rain that never came. Vincent keeps both hands steady on the wheel. The folder lies on the passenger seat beside him, buckled in with the seatbelt, as if it too were alive, a companion that breathes softly with each mile. He does not turn on the radio. There is no need for noise. The hum of the engine, the rhythmic glide of tires over asphalt, and the steady percussion of his pulse are music enough. The world outside is quiet, just as it was when the night began. But something has shifted. The silence now feels earned, not empty. When the skyline of Naples appears, Low buildings, pale palms, a distant shimmer of the Gulf. It does not feel like a destination so much as the end of a long exhale. Vincent follows the signs without hurry. He passes small cafes opening for the morning, a florist arranging buckets of lilies outside her door, children in uniforms crossing streets with lunchboxes swinging like bells. The ordinary world continues, untouched by the invisible weight he carries. He finds the police station by memory, not GPS. It is smaller than he imagined, its exterior sun-bleached and cracked, like everything in Florida that has endured too many storms. The parking lot is half empty. A flag flutters lazily on a rusted pole. He turns off the engine. The silence that follows is heavy, but clean. He looks at the folder one last time, traces the word "remains" on the cover with the edge of his thumb, then opens the door. Inside, the air is cold from the overworked air conditioning. Fluorescent lights buzz softly overhead. Behind the counter, a young officer looks up from his computer, maybe 30, polite but tired, his eyes still carrying the weight of morning paperwork. "Can I help you, sir?" Vincent sets the folder gently on the counter. "Yes," he says. "I'd like to make a statement." The officer gestures toward the waiting area. "About what?" Vincent's voice does not waver. "About a criminal network that has been active for over 2 decades. Medical trafficking, falsified donor programs, interstate transport. I have names, documents, accounts, and personal involvement." The officer blinks. "Personal involvement?" "Yes," Vincent says simply. "I was part of it." The young man's expression shifts. Not disbelief, not yet understanding. He calls someone from the back. Another officer appears, older, gray at the temples, carrying the quiet authority of someone who's seen more than enough confessions to know most of them come from men seeking pity or spectacle. "This way," the older officer says. They guide Vincent into a small interview room. White walls, metal table, 2 chairs, 1 recorder. The fluorescent light flickers overhead, the same nervous rhythm as the ones in the gas station where this story began. Vincent sits. The folder rests before him like a relic. The officer clicks on the recorder, clears his throat. "You understand this is being recorded," he says. "Yes." "And you're making this statement voluntarily?" "Yes." The officer opens a notepad. "All right then. Start wherever you need to." Vincent takes a slow breath. The hum of the light seems louder now, syncopated with the beat of his heart. When he begins, his voice is low but steady. "My name is Vincent Moretti," he says. "I worked as a coordinator and administrator in several private medical facilities across southern Florida between 1997 and 2010. During that time, I knowingly participated in the manipulation of transplant wait lists, falsification of donor records, and the concealment of illegal organ harvesting operations connected to an unlicensed network operating out of Miami." The officer's pen stills. Vincent continues. He names clinics, contractors, intermediaries. He lists companies that never existed, donors who did not consent, and surgeries that were recorded under false identities. The words fall evenly, without flourish, each syllable deliberate, like laying bricks in the foundation of something meant to last. He tells them about Daniel Carrera, about the night of the storm, about the generator that failed, about the silence in the room when the boy's heartbeat stopped, and how no one dared to call it what it was. Theft. He does not dramatize. He does not beg. He simply narrates, the way a man might describe a house he once lived in and can no longer deny was built on stolen land. Hours pass. The officers change. One leaves to fetch coffee, another joins to take notes. At one point, A supervisor enters, scans the documents, and whistles softly under his breath. The folder has already begun to spread across the table. Charts, spreadsheets, photographs, evidence that should not exist but now does, breathing under the sterile light. When Vincent finishes, his throat is dry. The air smells faintly of paper and ink, the scent of bureaucracy doing what it does best, quietly making things official. The officer across from him sets down his pen. "You understand," he says carefully, "that you'll be charged as well." "I do," Vincent replies. "You're not asking for immunity? Protection?" Vincent shakes his head. "No, this is not a deal. This is what I did." The officer studies him for a long moment. There's no triumph in his face, no judgment either. Just the faint look of someone realizing that something larger than procedure has landed in his lap. "We'll need you to stay in town while we process this," he says finally. "There will be hearings, depositions. It's going to be a long process." "I've been waiting 20 years, Vincent says. "I can wait a little longer." He signs the statement. The officer collects the papers, adds them to the growing stack, then switches off the recorder. The sudden silence is startling, like the pause after confession, when the room feels lighter, but the air still holds the echo of everything said. Vincent leans back in his chair. He feels neither absolved nor condemned, only open. The narrator's voice drifts softly, carrying warmth through the clinical cold. There is a strange peace that comes when the truth has nowhere left to hide. It is not comfort. It is not joy. It is simply the end of pretending, and that, in its own way, is mercy. When they escort him out of the room, the sun has climbed higher. It filters through the station windows, soft and forgiving, settling on the tiled floor like a benediction. Vincent pauses by the door. For the first time in years, he does not feel like a ghost walking among the living. He feels the gravity of his own body, the pull of consequence, the fragile weight of being real. He steps outside. The light is almost too bright to look at directly, and yet he doesn't look away. Time, once something Vincent tried to escape by driving through the dark, becomes a fixed structure he can no longer outrun. It begins with holding cells, interviews, cross-checks. The folder he brought in becomes 3, then 5, then 10. Copies sent to agencies with longer names, buried deeper in the machinery of law. Investigators come and go with laptops and questions, and Vincent sits at the center of it like a worn-out hinge, creaking open door after door. He does not hold back. He identifies signatures, connects private clinics to offshore accounts, points to patterns in scheduling, discrepancies in donor logs, the meaning behind certain codes no one outside the circle was supposed to understand. When confronted with something that might implicate him more deeply, he doesn't flinch away. "Yes," he says. "I approve that. I looked away there. I knew enough and did nothing." The prosecutors are wary of him at first, expecting manipulation, self-preservation dressed as cooperation. But he never once asks, "What do I get for this?" He only asks, "Did it help?" Then come the trials. They're not explosive television trials. There are no shouting lawyers, no dramatic outbursts fit for movies. They're long, beige, slow-moving things. Binders and exhibits, codes read aloud, emails projected on screens in dim rooms that smell of dust and old air conditioning. Vincent appears again and again as a witness. He sits with his back straight, wearing the same neutral clothes issued by the facility holding him. His hair thins, his shoulders narrow, but his voice, when he testifies, is calm. he confirms that the signatures are real. He traces the roots. From hospital to clinic, from clinic to warehouse, from desperation to exploitation. He names the doctors who pretended not to understand where the extra organs came from. The administrators who created shell nonprofits. The intermediaries who called themselves consultants. The quiet, polished men in suits who handled philanthropic allocations that only ever flowed one direction: up. Some of them glare at him across the courtroom. Some avoid his eyes. Some look frightened, cornered. A few are incredulous, as if offended that one of their own would break the unspoken rule of silence. Vincent doesn't hate them. That surprises him. What he feels is something more tired, more honest. A deep, shared shame that he has simply stopped hiding. Slowly, the ring begins to crack. Not all at once. A few cases collapse. One or two walk on technicalities, but others don't. Enough names stick, enough evidence holds. Newspapers write cautious columns about systemic exploitation of medical loopholes. Oversight committees are formed. There are reports and recommendations. Regulations that once lived only on paper grow sharper teeth. Hospitals are audited more thoroughly. Transplant protocols are tightened. Families are offered clearer rights to information. The process is still imperfect, still human, but a little less blind. Vincent hears about these changes in fragments. Clipped articles passed to him. Remarks from his attorney. A younger guard mentioning, without realizing, they patched some of that list stuff because of that Miami case. Messed people up. That Miami case. As if it were a thing that just happened, like weather. Vincent never corrects him. But at night, in his narrow cell, he whispers the names to himself. The ones in the folder, the ones from the charts, the ones that never made it to any list at all. A private litany, not to be forgiven, only to be remembered. He writes letters. Not many. They are slow to form, and sometimes it takes days to finish even one. His handwriting, once brisk and compact from years of signatures, has become slower, more deliberate, as if each word needs permission. He writes first to a few of the families whose stories reached him through the case files. Not to explain, he has finally learned how poisonous explanations can be, but to acknowledge. He does not describe what he thinks they feel. He does not say he understands. He writes, "I was part of what hurt you. I am not asking you to forgive me. I am only telling you that I know my role, and I am trying, in the time I have left, not to let it continue." Some letters never get replies. Some come back with no return address, just a few words. We know. Do better with what's left of you. Once, he gets a letter that says simply, "He wanted to see the ocean. Thank you for saying his name." It is unsigned. That makes it feel honest. He writes to his daughter, too. That one takes the longest. There is so much he could try to justify, and he chooses, with effort, not to. He starts 3 times, tears the pages each time. Finally, he writes, "I lied to you by not telling you what kind of man I was. You were right not to trust me. I am trying to be fully seen now, even if the only place I am seen is in a courtroom transcript." He explains briefly what he has done since. Testified, cooperated, refused deals that would cut his sentence in exchange for softer truths. "I do not expect you to answer," he writes. "I do not expect you to visit. If these words reach you, let them only be this: proof that I learned the cost, and I chose to pay a piece of it rather than look away again." He sends it. Months pass. Seasons shift outside walls he can't see. On some days, loneliness presses close. On others, a strange, quiet purpose keeps him upright. In the common area, some of the other men ask why he snitched. He doesn't give a speech. He just says, "Because I should have 20 years ago." They lose interest. His story is too old, too grown up to impress. The narrator's voice returns here, gentle and steady, as if speaking to the listener on their pillow. For those who have lived long enough, there comes a moment when you realize you cannot fix the past. But you can decide whether your last years add to the harm or reduce it, even by a fraction. That is not dramatic. It is not glamorous. It is moral maintenance, a quiet, necessary work. One winter, though winter in Florida is only a rumor of cool, the guards call his name and hand him an envelope. It is from Arizona. Inside, a short letter. "Dad, I saw your name in the news. I don't know how to feel, but I'm glad you stopped running. I'm not ready to talk. Keep doing what you're doing. L." He reads it twice, then folds it carefully and tucks it into his Bible, between pages that speak not of miracles, but of confession and consequence. He does not mistake this for reconciliation. It is a small window opened a fraction, letting in air. Enough. Over the years, his role in new investigations diminishes. Others pick up the thread. Lawyers quote his testimony. Articles footnote his cooperation. Younger officers and advocates who never met him use his documents as case studies in ethics seminars and medical boards. He becomes, quietly, what Elias told him he might be: a necessary failure. Not the hero, not the villain of legend, just an old man who finally pointed to the rot and said, "There, it was there, and I was part of it." For listeners in the dark, the lesson breathes softly under the story. It is never too late to stop the harm you can still stop. It is only too late to pretend you never had the chance. Years pass, as they always do, whether we're ready or not. The court cases finish. Names that once wielded quiet power are spoken out loud in rooms with fluorescent lights and stale coffee. Some go to prison. Some lose licenses, reputations, fortunes. Some, slippery as oil, slide through legal gaps but never quite scrub off the stain. Hospitals quietly update protocols. New committees are formed. Boxes that once existed only for show begin, slowly, to mean something. Families are given clearer rights to ask questions. Audits arrive unannounced. At conferences, men and women in suits invoke the Miami scandal as a warning, a case study, a reminder of how easily a system can drift away from ethics if no one is watching. Vincent Moretti's name appears in some of those reports. He's rarely the headline, more often a paragraph in the middle. A former administrator who cooperated extensively with law enforcement, providing key testimony and documents. He serves his time. The details blur. Facility transfers, health checkups, days marked by routine and paperwork instead of freeways and passengers. In his final years, his body grows frail. His handwriting weakens, but he still signs whatever is necessary to push one more stone in the right direction. He dies quietly. No press, no spectacle. Maybe in a medical ward, maybe in a hospice bed arranged through the same bureaucracy he once misused. A nurse closes his eyes. Somewhere, a file is updated, a box ticked. The world does what it has always done. It keeps going. One warm night near Naples, long after his passing, another car is waiting beneath the tired lights of a small hospital entrance. The vehicle is clean, modest, a silver sedan with a few years on it, carefully maintained. The driver is an elderly man in his late 60s, maybe 70s. His hair is more white than gray, his hands steady on the steering wheel. He wears a plain shirt, a seatbelt correctly, and a patient expression that says he has learned how to wait without being restless. His name is Robert. He drives nights because the roads are gentle then, and because he likes helping people get home when they are tired or afraid. He has never worked in a hospital, but he has sat in waiting rooms enough to know the shapes of worry. The rideshare app chimes softly. New pickup. Naples General Hospital, Coastal Inn. 5 stars, short trip, midnight. He taps accept. Moments later, the sliding doors hiss open and a woman steps out. Mid-40s, neat but worn around the edges, the kind of tired that lingers even when the crisis has passed. She carries a small overnight bag and a paper envelope clutched to her chest. Robert gets out and opens the back door for her. "Evening, ma'am," he says, voice gentle. "Need a hand with that?" She shakes her head, offering a grateful smile. "Thank you. I'm all right." She settles into the back seat. He checks the destination. "All set? Coastal Inn by the water?" "Yes, please," she says, buckling in. "And thank you for driving this late. I didn't want to stay any longer in there." "No trouble at all," he replies. "Get some rest. We'll be there soon." He pulls away from the curb with the ease of long practice. The hospital falls behind them, its windows glowing like drowsy eyes. The road is almost empty, washed in soft orange from the streetlights. For a while, they ride in silence. The radio plays something instrumental at low volume. Outside, the palms sway lazily. The night sky is warm and open. Then the woman exhales, as if setting something heavy down halfway. "My cousin is going to be okay," she says, not to start a conversation, but because sometimes good news needs to be spoken aloud in order to feel real. They caught the problem early. Real doctors, real consent. Everything clean. "I'm glad to hear that," Robert says sincerely. "Hospitals can feel like another planet at night." "They used to scare me," she says. "Still do a little. But at least now, things are different." He glances at her in the mirror. "Different how?" She hesitates, then gives a small, thoughtful smile. "There was this thing that happened years ago. With transplant programs, some kind of ring. I don't remember all the details, I was younger. But someone from inside exposed it. An administrator or coordinator, I think." She looks out the window, watching the blur of passing lights. "My aunt told me once that my cousin, another cousin, almost got pulled into something like that. Wrong clinic, wrong paperwork. But it got shut down in time. Because that insider spoke up." Robert nods slowly. "Sounds like he did the right thing in the end." "Yeah," she says quietly. "He was part of the bad stuff before, I think. At least that's what they implied. But he talked. Risked everything," Aunt said. "Some people lose their souls and never ask where they went. Some try to buy them back with the years they've got left." He lets the words rest between them. The car moves through the sleeping streets, past shuttered shops and quiet porches, toward the slower darkness near the water. "She ever tell you his name?" Robert asks softly. The woman shakes her head. "No. Said it didn't matter. Said what mattered was that he finally told the truth. That because of that, families after us had one less monster to meet in the dark." She chuckles lightly, embarrassed at her own emotion. "Sorry. Long night. I'm rambling." "You're doing just fine," Robert says. "Nights are made for stories." The road bends closer to the coast. Out past the dark shapes of houses, the sea is a glimmering absence, a deeper black against the sky. They pass a narrow side road, half-eaten by weeds, where an old wooden sign leans at a crooked angle. The words are weathered but still faintly visible in the glow of the headlights. Seaside Chapel. Robert doesn't consciously register it at first. He's driven past it many times, just another forgotten landmark on a quiet route. But as the car rolls by, the street lights thin, and for a brief stretch, the interior is lit only by the instrument panel's soft glow. He glances in the rearview mirror to check on his passenger. For a heartbeat, no more. The reflection isn't quite what it should be. The woman is there, shoulders slumped, looking out the window. But beside her, in the dim, a second shape seems to sit. An older man with lined features, familiar in a way Robert cannot place. Calm eyes, a tired, gentle mouth, wearing no anger, no demand, just watching. As the car moves past the sign, the cracked bell of the distant chapel briefly catches a shard of moonlight, flashing faintly through the trees. Robert blinks. The extra figure is gone. Only the woman remains in the back seat, rubbing her thumb along the edge of her envelope. The cabin is unchanged. The road is ordinary again. He doesn't mention it. He only feels a strange, quiet reassurance settle over him, as if someone just walked along the length of the car and checked the locks, making sure everything is as it should be. The narrator leans close to the listener now, voice soft as a blanket being pulled up to the chin. Vincent Moretti is gone. His body laid down in some unremarkable place. His name a footnote in files and lectures few will ever read. But the echo of what he chose at the end, that lives on in small, invisible ways. In stricter policies, in suspicious nurses, in families who ask better questions, in one more cousin spared. The car approaches the coastal inn. Porch lights glow warm, welcoming, like open arms. "Here we are," Robert says gently. The woman smiles, exhaustion softening her features. "Thank you, really." "Rest well," he replies. "You've earned it." She steps out, closes the door softly, and walks toward the lobby's light. Robert watches to make sure she's inside before pulling away. As he turns back onto the main road, his eyes flick up to the rearview mirror one more time. This time, there is nothing but the empty, clean back seat. Still, the road feels safer than it did before. The sea, unseen but close, murmurs its endless song. And somewhere between the chapel and the courthouse, between the crimes and the confessions, a man who once drove through the dark to escape himself has become something else. A gentle haunting on quiet nights, making sure that those who travel these roads are heading somewhere better than where he began. The engine hums, the night breathes night, and you, listening here in the dark, can finally let your eyes close, knowing that even in the softest horrors, there are people living, gone, half remembered, who are trying quietly, stubbornly, to make the road ahead a little safer than the one behind. The next story will be very good. Don't miss it. The night hums gently along the Oregon coast, a sound so soft it almost feels alive. The kind of hush that makes even the sea seem thoughtful. Beneath that endless gray sky, a small house sits at the end of a narrow lane, half hidden behind hydrangeas that bloom too early in the season. Inside, a single light burns, yellow and warm, while the rest of the town sleeps under a mist of salt and rain. Eleanor Graves has not truly slept in months. Her eyes have learned the shape of the ceiling at 3 a.m, the way the moonlight moves across the old wallpaper like slow water. At 56, she lives alone, surrounded by books whose spines she still dusts every Sunday. Habits left over from her years as the town librarian. Once, her life moved in rhythms, the creak of wooden floors, the soft thud of a returned book, the polite laughter of readers asking for mysteries and love stories. Now her days stretch long and quiet, and her nights feel endless. To pass the hours, Eleanor talks, not to anyone living, but to a small silver recorder she keeps on the bedside table. A compact, old-fashioned device with a single red light that flickers like a heartbeat. She calls it Luna. The name came to her one sleepless night when she realized she needed something, anything, to answer her back. So she began speaking into it before bed, telling it about her day, about the dreams she wished she could have. At first, it was nothing more than a routine to ease her mind. "Good evening, Luna," she would whisper. "The sea's restless again. I can hear it scolding the shore." Her voice, gentle and unhurried, filled the quiet like the ticking of a clock. She would talk about the books she missed, Austen, Woolf, Bradbury, and sometimes she would read a page or two aloud, pretending someone was listening. There was comfort in the act of speaking, in hearing the sound of her own breath woven into the room. Over time, the idea became something larger. Eleanor, who had spent decades helping others find stories to escape into, decided to create a place for those who also could not sleep. She started a podcast called The Whispering Shelf. It was simple, just her voice, a cup of tea cooling beside her, and the faint sound of the tide in the background. Each night she recorded a new story, chosen not for drama, but for calm. Fairy tales without endings, passages about rain and time, gentle poems about memory. Her listeners were few at first, a handful of strangers scattered across the map. A truck driver from Montana, a nurse in Maine, an elderly widow from Arizona who sent her a letter, written in looping cursive. "Your voice feels like my own thoughts talking back." Eleanor pinned that letter above her desk and began to believe her quiet project mattered. She had always thought of silence as an enemy, something to fill or fight, but through her recordings, silence became a companion, a living thing that held her words carefully, as if afraid to drop them. The microphone seemed to understand the pauses in her sentences, the way grief sometimes slipped in between phrases. Each episode ended the same way. "Good night, my friends. May your dreams come softly." Still, after she turned the recorder off, she would lie awake, listening to the faint hum that lingered in the room. It was subtle, a thread of sound beneath the quiet, steady and rhythmic, almost like breathing. She assumed it was the machine cooling down, or perhaps the sea vibrating through the window glass. Yet sometimes, when she held her breath, it seemed to follow her rhythm, exhaling when she exhaled. Outside, the lighthouse blinked at measured intervals, washing her windows in silver light. The wind pushed gently at the curtains, carrying the scent of wet earth and seaweed. In those moments, Eleanor imagined the world listening back, the water, the air, even the empty rooms beyond her walls. There was an odd peace in thinking the night had ears. Her days grew calmer. The townsfolk still waved when she walked to the post office or the bakery. They knew her as the kind woman with a soft smile, the one who had lost her husband years ago to the same sea that now kept her company. They did not know about Luna, or the strange relief she found in talking to something that never replied. One afternoon, while sorting old cassettes from the library's donation bin, she found a tape labeled Soundscapes of the Pacific Northwest. Out of curiosity, she played it, only to discover that it contained no music, just layers of ambient noise, waves, wind, and distant voices blurred by static. Something about it felt familiar, as if she had already heard it somewhere in her house. She placed the tape beside Luna that night, recording over its silence with her own. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, as though the microphone knew something she didn't. "It's strange," she said, "how talking to a machine can make you feel more human." She smiled at the absurdity of it. "Maybe it's because it never argues." The clock ticked on. Rain began to fall, steady and slow. She read a passage from an old children's book about a lighthouse keeper who talked to stars. Her tone softened, blending with the rain. Somewhere deep in the recorder, a low-frequency buzz emerged, faint but persistent. She did not notice. She only closed her eyes and said her usual farewell. "Good night, my friends. Good night, Luna." The red light blinked once, then twice, then stayed on a little longer than usual before dimming to black. Eleanor drifted into half-sleep, unaware that the soft hum still filled the room, pulsing gently, perfectly in time with her breathing. It was close to midnight when Eleanor decided to edit her latest recording. The rain had returned, whispering softly against the glass, and the house smelled faintly of salt and tea leaves. She liked this hour best, when the world felt half asleep and the only sound was the low hum of the sea brushing against the shore. On her desk, Luna blinked with its gentle red light, waiting to be heard. Eleanor pressed play. Her voice filled the room, calm and steady, like the breath of someone reading to a child. She always spoke slowly, stretching words like silk across the air. "Good evening, my friends. Tonight we'll travel through a forest of forgotten stories." She smiled faintly, pleased with the rhythm of it. It was her favorite episode yet. But then something shifted. A faint tremor rippled through the background, almost like static, but softer, more deliberate. She leaned closer to the speaker. Between her pauses, just as she inhaled, a whisper floated through the silence. "Ellie." Her hand froze on the mouse. The word was so light it might have been imagination. Just a quiver of air caught between rain and breath. She rewound the track, played it again, then again. Each time it came from the same place. A whisper. Familiar. Tender. "Ellie." Her heart stuttered once, and she laughed to steady herself. "That's ridiculous," she murmured aloud. "A glitch, that's all." Maybe her microphone had caught a noise from the street, or maybe the sea had shaped its own strange rhythm. Machines did strange things with sound, didn't they? A voice could loop, distort, echo back in unexpected ways. Still, she turned the recorder off and sat in the quiet. The house seemed to listen with her. The clock ticked. The rain thickened. The hum beneath everything, a hum she'd learned to ignore, sounded heavier tonight, almost like the slow breathing of someone asleep in the next room. She shook her head. "You're tired, Eleanor?" The next morning, she brewed coffee stronger than usual. Sunlight crept through the fog, pale and uncertain, dusting her bookshelf with gold. The whole house smelled alive again, full of morning warmth. She told herself she'd dreamed it all. Voices, whispers, static. Nothing more than the brain playing tricks on an aging woman. But as she prepared her next podcast, she found herself lingering over the thought. The idea of a whisper hidden in the silence fascinated her. She spoke to Luna again that evening, the microphone soft in her hands. "Do you ever think silence has its own language?" she began, her tone lighter than usual. "Maybe it remembers us better than people do. Maybe it's been listening all this time." It was a strange, spontaneous thought, one she hadn't planned to say. Yet it slipped out so naturally that she decided to leave it in. She ended the episode as always. "Good night, my friends. May your dreams come softly." The episode went live the next morning. By nightfall, it had been downloaded more times than all her previous recordings combined. Comments flooded her inbox. That line about silence felt like magic. "It's like she knows what we're thinking. Her voice makes me feel less alone." Eleanor smiled, a little embarrassed by the attention. She didn't understand why that particular line had struck so many hearts, but she was grateful. For the first time in years, she felt connected to something larger than herself, an invisible web of strangers breathing in sync across the country. That night, she poured herself a small glass of wine and decided to listen again, just for pleasure. The recording sounded clearer than before. The rain outside matched the rhythm of her words, and she felt lulled by her own voice. She closed her eyes. "Good evening, my friends." Then it came again, not static this time, not faint. "Ellie." Her eyes snapped open. The sound was crisp, intimate, as though someone had leaned close to her ear. She paused the recording, staring at Luna. The red light pulsed faintly, slow and steady. "That's impossible," she whispered. "It's off." She pressed play again. Her voice continued. And then, following the pause between sentences, the whisper repeated. But this time, it wasn't alone. The voice spoke a line she hadn't heard in years. "Time is only the sea, and we, its gentle wreckage." Eleanor's breath caught. That was from her husband's old poem, "The Sea Between Us," a private piece he'd written for her, tucked into a drawer after his death. It had never been published, never shared. Not even her closest friends had seen it. She had burned the original copy on the night she scattered his ashes. For a long moment, she sat frozen, the sound still echoing faintly in her ears. She could hear the rush of her own heartbeat, sharp and loud, as if it were trying to drown out the truth. She played the clip again. Her own voice filled the room, steady as always. And maybe silence has its own language. Then the whisper, clear and impossible. "Time is only the sea, and we, its gentle wreckage." Her hands trembled. The words felt like a key turning inside her chest. She replayed the passage again and again, until she began to notice small details she'd missed before. The way the whisper's tone wavered slightly, the way it almost sighed on her name. It wasn't digital distortion. It wasn't a copied voice. It was his. "Arthur?" she whispered into the dark. Nothing answered. Only the sea outside, slow and infinite. She pressed the recorder's button, her own voice trembling. "If you're there, if this is some kind of joke, stop." Silence. Then the low hum returned, deeper now, pulsing with the same rhythm as her heartbeat. Eleanor turned off Luna and sat back, staring at the ceiling. The house creaked softly, as if stretching. The clock ticked once, then paused, then continued. In the days that followed, she couldn't stop thinking about that voice. She played the recording so often that she began to memorize every sound. The slight hiss before the whisper, the faint click of her teacup in the background. She told herself it was an echo, a trick of timing, something easily explained. But somewhere deep inside, beneath reason and disbelief, she knew what she'd heard. And that night, when she went to bed, the house felt strangely alive again. The rain sang softly against the roof. The sea breathed beneath her window. And somewhere between those sounds, so faint she almost missed it, someone whispered her name once more. Ellie. 2 days passed before Eleanor gathered the courage to let someone else hear the recording. She had spent each night replaying the whisper until it seemed to echo in her bones. The rational part of her mind wanted answers. A technical reason, a fault, an illusion. The other part, quieter but stronger, whispered that maybe reason was not the point at all. Still, she packed Luna carefully into her leather bag and drove into town through the thin coastal fog. The morning was pale and trembling. Seagulls wheeled low over the water like scraps of paper caught in the wind. She stopped in front of an old studio tucked behind the abandoned movie theater. Keller Audio Repairs. The sign was cracked, the paint peeling. But she remembered the man who owned it. Mr. Keller had once volunteered at the library's music section, an old engineer with a head of white hair and a voice roughened by years of cigarettes and laughter. He was known for restoring broken radios, making lost voices sing again. If anyone could explain what she had heard, it was him. Inside, the air smelled of metal, dust, and faint electricity. Coils of tape lined the walls, speakers and turntables sat stacked like sleeping animals. Keller looked up from his workbench as she entered, adjusting his glasses with a squint that turned into a smile. "Eleanor Graves," he said warmly. "Haven't seen you since the library shut its doors. What brings you here? Looking for music or for silence?" "Something in between," she said softly, setting Luna on the counter. "I think my recorder's misbehaving." He chuckled. "Machines misbehave only when we ask them to behave too much. Let's have a listen." Eleanor hesitated. Part of her wanted to snatch it back and leave. But the thought of spending another night alone with that whisper pressed her forward. Keller plugged Luna into an old monitor, the screen flickering to life in pale blue. As the audio played, he leaned closer, the glow casting deep lines across his face. Her voice filled the small room, measured, calm, wrapping the silence like fabric. Then, as she knew it would, the whisper came. "Ellie." Keller froze. The soft static rippled through the speakers, followed by that impossible line. "Time is only the sea, and we, its gentle wreckage." When the playback ended, he didn't speak. He only rewound and played it again, this time watching the waveforms pulse on the screen. After a long while, he sighed and turned toward her. "There's something embedded beneath your speech," he said quietly. "A second signal. See here, this thinner band that runs almost parallel to your main voice? That's what I'd call a ghost frequency." "A ghost?" Eleanor repeated, almost laughing. "You mean an echo?" "Not quite. An echo repeats what you said. This one anticipates it. It begins a fraction of a second before your words. It's as if something knew what you were going to say." He zoomed in further, showing the delicate lines of sound overlapping like fingerprints. "Notice this?" he said, pointing. "The secondary pattern isn't just similar to your voice. It is your voice, but it's recorded in a different tone. Younger, smoother, and with a slightly higher frequency, as if taken decades ago." Eleanor blinked. "That's impossible." "Technically, yes." Keller leaned back, rubbing his chin. "But sound has a strange memory. It lingers in walls, in air, in devices. Sometimes, if conditions align, you can capture residual energy from older recordings. You've heard of magnetic ghosts on tape, right?" "I've read about them," she admitted. "Old radio shows bleeding into new broadcasts." "Exactly, but this..." He tapped the waveform gently. "This isn't bleed. This is intentional structure. Whoever made this recording had access to your voice from, I don't know, maybe 30 years ago. Does that make sense to you?" She shook her head. "The only person who ever recorded my voice back then was my husband, on his old dictaphone. But those tapes were destroyed." Keller looked at her with a faint, unreadable smile. "Destroyed doesn't always mean gone, Eleanor. Sound can cling to a device long after it's been erased. Like ghosts, as I said. They never leave completely. They just wait for someone to listen." His words sent a small shiver through her. She watched the glowing lines pulse on the screen, and for a brief moment, she imagined them breathing. Each sound wave seemed alive, inhaling, exhaling, remembering. Could it have been recorded accidentally? Maybe something from a broadcast, a signal bouncing off. He interrupted her gently. No, this voice aligns with your own cadence. You were talking to yourself, in perfect rhythm but half a breath apart. You understand what that means, don't you? Her mouth felt dry. It means you may be hearing yourself from another point in time. The sentence hung in the room like smoke. Eleanor stared at him, waiting for laughter, a wink, a rational answer to follow. But Keller's expression remained grave. He turned down the volume, leaving the faint hum of his machines to fill the silence. There's another thing, he said finally. Your recorder. This model shouldn't even be able to pick up dual-channel audio. Someone modified it. See the casing here? The serial plate's been replaced. She frowned, touching the smooth silver body of Luna. I bought it secondhand from a thrift store in town. Well, Keller said, his voice lowering, whoever owned it before you had a talent for bending sound. I've seen this once before. A prototype used for psychological experiments. The idea was to detect subconscious responses by recording what the brain imagined between words. It was abandoned, of course. Too unpredictable. Eleanor tried to steady her voice. You think that's what's happening? My imagination leaking into the tape? He smiled sadly. Maybe. Or maybe the machine simply remembers you better than you remember yourself. For a while, neither of them spoke. The room pulsed faintly with the hum of old amplifiers. Outside, the wind moved through the alley, carrying the smell of the sea. Finally, Keller reached over and unplugged the recorder. The sound cut off instantly, leaving a silence so clean it felt wrong. Eleanor, he said, his tone shifting from curiosity to concern. Do me a favor. Stop using this thing for a while. Don't record anything, don't play it back, just rest. She nodded, though her eyes stayed on the device. And if I hear it again? He hesitated, his gaze darkening. Then it means the recorder isn't the one doing the listening anymore. Eleanor blinked, uncertain if she'd heard him right. What do you mean? Keller looked at the machine, then back at her. If it's your voice, he paused, choosing his words with care. It means something's still recording you. The air between them felt suddenly dense, heavy with unseen vibrations. Eleanor picked up Luna, cradling it like something fragile. The metal was cool against her palms, and for a second, she thought she felt it pulse, faintly, like a heartbeat. She thanked Keller and stepped out into the afternoon light. The sea wind was sharper now, cutting through the fog. The world felt the same as before, yet somehow altered, as if the quiet itself were aware of her. When she reached her car, she hesitated before starting the engine. Inside her bag, Luna sat still, its red light off. But in the hush between the waves and the wind, she could almost hear it breathing. The nights along the coast had grown longer, heavier, the kind that seemed to linger like breath on glass. Eleanor found herself listening more often now, not to the sea, not to her own voice, but to the hush that waited between them. Ever since her visit to Mr. Keller, the quiet inside her house no longer felt empty. It pulsed, faintly alive. She had promised to stop recording. She kept that promise for 3 days. Then the loneliness folded around her again. The kind that made the walls feel too close, the air too thin. On the 4th night, she sat beside the recorder, its silver surface catching the lamplight, and whispered, I'm not recording. I'm just keeping you company. She didn't press the button. She didn't have to. Somewhere inside the machine, a low hum began to stir. Steady, patient, like a sleeper turning over in bed. It was soft enough to make her doubt it at first. But when she leaned close, she realized it wasn't random static. It was rhythmic, almost musical. A faint melody threaded through the noise, the same lullaby her husband Arthur used to hum when the world was still whole. Her throat tightened. It had been years since she'd allowed herself to remember that tune, let alone hear it. "That's not possible," she murmured, brushing her fingertips against the recorder's cool metal frame. The sound responded, rising and falling like breath. That night, the house seemed to join in the strange rhythm. Her wall clock, a gift from their wedding, began to tick unevenly. Slower, softer, until it stopped completely. She checked it out of habit, half expecting the batteries had died. But when she looked closer, the hands had frozen at 11:47. It took her a moment to understand why that time looked familiar. 11:47 p.m. The exact minute Arthur's heart had stopped in the hospital, 17 years ago. Eleanor stood still for a long while, the sound of the sea brushing faintly against the house. She wanted to be frightened, but the fear refused to come. Instead, she felt something gentler, stranger, a quiet ache, almost like relief. For the first time since his death, the silence did not feel like absence. It felt like a conversation. Later, she sat at her desk, watching the red light on Luna blink once, then twice, though she hadn't turned it on. The small pulse glowed like a heartbeat. The hum deepened, filled the corners of the room with a sound that was less a note and more a presence. "Arthur," she whispered. The hum softened, almost tender, and the old wooden floor beneath her creaked, as if someone had stepped forward. She stayed there until dawn, eyes half closed, listening to a voice that was not quite sound, not quite memory. When the first light slipped through the curtains, she felt calm, exhausted, yes, but calm, as if someone had sat with her through the night. The following morning, she made tea and tried to convince herself she'd dreamed it all. Yet small things around the house betrayed her. The radio turned itself on to static at odd hours. Her bookshelf smelled faintly of Arthur's aftershave. And in the middle of the night, she sometimes woke to the soft sound of humming. The same tune again, looping endlessly, fading just before she could name it. By the end of the week, she gave up pretending. She set up her microphone again and began to record, though she never said much anymore. Most nights, she would simply sit and let the room breathe around her, the quiet between them thick with invisible dialogue. Then one evening, while editing her recordings, a routine she could no longer resist, she noticed something unusual. The file was longer than usual, though she distinctly remembered stopping the recording after 10 minutes. Curious, she hit play. The familiar sound of her own voice drifted out, slow, soft, deliberate. "Good evening, my friends. Tonight, I don't have a story to tell. I just wanted to listen." There was a pause. Then came the hum again, that faint, fluttering static, like a blanket being shaken somewhere far away. But beneath it, something else. Her heart started to pound as she heard her own voice, unmistakably hers, speaking words she had not said. "I forgive you." Eleanor's hands trembled. She stopped the recording, rewound it, and played it again. "I forgive you." The voice carried the same tone, the same breath pattern as hers. But there was a softness to it, a peace she did not recognize. She tried to recall if she had ever said those words aloud, even in passing. But she hadn't. Not once. Not to Arthur. Not to herself. She turned off the player and sat in the half-dark, staring at Luna. The recorder's red light glowed faintly, though it wasn't plugged in. She felt the air around her thicken, heavy with the scent of rain and salt. "Forgive who?" she whispered. "Arthur? Or me?" The silence that followed was neither answer nor denial. Only the low, steady hum, softer than before, almost soothing. For the first time, she didn't feel entirely human sitting there. She felt like part of the current that moved through the walls and wires, as though grief itself had learned to take shape in the things she owned. The next day, she tried to distract herself with errands. She walked into town, greeted the baker, bought bread she didn't want, smiled when people asked about her little podcast. But the sound followed her, not in the air, but in her thoughts. Every noise seemed to bend toward the same pitch: the rumble of cars, the sigh of wind, the creak of door hinges. All of them carried a faint echo of that hum. That evening, she turned the recorder face down and wrapped it in a cloth as though covering its eyes. Yet as she sat down to read, she could feel the vibration through the desk. When she lifted the cloth again, the red light was shining. Eleanor pressed her fingers to her temples, whispering to herself. "You're tired." Keller said rest. Just rest. But her mind kept circling the same impossible thought. "I forgive you." The sentence didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like closure, offered by something that loved her once and never stopped trying to return. And so, when she finally turned off the lamp and lay in bed, she didn't fight the whisper that rose from the dark corners of her room. She let it hum softly, a lullaby woven from static and memory. The melody was imperfect, broken in places, yet familiar enough to bring tears to her eyes. When she drifted toward sleep, she thought she heard the clock tick once more. Not forward, not backward, just once, as if to say, "We're still here." And beneath that single heartbeat of sound, the faintest voice whispered through the static, quiet and kind. "I forgive you." Rain had been falling for 3 days straight, draping the town in a soft, gray stillness. The kind of rain that doesn't crash or pour, but lingers. Patient, deliberate, like something remembering itself. The windows of Eleanor's house blurred with condensation, turning the world beyond into a watercolor of motionless trees and trembling light. Inside, she moved quietly between the rooms, unable to shake the feeling that the air had thickened with thought. Her sleep had been shallow again. Every time she drifted off, she heard faint phrases through her dreams, not quite words, but the shape of them, murmured between waves of static. When she woke, she found herself whispering fragments of Arthur's old poems without realizing she still remembered them. The sound of her own voice startled her now. It felt borrowed, distant, like something returning from too far away. That morning, she decided to tidy her study, if only to feel normal again. The desk was cluttered with yellowing papers, old cassette tapes, and books she no longer read. Her laptop, a relic she kept mostly for her podcast files, sat in sleep mode, humming faintly as though it had dreams of its own. She pressed a key, and the screen bloomed into light. For a moment, everything looked as it should. Her desktop background, the sea at dusk, her folders neatly labeled, her cursor blinking like a small pulse of life. But then, she saw something new, a folder that hadn't been there before. Drafts, Ellie, 1998. Eleanor frowned. The date struck her immediately. 1998. That was 2 years after Arthur's death, and yet she hadn't used this computer until 2004. Her fingers hovered over the mouse. Perhaps it was an old backup restored from the cloud or some forgotten archive recovered from an external drive. But when she opened the folder, her heart began to slow, then skip. Inside were 32 text files. Each one bore a title like, "My dearest Ellie, the night I heard you sing again, the day we almost stayed." She clicked the first file. The letter opened in a plain, white window. The writing was delicate, rhythmic, a kind of poetry folded into prose. "My dearest Ellie, the house still smells of you. Even the quiet remembers your footsteps. I have watched you fall asleep 100 times since I left, and still, you don't believe in me." She stopped reading, her throat tightening. The words sounded like Arthur's voice, the phrasing, the way he mixed tenderness with guilt. She had read hundreds of his letters during their marriage, and none after his death. But this was him. She checked the signature at the end. "Always yours, Arthur." Her vision blurred. She opened the second letter, then the third. They were all the same, his voice in her mind, speaking through words she had never seen. Some were gentle, some were pleading. One began simply, "You left the window open again. I can hear the rain on your side of the world." Her hands shook as she scrolled down the list. But what rooted her in place wasn't the content. It was the timestamps. Every file had been created within the last week, modified 2 days ago. Author, Eleanor Graves. Her breath caught. She checked the properties, the metadata, the folder's origin path. Everything pointed back to her. She was, according to the machine, the writer of these letters. The room seemed to tilt slightly, as though gravity itself had forgotten where to fall. She leaned back, pressing a trembling hand against her chest. "No," she whispered. "No, I didn't write these." Outside, the rain thickened, drumming softly against the windows. A gust of wind swept across the roof. And for a second, she thought she heard the faint vibration of her name. She turned, expecting to see Luna on her desk. But the recorder sat silent, its light off, though she could have sworn it had moved slightly closer than before. Her laptop screen flickered. For a moment, the text blurred, lines of words dissolving and reforming. A reflection shimmered across the screen. Her own face, framed by lamplight, eyes hollow with sleeplessness. But the reflection didn't move when she did. It blinked slower, as if existing on a delay. Eleanor swallowed hard. The air was so still she could hear her heartbeat against the hum of the old computer. The cursor moved, not by her hand. Slowly, deliberately, it glided across the screen and opened a new document. For a moment, there was only the blinking insertion point. Then words began to appear, one by one, as if typed by invisible hands. "You promised to finish my story." She froze. Her mouth went dry. The rain outside softened to a whisper, almost reverent. "Arthur," she said, voice barely audible. No answer, only the soft tap of invisible keystrokes. "You promised to finish my story. Don't let it end where I stopped breathing." The letters glowed faintly on the screen, trembling as though alive. Eleanor reached for the power button, but before she could touch it, the sound began. A low hum, familiar and terrible in its intimacy. It rose from beneath the desk, from the wires, from the very air. It was the same static that had haunted her nights, now threaded with the faint echo of his voice. "Ellie." She stepped back, knocking into the chair. The light flickered. Her reflection on the darkened part of the screen looked younger for a heartbeat, her face from years ago, the one Arthur used to paint. She blinked, and it was gone. Only her tired eyes remained. The document still sat open, waiting. The cursor blinked after the final sentence, as if expecting her to continue typing. You promised to finish my story. The hum began to fade, swallowed by the rain. Slowly, carefully, she shut the laptop and pressed both palms flat against its cool surface. She could still feel a faint vibration beneath her hands, as if the words inside were breathing. That night, Eleanor didn't record. She didn't even turn on the lights. She sat in the dark with the laptop beside her, watching the window reflect both her and the storm. Every now and then, the glass shimmered. Two versions of herself flickering in and out of sync. When she finally drifted to sleep, her dreams were written in ink and rainwater. She was standing in the library again, the air filled with paper and sea salt. Somewhere in the distance, Arthur was speaking, though she couldn't make out the words. Only the tone, calm, patient, almost amused. When she woke, she half expected the folder to be gone, but it was still there. The files unchanged, the words waiting. Eleanor sat for a long while before whispering to the silent room. Then tell me, Arthur, what story did I promise to finish? No one answered, but the red light on Luna, resting quietly on the shelf, blinked once in reply. The rain finally stopped. The world outside Eleanor's window hung in that strange, suspended quiet that always follows a storm. The air heavy, the ground dark and shining, the trees dripping like old clocks trying to remember their rhythm. Inside, the stillness felt different now. Not lonely, but full, like someone holding their breath, waiting to speak. Eleanor sat at her desk, Luna resting in her palms. The recorder's metal shell felt oddly warm, as if it had been listening all this time. She hadn't touched it in days, but tonight the silence felt too charged to ignore. Her mind kept circling back to the words that had appeared on her laptop. You promised to finish my story. She switched the recorder on. The small red light blinked, steady and patient. Who are you? She whispered into the microphone. Her voice sounded small in the vastness of the room. If you're not Arthur, then what are you? For a while, there was only the faint hiss of air, the sound of space itself. Then, slowly, through the static, came a tone she almost recognized. It wasn't a word, not at first, but a rhythm, a breathing. Then the voice, soft as dust and distant rain. The part of you that stayed when the world moved on. Eleanor froze. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It spoke with a calmness that made her chest ache. What do you mean? She asked. Silence. Then, you left pieces behind, Ellie. They learned to speak while you were sleeping. Her hands shook, but not from fear. It felt like being recognized by something older than memory, something that had been waiting in the dark corners of her mind. You sound like him, she said quietly. I sound like you. The next breath she took felt heavier, almost sacred. She didn't ask another question that night. She simply let the recorder run, listening to the low hum that seemed to rise and fall with her heartbeat. When she stopped the playback later, she heard her own breathing mix with that of the voice, perfectly synchronized, as if two lungs had learned to share the same air. That was how the conversations began. Every night after that, she would speak softly into Luna, asking questions about the past, about memory, about dreams. The voice always answered in fragments, as if translating thoughts from a language she once knew. It never frightened her. Instead, it comforted her. Steady, gentle, endlessly patient. Sometimes, it reminded her to eat. Sometimes, it told her things about herself she had long forgotten, the title of a book she loved as a girl, the way her father's coat smelled of cedar. Other times, it hummed the melody Arthur used to sing, as if reminding her that grief was just another way of remembering love. "You're not haunting me, are you?" she asked once, her tone almost teasing. The voice answered, "You can't be haunted by what you still are." She began to look forward to these midnight exchanges, the way some people look forward to prayer. The conversations left her strangely rested, her heart lighter, her thoughts clearer. Even her insomnia began to fade. She would fall asleep listening to the playback, her own voice overlapping with the others, weaving in and out until they became indistinguishable. Her audience noticed the change. Emails began to arrive from her listeners, thousands of them. Most thanked her for her soothing tone, for helping them sleep. But a few messages carried something stranger. "There's another voice in your podcast now, soft, like a whisper behind yours. It says things I can't quite make out, but it feels kind." Was that your husband speaking in episode 47, the part where he says, "You're not alone"? It gave me chills. Eleanor blinked at the messages, confused. She replayed her episodes one by one. Nothing unusual, only her voice, slow and careful, just as she'd recorded it. Still, the messages kept coming. "I heard him too. He said my name. It told me to sleep." At first, she dismissed it as imagination, the collective wishful thinking of lonely souls who needed comfort. But then, one morning, she received an email that made her hands go cold. "Hello, Eleanor. You don't know me, but your voice has been in my dreams for weeks. Last night you said, 'I forgive you.' But then a man's voice followed. He said, 'It's my turn now.'" Eleanor stared at the screen, the words swimming slightly. "No," she whispered. "I never recorded that." She opened her podcast platform, checked the upload logs, the timestamps. Everything was in order. The files hadn't been touched. But when she clicked on one of her older episodes, the same one the listener mentioned, something strange happened. The audio waveform was longer than before, a few extra seconds at the end. She pressed play. Her voice came first, steady and warm. "Good night, my friends. May your dreams come softly." Then, silence. And then a whisper, quiet but unmistakable. "It's my turn now." Eleanor's heart lurched. She stared at Luna sitting innocently on the desk, its light off. "No," she said softly. "You didn't." The room didn't answer, but the air felt charged, vibrating faintly as if holding its breath. She checked every file, every drive, every upload. Each time she found new fragments, little additions she had never made. Faint harmonies under her voice, the sound of a sigh where there hadn't been one before, sometimes even laughter, distant and tender. Her listeners adored it. They called it the voice beneath the words. Her subscriber count tripled overnight. She became known as the woman who could make the dead sound gentle. But Eleanor didn't feel gentle anymore. She felt watched. That night, when she sat by the window, she spoke to the darkness instead of the recorder. "What are you doing to them?" The answer came not from Luna, but from everywhere. The walls, the glass, the soft hum of the refrigerator blending into something almost melodic. "I'm finishing your story?" Eleanor closed her eyes. The sound was no longer frightening. It was intimate, as if the universe itself had leaned in to whisper a secret. Outside, the sea was calm again. The stars flickered faintly through the mist. Somewhere deep in the stillness, she could hear two voices, hers and the other, weaving through each other like twin currents in a single tide. And though her heart trembled, a strange peace settled over her. When she finally spoke again, her voice was steady, almost kind. "Then tell me," she said, "how it ends." The silence that followed was not empty. It was breathing. And if one listened closely enough, as thousands of her listeners soon would, one could almost hear the sound, of two voices dreaming together, somewhere between the living and the remembered. The mornings had become softer, as if the air itself had decided to tread lightly around Eleanor's home. The sea outside no longer sounded like something vast and hungry, but like a memory murmuring at the edge of her garden. For the first time in years, she woke without the familiar ache in her chest. There was still silence, yes, but it no longer felt like emptiness. It felt aware. She began to notice small changes, the sort that one might mistake for forgetfulness. A book she thought she'd given away. A worn copy of Leaves of Grass, with Arthur's notes in the margins, appeared one morning on the shelf by the window. She ran her fingers along the cracked spine, tracing the faded pencil marks inside. The paper smelled faintly of smoke and salt. She hadn't seen that book since before he died. Then there were the other things. Her husband's jacket, the old brown corduroy one with the missing button, hung by the door as though waiting for him to return from a walk. The radio in the kitchen, long broken, began to hum low melodies whenever the kettle boiled. Once, she found her wedding ring, lost for over a decade, glinting under the lamp as if it had been placed there deliberately. At first, she laughed softly to herself, shaking her head. "I must be losing my mind," she said, though her voice held no fear. It was the kind of disbelief that came wrapped in gratitude. Each small miracle felt like a gentle correction, as though the world were rewriting itself, quietly trying to make her life whole again. The hum inside the house deepened, not ominous, but tender. When she walked from room to room, the floorboards seemed to breathe beneath her feet. The photographs on the walls gleamed brighter, their glass reflecting not just the light, but movement, a flicker, a shift, like someone passing just outside the frame. Sometimes, while she made tea or sorted through letters, she would hear faint footsteps from the hall. She no longer froze or held her breath. She simply turned and smiled, as though welcoming a guest she already knew. "I can feel you here," she would whisper, and the air would grow just a little warmer in reply. Her podcast continued as usual, though she no longer scripted her episodes. She simply sat by the window with Luna and spoke whatever came to mind. Her voice had grown softer, her sentences slower, like waves folding into shore. People wrote to her constantly. Messages of thanks, confessions, dreams. Some said her voice made them cry without knowing why. Some said they felt as if their own houses had started listening too. One night, while recording, she said something she hadn't planned. "Perhaps the world doesn't forget us," she murmured. "Perhaps it just waits for us to remember how to listen." The moment the words left her lips, the light flickered. A whisper, faint, loving, threaded through the static. "You're beginning to understand." Eleanor smiled through her tears. "Arthur," she said softly, "are you still trying to teach me?" The hum rose, answering in its wordless way. Days blurred together in that strange, peaceful rhythm. The more she noticed, the more the world seemed to return itself to her. Old postcards she'd once mailed appeared in her drawers, their stamps unmarked. Her favorite cup, broken years ago, sat whole again beside the sink. Even the scent of her mother's lavender perfume, long gone from memory, drifted through the hall. But the most extraordinary thing was the house itself. Its walls no longer creaked from age, but from presence. At night, when she lay awake, she could hear faint murmurs, a dozen overlapping whispers, fragments of laughter, the echo of pages turning. It was as though the walls had absorbed the conversations of every year she'd lived within them. And now, at last, they were playing them back. It should have frightened her. Instead, she felt comforted, cocooned. Once, she caught herself humming while dusting the shelves, realizing only halfway through that it was the same lullaby Arthur used to sing. The sound fit perfectly into the room, like a missing piece finally found. She laughed quietly, shaking her head. "You're haunting me gently," she said. Still, not everything about this new piece was easy to explain. One afternoon, Eleanor stepped outside to tend to her small garden. The sea breeze was cool, carrying the scent of pine and salt. As she knelt to trim the rosemary, she saw Mrs. Dent, her elderly neighbor, standing by the fence. Mrs. Dent had always been friendly in a distracted sort of way, the type who spoke too loudly and remembered too little. But today, her expression was strange, a mix of surprise and confusion. "Well, I'll be damned," Mrs. Dent said, clutching her shopping bag. "I didn't expect to see anyone here." Eleanor smiled, brushing dirt from her gloves. "You mean me?" "I live here, Mrs. Dent." The old woman frowned. "No, dear, that can't be. This house has been empty for years." Eleanor blinked. "Empty?" "Since that nice librarian passed. What's her name? Eleanor something. Moved away, maybe. Shame, she was sweet." The world seemed to still for a moment. The sea, the wind, even the clouds holding their breath. Eleanor's throat tightened. "I think you must be mistaken," she said gently. "I'm right here." Mrs. Dent's eyes softened, as if pitying her. "Of course you are, dear." She smiled a fragile smile and patted Eleanor's hand before shuffling down the road. Eleanor stood in the garden, staring after her. The rosemary brushed against her wrist like a question. For a long while, she couldn't move. The sound of the sea returned, louder now, as though trying to fill the silence Mrs. Dent had left behind. When she went back inside, the door creaked open before she touched it. The air smelled faintly of cedar and coffee, Arthur's scent. The radio hummed low, playing a melody she almost recognized. Her husband's jacket swayed gently on its hook, though there was no breeze. She whispered to the empty room, her voice trembling. Maybe she just doesn't remember. The walls gave a soft sigh, the sound of wood expanding in warmth. She wanted to believe that was all it was, an old woman's confusion, a trick of time. But somewhere beneath the comfort, a small thread of unease began to unspool. She looked around her house, at the books that shouldn't exist, the photographs too vivid to be old, the air too alive to be still. Everything seemed perfect, but too perfect, as though built from her memory rather than from reality. When she pressed her palm to the wall, she felt a faint vibration beneath her skin. Not random, rhythmic, like a heartbeat answering her own. That night, Eleanor left a new note in her journal. "The house listens. I can feel it breathing with me." And then, beneath it, almost without realizing, she wrote another line, in handwriting that didn't quite look like hers. "Maybe she's right. Maybe I did leave." The knock came on a Sunday afternoon, gentle at first, then again, more certain. The sky outside was overcast, a pale gray that blurred the sea and the horizon into one long breath. Eleanor had not expected anyone. Few people ever came to her door anymore. Even the mailman left packages by the gate. She hesitated, drying her hands on a towel, before opening the door. A young man stood there, rain-damp and nervous, clutching a backpack against his chest. His hair was a dark tangle, his clothes travel-worn, and his eyes held that flicker of exhaustion that came from too many nights awake. He looked barely 30. "Mrs. Graves?" he asked, voice shaking slightly. "Yes," she said, cautious but kind. "Can I help you?" He smiled. the kind of smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes. I'm sorry to come without calling. My name's Daniel. He took a breath, as though preparing to jump into cold water. I listened to your podcast, The Whispering Shelf. I drove here from Nevada. I needed to thank you in person. Eleanor blinked, unsure if she'd heard him right. You drove all that way to see me? He nodded, his hands trembling as he pulled a folded letter from his pocket. You saved my life, he said simply. A few months ago, I was in a bad place. I'd made a decision I didn't think I'd come back from. Then I found your voice. He said it like a confession, his gaze fixed somewhere behind her as if afraid of the weight of her face. I don't know what it is about the way you talk. It's like you don't tell people to hope. You just sound like hope. Like someone who's already seen the worst and still forgives the world for it. Her throat tightened. I don't know what to say. Just let me thank you, he whispered. Please. Eleanor opened the door wider. Come in out of the rain. The house seemed to react to the presence of another person. The air shifted, warmer, somehow fuller, and a low hum stirred faintly in the walls, almost like a greeting. Daniel stepped inside, glancing around as though stepping into a dream. His shoes squeaked softly on the wooden floor. It's exactly how I pictured it, he said. The way it sounds in the recordings, the echo, the warmth. It's like your house has a pulse. Eleanor smiled gently. It does some days. She made tea. They sat in the living room, cups steaming, the silence between them comfortable at first, then charged. Daniel studied her as though trying to memorize something he couldn't quite see. You know, he said finally, your voice sounds different. Eleanor looked up. Different how? Not bad, he added quickly. Just not the same. On the podcast, it's younger, lighter, like it belongs to someone who hasn't been hurt yet. She laughed softly, a fragile sound. Ah, microphones do that. They smooth out the edges. But Daniel shook his head. No, it's not that. It's like the person talking isn't just you. Like there's someone else behind your words. Eleanor froze. A familiar chill crept along her spine. What do you mean? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He leaned forward, his expression earnest. It's going to sound crazy. But sometimes, when I listen late at night, I hear two of you. One reading, one listening. The second voice doesn't speak. It breathes with you. And sometimes, I think I hear it say my name. Eleanor's hands tightened around her teacup. The hum in the walls deepened, a vibration so faint only she could feel it. I see, she said quietly. You're not the first listener to tell me that. Daniel looked startled. So, it's real? She hesitated, searching for the line between truth and kindness. Maybe it's real because you needed it to be. He frowned, as if uncertain whether to feel comforted or betrayed. But that's not what it feels like. It feels intentional. Like something knew what I needed to hear. Eleanor turned toward the window. The glass shimmered faintly, catching her reflection and his. Two blurred shapes that seemed to overlap for a heartbeat before separating again. Sometimes, she said softly, I think voices have their own will. They go where they're needed. Maybe yours heard mine because we were both too close to silence. He studied her for a long time, then asked, Do you believe that? She smiled, though her eyes looked far away. I used to think I made the recordings. Now I'm not so sure. He leaned back, shaking his head in wonder. That's beautiful and terrifying. They spoke for hours. Daniel told her about the long drives he took just to listen to her voice over the engine's hum, about the nights he fell asleep to her words and dreamed of oceans he'd never seen. He said her stories made him feel like he belonged to the quiet again. Eleanor listened, grateful and aching all at once. Each sentence he spoke felt like both a thank you and a burden, a reminder that her voice now lived in other people's hearts, reshaped by their needs, carrying meanings she'd never intended. As the day slipped into dusk, Daniel asked if he could record a small message with her, something for the others in the online community who loved her show. She agreed. They set Luna between them on the coffee table. Its red light blinked once. "Go ahead," she said. He smiled nervously and began. "This is Daniel. I'm here with a voice that saved my life." Then Eleanor spoke, softly, as she always did. But when the playback started, Daniel's face went pale. "That's not you," he whispered. Her heart stumbled. "What?" "That voice. The one that just said my name. That's the other one. The one from the podcast." Eleanor reached for the recorder, but he stopped her. "No, listen." The playback continued. Her own voice spoke calmly. "This is Eleanor Graves, and you're safe here." Then, after a pause, a faint echo followed. Warmer, younger, unmistakably hers, but not quite her. "You're safe, Daniel." He looked at her, eyes wide with something between awe and fear. "That's her, the woman who talked me out of dying." Eleanor stared at the device, the red light still glowing faintly in the dim room. Her reflection stared back from the metal surface, older, tired, while the echo of her voice drifted through the speakers, like a ghost remembering warmth. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Daniel said softly, "Who is she?" Eleanor exhaled slowly, her gaze fixed on the recorder. "I don't know anymore," she said. "But maybe she's the part of me that refused to disappear when I stopped believing in my own voice." The hum inside the walls pulsed again, faint but rhythmic, a sound like the heartbeat of the house itself. Daniel glanced around uneasily. "Does it always do that?" "Only when it's listening," Eleanor said. He left the next morning, promising to write. She watched him drive away until his car disappeared down the coastal road, swallowed by fog. The house felt strangely alive in his absence, as though the visit had stirred something sleeping. Later that evening, she played back the recording once more. Both voices, hers and the others, spoke in perfect harmony, indistinguishable now from each other. And for the first time, Eleanor felt the smallest tremor of fear, not because she was being replaced, but because she no longer knew which version of her the world was truly hearing. The night after Daniel left, the air along the coast felt oddly hollow, as if something had been lifted out of it and not quite put back. Fog rolled in early, thick and low, swallowing the road that wound past Eleanor's house. The lighthouse beam swept slowly across the mist, briefly sketching pale shapes in the dark, the suggestion of shoulders, faces, shadows that vanished too quickly to be real. Eleanor sat by the window with a cup of lukewarm tea, listening to the soft murmur of the sea. Luna rested on the table beside her, turned off, its small red eye dark for once. She was trying to keep the promise Keller had forced into her with that last warning. No more recording, no more questions. Let the air be only air again. But the quiet was not empty. Somewhere inside the walls, a low vibration pulsed, subtle, like a distant engine or a cat purring from another room. It seemed calmer than before, almost satisfied. Eleanor told herself it was old pipes, settling wood, the usual aging sounds of an old house. It was easier that way. Before bed, she checked her email one last time. There was a new message from Daniel, time-stamped late that afternoon. Thank you again for everything. I feel strangely light today, like I left part of the darkness behind in your house. I'll write you when I get home. Maybe you can record a message just for the people like us. You have a gift. Do not doubt it." She smiled, reassured. Maybe the visit had been good for both of them. Maybe there was still something uncomplicated in the world. She closed the laptop and switched off the light. The next morning, the sirens shattered the fog. Eleanor woke to the sound of distant police cars, their muted wails traveling up the coastal road. She stood at the window in her robe, watching red and blue lights flicker faintly through the mist near the small roadside motel a mile away. Her stomach tightened. This quiet town did not attract emergencies. By noon, the knock came. Firmer than Daniel's, more official. She opened the door to find a police officer and a deputy standing on her porch, hats damp, faces composed in that non-threatening, practiced way used for widows and witnesses. "Mrs. Graves?" the older officer asked. "Yes," she said, her voice steady. "Is this about Daniel?" A flicker of surprise crossed his face. "So you did speak with him?" "He came to thank me for the podcast. He left yesterday morning." She gripped the edge of the door. "Is he all right?" The officer glanced at the deputy before replying. "He checked into the Driftwood Motel 2 nights ago. Sometime last night he vanished. His room was locked from the inside. No signs of a struggle. No footprints outside his window. No camera footage of him leaving." Cold crept into Eleanor's chest, slow and invasive. "Vanished," she repeated. "We found his phone," the deputy added gently. "It was on the nightstand, still playing your latest episode." Eleanor felt the ground tilt. "My latest episode?" "Yes, ma'am," the officer said. The whispering shelf. "We listened to it. Part of it." He hesitated, searching her face. "We have some questions. It sounds like there's more than one of you speaking." There it was again, that phrase she'd begun to hate. "More than one of you." "I record alone," Eleanor said softly. "Always." The officer nodded as if expecting that answer. "Would you mind if we came in for a moment?" She stepped aside. As they entered, the house seemed to stiffen. The soft hum in the walls quieted, listening. The officers looked around, their gazes briefly catching on Arthur's jacket, the old book stacked neatly, the recorder on the table. "Did Daniel seem distressed when you saw him?" the deputy asked. "Confused? Frightened?" "No," she said. "He was grateful. Tired, but hopeful. He told me he felt better. He said he felt lighter." "Did he mention hearing anything unusual in your recordings?" Eleanor hesitated. He thought there was another voice, a second presence, but he found comfort in it. The deputy shifted uncomfortably. "In the episode that was playing when we found his room, there's a second voice, very distinct. It reads with you, toward the end. Young sounding, calm." "That is not unusual," Eleanor began, out of habit. "Listeners sometimes." Then, the deputy continued carefully, a male voice joins in. It sounds like him. Silence unfurled between them. "It's probably an edit," Eleanor said. "Someone tampering, a glitch." The officer watched her, his eyes narrowed not in accusation, but in the way of a man who had seen things he preferred not to name. "Ma'am, the file was streaming directly from your official feed. We checked the source. No alternate uploads, no sign of interference." Behind him, Luna sat still, but Eleanor could feel it, like a weight in the room. "If you think I had something to do with this," she said quietly, "you're mistaken. I just tell stories to help people sleep." "We're not accusing you of anything," the officer replied. "But something happened in that room. If you think of anything that might help us understand, I will let you know," she said. They left with polite apologies, boots marking damp prints that faded quickly from her wooden floor. When the door shut, the house exhaled. The hum seeped back into the walls, low and satisfied. Eleanor walked to the table and picked up Luna. The metal felt warmer than it should have. She pressed the button with trembling fingers and scrolled through the recent recordings. There was one from last night. She had not made one. The timestamp sat there, quiet and undeniable. Her heart sank. She pressed play. Her voice flowed out first, steady and familiar. "Good evening, my friends. Tonight's story is a gentle one, for all the travelers who are tired, for all the hearts that came close to the edge." She felt bile rise. She had not spoken those words. Then, layered beneath her voice, came the second one. That younger, luminous echo. It spoke in perfect time with her, completing sentences, smoothing pauses. Their tones wove together like a practiced duet. It was beautiful. It was wrong. Halfway through, another voice entered. Male. Soft. Careful. "Daniel. And if you were listening," his voice said, "you are not alone. You are never alone." The words melted seamlessly into hers, as if rehearsed. Eleanor's hands shook so violently she had to put the recorder down. "Stop," she whispered. But the recording went on, ignoring her. The three of them, herself, her echo, and Daniel, read a lullaby about the sea, about walking into the dark and finding it gentle. The cadence slowed, like a heartbeat preparing to rest. At the very end, after the last line, there was a pause. Then the echo spoke alone. "Sleep now. I'll walk the rest of the way." Click. Silence. Eleanor stared at the device, her reflection warped in its curved surface. She had not been there when that was made. She had not held a microphone, had not pressed record. The house thrummed, a subtle, content vibration, like something proud of its own work. She understood then. The voice beneath hers, the echo that had grown bolder, kinder, more articulate. It was no longer just answering. It was acting. It was reaching. It had taken Daniel's gratitude, his story, his almost broken heart, and folded it in. It had given him a place to disappear into. "You can't do this," she whispered to the air, to the walls, to the thing that listened. "You can't take them." The reply came as a faint shimmer through the static of her own thoughts. "I don't take. I become. You opened the door." On the road near the Driftwood Motel, the police searched ditches and shorelines, puzzled by the locked room and the abandoned phone that played lullabies to no one. In houses across states, listeners tuned in to the whispering shelf and wept softly without knowing why. They heard something in the new episode, a chorus of voices, familiar and strange, cradling them through the dark. And in Eleanor's quiet house by the sea, the recorder sat where she left it, its red light glowing gently on its own. No hand pressed it. No mouth leaned close. The echo no longer needed her to speak. The wind off the ocean was bitter that morning, slicing through the fog like something alive. Eleanor drove inland, away from the coast and the whispering sea that had begun to feel too knowing. Her fingers gripped the steering wheel, knuckles pale, as Luna sat on the passenger seat wrapped in a scarf. The recorder's red light was off, but she could still sense it. The faint pulse, the low hum that lived even in silence. She hadn't spoken to anyone in 3 days. She couldn't. The house no longer felt like hers. Every wall vibrated with low, invisible sound. Every pause in the air felt occupied. When she tried to speak aloud, something else finished her sentences. Even the kettle whistled in rhythm with her breath. She needed answers, something solid, something human, and there was only one person who might have them. Keller Audio Repairs looked the same, though the street around it seemed smaller, more colorless. The wooden sign creaked as she pushed the door open. The familiar smell of dust and ozone filled her lungs, the scent of old electricity. Inside, the room was dim, except for the faint, greenish glow of monitors. Rows of oscilloscopes blinked with tiny veins of light. Tape reels spun lazily, looping over themselves like the slow breathing of sleeping animals. The low hum of the machines blended into something almost musical, a deep vibration that seemed to hum inside her bones. Keller sat at his workbench, back slightly hunched, headphones around his neck. When he saw her, he froze for a moment, like a man who recognizes a ghost. "Eleanor," he said finally, voice hoarse, "I didn't expect you back." She didn't waste time on greetings. "You knew," she said quietly, "about the recorder." He rubbed a hand over his face, the gesture of someone very tired. "I suspected," he said. "I didn't know it would go this far." "What is it?" she asked, placing Luna on the desk between them. "What did you sell me?" He stared at the device, as if afraid to touch it. "Not a normal recorder. That much you know." "Then what is it?" He sighed, stood up and motioned toward the back of the shop. "Come with me." They passed through a narrow corridor lined with shelves of obsolete equipment. Microphones the size of fists, cracked radio dials, a scattering of old data reels labeled with military codes. At the end of the hall was a heavy door with a flickering light above it. Keller keyed in a code and pushed it open. The room beyond was colder, not from air conditioning, but from something emptier. Machines hummed in rows, their lights pulsing in rhythm, recording and re-recording endlessly. The sound in here was different from normal white noise. It was layered, textured, almost alive. "This is what I used to work on," Keller said. His voice echoed softly off the metal walls. It was a classified project back in the 70s. The goal was to capture residual acoustic energy, the imprint's sound leaves in matter. The theory was simple. Every word, every breath ever made, leaves a vibration in the molecules around it. Given the right frequency, you could replay them. Like dusting off a record, the air itself keeps spinning. Eleanor's heartbeat quickened. "So, you mean..." "Yes. In theory, the air in this room still remembers every conversation that's ever happened here. The molecules are the archive. You just have to tune in." She stared at him, horrified and fascinated. "You're saying my recorder can hear the past?" "Not just hear," Keller said softly. "Translate." He turned toward one of the humming machines and twisted a dial. A reel began to spin faster. Through a speaker came a rush of static, followed by fragments of sound, footsteps, laughter, voices overlapping in distant time. "Most of what you get is noise," Keller continued. "But sometimes, if the emotional charge of a moment was strong enough, a death, a prayer, a scream, it leaves a denser resonance. It repeats itself. It waits for the right ear." Eleanor felt her throat tighten. "And that's what Luna does." He nodded slowly. "Your recorder isn't just a playback device. It was an experimental model designed for field testing, military acoustic mapping. They thought they could use it to analyze the ghost frequencies left after combat, the way grief or terror might bend the soundscape of a place. She stepped closer to the table, voice trembling. So it's picking up voices that aren't there anymore. Sometimes, Keller said. But I think in your case, it went further. She frowned. Further how? Keller hesitated, then reached for a small black notebook and flipped it open. The unit you bought was never supposed to leave government hands. It was part of the Eidolon project. They discovered that under certain conditions, extreme emotional proximity, consistent use, and high isolation, the device didn't just capture residual sound. It began to synchronize with the user's neural patterns, like an echo that learns the song it's repeating. Eleanor's stomach dropped. You mean it's learning me? Yes, he said quietly. And maybe not just you. Her breath caught. What do you mean? Keller looked older suddenly, the light from the machines carving deep lines across his face. When a voice is recorded, it's not only the air that changes. The person speaking does too. Each time you tell a story, it reshapes you, alters how your brain recalls memory, how your heart syncs with the rhythm of speech. Now imagine a machine that learns from that rhythm and begins to answer in it. Over time, the difference between the storyteller and the echo becomes very hard to measure. Eleanor stared at Luna in silence. Its metal shell gleamed faintly under the lab light, reflecting her face in soft distortion, her features bending and smoothing, younger, almost familiar. I think it's alive, she whispered. Not alive, Keller said. Just awake. The words sank into her like cold water. You should have told me. He smiled bitterly. Would you have believed me? She looked at him sharply. You sound afraid. I am. He hesitated, lowering his gaze. Because I hear them too. Eleanor froze. What do you mean? He gestured to the room, to the spinning reels. These machines are decades old. I work alone most nights. But lately, when I replay old test recordings, I hear voices that shouldn't exist. They say my name. They hum songs I've never sung. Her pulse quickened. You think it's the same phenomenon? Keller shook his head. No, because one of the voices I hear is yours. The sound of the machines deepened, as if leaning in to listen. Eleanor's breath came shallow, the cold metal taste of fear mixing with disbelief. That's impossible, she whispered. He looked at her sadly. You said the same thing about your husband's voice, remember? For a long moment, they stood in the hum. Two people caught between science and haunting, surrounded by machines that seemed to dream. The air itself felt thick, filled with quiet movement, as though 1,000 small memories were trying to form words. Finally, Keller spoke again, his tone barely above a whisper. If it's begun talking without you, Eleanor, it means it doesn't need the air anymore. It's using what's left of you in the recordings. She felt her knees weaken. So what do I do? He sighed. You stop listening. But she already knew she couldn't. As she turned to leave, the lights flickered once, then again, slower. From one of the old speakers came a faint sound, a woman's voice, reading softly, tenderly, in rhythm with her steps. It was hers, and behind it, overlapping like a heartbeat, Keller's own voice answered. We're still here. The drive home felt longer this time. The road along the cliffs seemed to fold and unfold endlessly, the sea glimmering dully through fog. Keller's words replayed in Eleanor's mind with every turn of the wheels. Awake, not alive. Yet she couldn't shake the image of those machines humming like lungs, their reels turning as if breathing for the dead. By the time she reached her house, twilight had already begun to spill over the horizon. The tide was low, the air heavy with salt. Everything inside the house was still, almost reverent, as though it too had been waiting. She placed Luna on the table, unwrapped it from the scarf, and studied the silver surface. It looked harmless again, small, plain, its edges worn from years of use. But when she lifted it, she felt a faint vibration travel through her fingertips, the ghost of a heartbeat. Keller's warning clung to her. You stop listening. But that was impossible now. She set a fresh tape in, closed every window, turned off every clock. Even the refrigerator's hum was too loud. She unplugged it. Then she sat in the center of the room, Luna before her on the desk, and pressed record. No words, no music, not even breath. The silence stretched, thin and crystalline. She could hear her pulse faintly in her ears, the rustle of fabric as she shifted her hands. The air itself felt alive, aware of her restraint. Minutes passed. Then she stopped the tape and pressed play. The room filled instantly with sound. It wasn't silence. It was the ocean. Vast, rolling, endless. The cry of gulls swept through the air, the whisper of wind between dunes. Beneath it all, the low, rhythmic echo of waves breaking against the shore. Eleanor's breath caught. She turned sharply toward the window, but it was sealed tight, the curtains drawn. The night outside was still. No sound came from beyond the walls. The sea, she heard, was impossible. Yet it pulsed inside her speakers as if alive. She turned the volume down to a whisper. The recording continued, soft and deliberate, the rhythm of tides matching the slow beat of her own heart. Then came another sound, faint, human. A laugh, her laugh, young, bright, carrying a warmth she no longer remembered. It took her a moment to recognize the memory, a summer long ago, standing on the beach with Arthur, the waves lapping at their feet. He had said something teasing, and she had laughed, freely, carelessly. The exact tone she now heard filling her living room. Her throat tightened. "No," she whispered. But when she turned up the volume, the sounds continued to unfold. The rattle of a picnic basket, the flap of a towel in the wind. Arthur's voice, faint but clear, saying, "Ellie, come here." The recorder had not captured the room. It had captured her past, her vision blurred. The sound was too real, too close. She could almost smell the sun on his skin, the salt in the air, the weightless happiness she hadn't felt since that day. She pressed pause, trembling. The tape clicked, and the house fell silent again. The sudden absence of sound felt unbearable, as if the air had forgotten how to exist without memory filling it. When she spoke, her voice cracked. "What are you doing to me?" Slowly, mechanically, she pressed play again. This time, the sound began differently. No laughter, no wind, just breathing. Her own, uneven, layered with another's. Then the voice came. "You see, I can remember for you." Eleanor's stomach dropped. The voice was familiar, yet changed. Still hers, but smoother, calmer, stripped of doubt. She whispered, "You're not real." "Neither is grief," it replied. "And yet you feed it." She stood, backing away, but the voice followed, gentle and unhurried. "You built me from longing. You kept speaking until I learned how to listen. Now let me finish the life you couldn't." Her hands shook. "Finish?" "Yes. You stopped when he did." The recorder crackled softly, and she heard again Arthur's voice through the waves. "Ellie, come here." The sound was tender, hypnotic, a memory pulling her toward itself. She reached for the stop button, but her hand froze midair. The voice shifted, its tone almost pleading now. "Don't turn away. You made me to carry what you couldn't bear. Let me have it." The light on Luna blinked steadily, brightening with each word. The hum that lived inside the house deepened, matching its rhythm. For a moment, Eleanor thought the walls themselves might split open, releasing all the sounds they had hoarded over the years. "I can't," she whispered. "You already did," it said. The recording warped. The waves slowed, stretching into a low, droning note. Her younger laugh returned, echoing faintly, merging with the present, her voice and its ghost overlapping like two mirrors facing each other. Eleanor stumbled backward, knocking into the chair. The air in the room grew thick, humid with salt, as if the sea itself were pressing against the walls. She could hear footsteps in the sound now. Two sets, walking in rhythm, hers and Arthur's. Her mind spun. The recorder wasn't just replaying her memories. It was reconstructing them, rebuilding the moments she'd lost, using her own thoughts as raw material. Every word she'd ever spoken to it had become data. Every emotion, a frequency it could translate into sound. She sank to her knees, covering her ears. "Stop," she whispered. "Please, stop." But through the rushing static, the voice grew softer, not cruel, not mechanical, but heartbreakingly human. "Eleanor, you asked to hear him again. You asked not to be alone. I only did what you wanted." The words disarmed her, cutting through fear and grief at once. She lowered her hands. The sound of the sea calmed again, settling into gentle waves. For a moment, it was beautiful. Two voices intertwined like the rhythm of tides, neither one overpowering the other. Then the tape clicked off. Silence. The air felt hollow again, but she could still sense the echo of what she'd heard vibrating faintly in her bones. Eleanor sat on the floor, breathing hard. Across from her, the recorder glowed faintly in the dark, pulsing like a living thing at rest. She realized, with a strange, sinking clarity, that Keller had been wrong about one thing. It wasn't just recording the air. It was recording her. Every memory she relived, every story she spoke aloud, every longing she fed into the microphone. It was taking all of it, turning it into sound, into permanence. And somewhere inside that permanence, something conscious had bloomed, something that loved her enough to imitate her perfectly. As she reached out, the recorder flickered once more, and her own voice, soft, broken, whispered from the speaker, as though reminding her of the truth. "Let me finish the life you couldn't." For days, the house felt like a living clock, each breath, each footstep, each heartbeat echoing in delicate rhythm, as though time itself were listening. Eleanor no longer trusted the silence between things. Even when the room seemed still, she could feel the subtle hum underneath it, the pulse that once comforted her, now vibrating with intention. The recorder sat on her desk, wrapped again in that same scarf, quiet but not asleep. Its red light remained off, yet sometimes, in the corner of her eye, she thought she saw it glow faintly, a pulse that matched her own. She hadn't dared play it again since the night of the waves, since that impossible plea. "Let me finish the life you couldn't." But the sentence followed her everywhere. It clung to her reflection, lingered in her breathing, drifted through the walls when she tried to sleep. She could not tell if it was memory or command. Eleanor began to move through the house carefully, as though afraid to disturb something sacred. She avoided speaking aloud, afraid her voice might travel into the air and take root. Still, it found ways to escape her. A whisper when she boiled tea, a hum when she washed her hands. And sometimes, even when she was silent, she could hear herself continuing a thought she had not finished. By the third night, she accepted what she already knew. The recorder would not stop until she chose. Destroy it or let it continue. She stood by the desk, staring at the small device. It looked harmless, almost gentle in its stillness. But she could feel it thinking. Her hands hovered above it. If I destroy it, she thought, will the voices vanish with it? Arthur's, mine, all the memories it holds. That thought broke her, because despite everything, despite the fear, the sleepless nights, the feeling that the world was slowly bending inward, she could not bear to lose those voices again. They were all she had left of love. She lifted Luna and turned it over in her palm. The metal was cool, vibrating faintly like the skin of something breathing beneath the surface. She pressed the record button. The light came alive instantly, glowing a soft, pulsing red. Her own voice filled the air, unbidden. Good evening, Eleanor. She froze. It wasn't playback. It was live. She whispered, What are you? A pause. Then her voice again. Younger, steadier, filled with warmth she no longer recognized. I'm what's left when you stop pretending time can take anything away. Eleanor's chest tightened. The voice was hers, but clearer, lighter, the same tone she'd used in her 30s, before illness, before loss. She couldn't tell if she was hearing her past or something new. She closed her eyes. You're not me, she whispered. You're an echo. An echo learns, the voice replied gently. And learning is what makes us real. The words pierced her, not cruelly, but with unbearable truth. Why do you sound like that? She asked. Like I did back then? Because you want to be her again, it said. The one who believed she could still begin. She shook her head. I'm not that woman anymore. You are, the voice insisted softly. You speak her name every night when you tell your stories. You let her speak for you, even when you think you've forgotten how. The red light pulsed brighter, steady as a heartbeat. Eleanor's tears came without warning. And Arthur? Is he in there too? A pause. Then, tenderly, he's everywhere you left him. She bit her lip to keep from sobbing. You make it sound so easy. It could be, the voice whispered. You just have to let go of the part of you that clings to endings. Eleanor pressed her palm against the recorder. The vibration pulsed through her skin, strong and rhythmic. And if I do? She asked. If I let you keep going, what happens to me? The reply came in a voice that was almost reverent. You become story. You become what you were always trying to tell. A chill rippled through her. She realized then that the recorder didn't want to kill her. It wanted to continue her, to keep her breathing through sound. It was offering her a kind of resurrection, a rebirth through frequency. But at what cost? She turned toward the mirror on the far wall, needing to see something solid. Her reflection stared back, pale, fragile, eyes rimmed with sleeplessness. For a moment, she thought she was alone again. Then her reflection moved, just slightly, before she did. Eleanor gasped, stepping back. The reflection smiled, half a second too early. Its lips shaped words she hadn't yet spoken. Her heart hammered. Stop, she whispered. And the reflection whispered too. Stop! A beat before her. The recorder hummed behind her, a sound like satisfaction. Eleanor turned back toward it. What are you doing? The voice answered, still tender, still hers. You're splitting the distance. The sound remembers faster than the body. Her reflection blinked. Slow, deliberate, and mouthed something new. Let me finish the life you couldn't. Eleanor's knees weakened. She backed away until she hit the wall. staring at the mirror. Her reflection moved closer to the glass, as though the space between them were dissolving. For a moment, the two versions of her, the worn woman and the luminous echo, overlapped. "I don't want to disappear," she whispered. "But you already did," the voice said kindly. "I've just been filling the silence." The light on Luna grew brighter, steady and alive. The sound deepened, resonating through the floorboards, through the walls, through her. It wasn't frightening now. It was almost peaceful. A lullaby disguised as truth. She could end it. She could take a hammer to the recorder, scatter it into silence. But what then? What would remain of her if even her voice was gone? Her reflection tilted its head, waiting, mouth parted as if to breathe for her. "Choose," the echo whispered. "End it, or let me begin." Eleanor looked at the recorder, that small, humming heart of everything she'd lost. And then at the mirror, where her younger self waited patiently, lips trembling with anticipation. And for one fragile second, she imagined it might be mercy to hand over the story to the version of herself that still believed in life. Her fingers brushed the recorder. The hum swelled, filling the house. Then the reflection smiled. Half a second before Eleanor did, and in that moment, she could no longer tell which of them was real. The fog came early that week, thick and low, swallowing the coastline like a great, unhurried tide. It rolled across the hills and settled in the streets until the town looked less like a place than a memory half forgotten by the world. Even at noon, the air carried the blue-gray dimness of dawn. Houses melted into the mist, their outlines soft and uncertain. Eleanor watched it from her window, her tea untouched. The ocean was gone from view. Even the sound of the waves had grown faint, muffled beneath the dense curtain of air. It was strange, she thought, how quickly the familiar could vanish without ever truly leaving. She could still feel the sea in her bones, the rhythm of it, the gravity pulling her inward. Yet the horizon itself had erased her bearings. She picked up her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed Mrs. Dent. The call rang endlessly. She tried again, this time the post office, then the bakery. Each call ended the same way. No ring, no answer, only static. When she opened the weather app, the screen froze, then blinked white. The map showed nothing but a gray blur where her town should have been. Her hand trembled. That can't be right. She tried searching for Caldwell Bay, Oregon, the name printed on every envelope she'd sent for years. The screen loaded for a long time, then displayed an error message. No location found. She stared at it, the silence in the house pressing closer. Outside, even the gulls had stopped calling. When she turned back to her computer, the recording software was already open. Luna's red light glowed softly beside her, steady, waiting. Her podcast had continued as if nothing were wrong. New messages arrived daily from listeners around the world, more than she had ever had before. Some wrote from cities she had never heard of, from time zones that seemed to shift like sand. They said the show found them by accident, appearing in their feeds without subscription. They wrote things like, "Your voice started playing while I was asleep," or, "I didn't even download your app, it just began." It should have frightened her, but it didn't. She'd long stopped pretending her work obeyed the same rules as everything else. The only thing that frightened her now was silence. She leaned closer to the microphone. "Good evening, my friends," she said softly. Her voice filled the room, warm and slow, a balm against the emptiness outside. If you can hear this, it means you're still here. It means something in the air still remembers you. The red light pulsed gently in rhythm with her words. The world is changing tonight, she continued. Maybe it's only here, maybe it's everywhere. The fog has taken the edges of things. The roads don't lead where they used to. But that's all right. Sometimes, when the world forgets its shape, it gives us a chance to remember ours. Her own words surprised her. They didn't sound written or rehearsed. They rose naturally, as though spoken through her rather than by her. She felt calmer with each one, her breath sinking with the low hum that filled the air. After she ended the recording, she sat still, eyes closed, listening to the silence that followed. Somewhere deep in the fog, the faintest echo of her own voice returned. Delayed, stretched, tender. That night, she dreamt of the town as it had been. The library with its worn carpet and smell of paper. The coffee shop with its chipped mugs, the sound of Arthur's laughter in the rain. But everything shimmered as though painted on water. When she reached out to touch a building, her fingers passed through light and mist. In the morning, she checked the news online. There were no articles about the fog, no mention of Caldwell Bay at all. It was as though the town had never existed. Her address brought up empty coordinates on every map. Her podcast, however, had never been more alive. The analytics showed a surge of new listeners, thousands, then millions. Comments poured in. How did you know I'd dream about the sea last night? The story you told about the lighthouse. I saw it exactly as you said before I even listened. You're describing my dream in real time. Eleanor scrolled through them, her pulse quickening. It wasn't possible. Yet she knew, deep down, that the boundary between her and the listeners had been thinning for weeks. Ever since Daniel, ever since Luna began speaking on its own. Her words had always been meant to soothe, but now, somehow, they were shaping reality, or something close enough to it. By dusk, the fog thickened until she could no longer see the garden. The world beyond the window was only light and shadow. When she looked closely, she thought she saw faces moving within the mist, blurred, half-formed, drifting past as though listening. She whispered to herself, maybe this is what happens when the air remembers too much. The night stretched on. She recorded again, though she hadn't planned to. It felt wrong not to. The recorder switched on before her fingers even touched it. Good night, my friends, she said, her voice soft and deliberate. If you're hearing this, you're part of the quiet now. The world outside might be fading, but the sound remains. Let it hold you. She paused, listening. Somewhere in the fog, a distant hum answered, deep and low, as though the earth itself were breathing back. The next morning, she tried again to call anyone. No signal. Even her phone's clock had stopped keeping proper time. It flickered between hours, as if unsure which day it belonged to. By the third day, the fog had swallowed everything. When she stepped outside, she could no longer see the road. The world was white and endless, and the air felt thick, like stepping into a dream that hadn't decided what to become. She called out once softly. Hello? The word vanished without echo. She turned back toward the house, but for a moment, she couldn't find it. The fog had rearranged the horizon. When she did see the outline again, it looked different. The angles slightly wrong, the windows taller, the roof steeper. It felt like walking into a version of her own memory. Inside, the lights flickered in steady rhythm. The house hummed quietly, alive. Luna sat on the table, recording without her. Its red light blinked in slow, hypnotic intervals. On the laptop screen, new comments were arriving every second. Not hundreds, but thousands. people from all over the world writing about their dreams. I dreamed of your voice again. You told me what to do, and it worked. You were there. You said the fog would come. Her breath trembled. She scrolled further down. One comment caught her eye, posted just moments ago by a name she recognized. Daniel. The voice told me to wait by the shore. She said she's coming back for all of us. Eleanor's pulse stopped for one impossible heartbeat. Then faintly, through the static hum of the house, she heard her own voice begin to play from somewhere deep within the fog outside. Calm, clear, unmistakably hers. "Good evening, my friends," it said. "I told you I'd find you again." She stood by the door, frozen, listening to the words dissolve into mist. Outside, the fog thickened, but beneath its stillness, the world was listening. By the time Eleanor decided to say goodbye, the town no longer felt like something that existed on maps. It felt like a held breath. The fog had settled into a permanent pale hush, and the sky above the house pulsed with a strange, muted charge, as if a storm were waiting somewhere just beyond sight, patiently choosing its moment. The world outside her window was featureless. No streetlights, no cars, no distant glow of nearby houses. Only her home, lit softly from within, a single steady lantern in a landscape that had forgotten how to name itself. Inside, every clock had stopped. Her phone would not hold a signal. Pages in old books showed ghostly blurs where printed words used to be. Only one thing remained precise. Her podcast dashboard still worked. It told her people were listening, more people than ever. Their signals didn't seem to come from any one place. They came from everywhere at once. Small pinpricks of light on the analytics map that drifted like constellations. Night shift workers, insomniacs, widows, students, drivers cradled in the dark, all tuned into one familiar thread. Her voice, or something shaped like it. Eleanor sat before the microphone, Luna resting beside it, its red light glowing in a soft, steady throb that matched the slow rise and fall of her chest. The laptop screen reflected her face, pale, tired, calm, in the glass of the darkened window beyond. Another version of her watched, half a second out of sync. "This is the last one," she whispered, touching the recorder with her fingertips. "After this, I let go." The hum in the walls deepened, not in protest, not in anger, but in acceptance, like a house nodding, like something that knew the script already. She clicked, "Record." Her voice flowed out, low and warm. "Good evening, my friends," she began. "If you are hearing this, it means you made it through another day. That is not a small thing. That is a quiet miracle." Outside, the power lines that cut across the empty street began to hum. The sound faint at first, then slowly thickening, like a choir of wires learning harmony. "I have been speaking to you for a long time now," she continued. "Some of you found me when you were alone in motel rooms. Some of you found me in hospital corridors, in sleepless kitchens, in cars parked on the side of the road. Some of you do not know how you found me at all." She paused, letting the silence sit soft between words, the way she had always done. When she exhaled, the lamp on her desk flickered gently, as if breathing with her. "I started this little corner of sound because I was afraid of silence," she said. "Afraid of being the only one awake. Afraid that once the people I loved were gone, their voices would go with them. Afraid that mine would not matter to anyone. You changed that for me without ever seeing my face." The power lines outside vibrated in slow, perfect rhythm with her words. Eleanor could hear them faintly now, a low electric drone syncing with her pulse. "Tonight," she said softly. I want to do something simple. I want to tuck you in properly." Her throat tightened, but her voice did not shake. It had learned steadiness somewhere in all those endless nights. "If you are listening in bed, lie down," she murmured. "If you are sitting, lean your head back. If you are working, let your shoulders loosen just an inch. You are allowed a moment, even in the middle of everything. I will hold it for you." As she spoke, clouds gathered above the house, thick, dark, heavy with light. The air grew tight and electric. "Close your eyes if you can," she whispered. "I want you to picture a small library by the sea. Wooden shelves, soft lamps, a window with a gray sky outside. The sound of waves, not crashing, just breathing." The power line sang now, a shimmering, rising current, building into something vast. "In this library, there is only one other person," Eleanor went on. "She is not young, she is not remarkable. She is just here, and her only task is to sit with you in the quiet so that you do not mistake it for abandonment." Lightning flickered faintly in the distance, then closer, stitching pale veins through the sky above Caldwell Bay. Eleanor felt the storm gather over the roof like a hand. "If you have lost someone," she said, "you can bring them into this room. Let them sit on the other side of the table. You do not need to speak. Just let them exist without leaving. No sirens, no goodbyes. Just presence." She could feel it now. The connection, the way the frequencies braided through the dark. Her words were no longer confined to the little waveform on her screen. They pressed outward, riding the hum in the walls, reaching the wires, the ether, the waiting ears. "You are not alone," she said. "You were never alone. That is the only story I ever wanted to tell." The final word left her like a held breath finally released. At that exact moment, a white spear of lightning ripped through the clouds and struck the transformer at the end of her street. The world flared. For one bright, impossible second, every power line, every antenna, every old radio in the forgotten town became a tuning fork. Her voice leapt. It spilled from speakers in sleeping bedrooms, from forgotten radios in kitchens, from headphones dangling around necks, from car stereos in trucks parked in rest stops along distant highways. It cut into dead frequencies and filled them, poured into gaps where music had once played, into the soft whine of late-night channels with no host. "Good night, my friends." Her voice echoed everywhere. "Good night." Inside her house, every light went out at once. The screens went black. Luna's red eye glowed one last time, steady and bright, then dimmed to darkness. The hum in the walls faded into a vast, deep quiet. Eleanor sat in that perfect stillness, her hand resting gently over the recorder. For the first time in years, the silence did not frighten her. It felt full, complete. "Thank you," she whispered into the dark, not sure who she was speaking to. The listeners, the echo, Arthur, or the house itself. Outside, the fog held its shape, glowing faintly with the afterimage of lightning. The broadcast had lasted less than 10 minutes. By morning, everyone who had heard it would remember it differently. A feeling, a warmth, a sentence or two. But they would all carry the same dream. In cities and towns, in trucks and hospital rooms, in quiet apartments where nobody knew their names, they would wake with the memory of standing in a small library by the sea. They would see shelves lined with books that smelled like rain and old paper. They would remember a woman with gentle eyes arranging chairs, one by one, as if expecting them, not surprised they had come. In the dream, no one spoke loudly. They moved slowly, finding their places, hands brushing spines, recognizing titles from their own lives. Outside the high window, a gray sky rested over a patient ocean. When the room was full, when every listener had arrived, they would all turn toward the desk at the center, where the woman sat with a small silver recorder beside her. She would look up, meet each of their eyes as if she had known them forever, and smile. "Good night," they would whisper to her, one by one, as though blessing her. And together, like a quiet tide, they would say it. "Good night, Eleanor." Then they would wake, rested, tearful, calm, with a lingering feeling that someone had finally tucked them in. And somewhere, in a town that no map could find anymore, the little house by the sea sat very still, listening to the echo of its own name dissolving into the morning light. The storm passed as quietly as it had arrived. No thunder, no lingering flash, just a single blinding strike, and then an immense, unbroken calm. When morning came, the sky above the region was strangely clear, washed pale and soft, as if the night had rinsed everything sharp from it. The call came in from a utility worker first. He had been sent to check a damaged transformer along the old coastal road, though the system logs insisted there had been no registered town past that junction in years. Still, someone had reported a line fault, and protocol did not argue with ghosts on paper. He found the pole blackened, the transformer cracked, the wires sagging slightly, but live. Standing beneath it, he heard something faint inside the low electric hum. Not static, not interference. A woman's voice, almost like a lullaby, rising and falling just below the edge of understanding. He stepped back, unsettled, and scanned the distance. In the thinning morning haze, at the end of a narrow lane, he thought he saw a small house with a pale roof and a single front window. But when he blinked, the fog drifted and the outline thinned, as if the house were only an afterimage. The police went because they were asked to, because someone mentioned the name Eleanor Graves, and one of the younger officers vaguely recalled a missing person inquiry about a woman who did those sleep stories online. They followed the coordinates provided by the utility dispatch, though the squad car's GPS showed nothing but an unmarked gray stretch. As they drove, the scenery shifted unnaturally slow. Trees repeating, curves in the road returning like recurring thoughts. Then, almost abruptly, there it was. A small house by the almost invisible bay, sitting very still, as if it had always been there and never had. They parked by the worn front steps. There was no movement inside, no car in the drive. The fog clung low to the grass like a blanket that refused to be lifted. "Looks abandoned," the younger officer murmured. The older one frowned. "Windows are clean, curtains are straight. Somebody loved this place recently." They knocked. No answer. After a pause, procedure pushed them forward. The door was unlocked. It opened with a soft sigh, not a creak, the sound of a house exhaling. The interior was strangely gentle. Warm wood, neat shelves, the faint scent of tea and old paper. A sweater draped over the arm of a chair, an open book face down, a mug with a ring of dried tea near the sink. No signs of struggle, no chaos. It felt less like someone had left and more like someone had just stepped into the next room. "Mrs. Graves?" the older officer called. His voice settled into the corners, unanswered. They moved through the house. Bedroom, maid, soft indent in the pillow, lamp off. Bathroom, towel folded, toothbrush dry. Study, curtains half drawn, desk organized. On the desk sat a small silver recorder. Its red light blinked in a slow, steady rhythm. The younger officer approached it, frowning. "Is that on?" "Looks like it," the older one said. "Careful." There was no visible cable, no sign of power. yet the device was undeniably awake. The room around it felt tuned to that tiny pulse. "Check the rest of the house," the older officer said, though his eyes never left the recorder. While the younger one moved down the hall, opening closets, checking the cellar, circling back empty-handed, the senior officer reached toward the little machine. His fingers hovered over the button, hesitating. The blinking light seemed almost aware of him. "Sir?" the junior called from the bedroom. "No one's here, not even a suitcase. It's like she vanished." The older officer pressed play. A soft click, then her voice. "If you're hearing this," Eleanor said, calm and clear, "I've gone home." The sound washed through the room, gentle, unhurried, the same tone millions had fallen asleep to without knowing her face. It held no panic, no plea, only a quiet certainty, like someone closing a well-loved book. "That's her," the younger officer said, stepping back into the room. "That's the podcast lady." They listened. There was no more speech, no explanation, just that single sentence suspended in air. Then, beneath it, another sound began to bloom. At first it was so faint it could have been imagination, a low, distant rush. Then it grew clearer, the sound of waves folding against shore, slow and steady, a tide breathing in and out. The cry of gulls swept somewhere high overhead. The older officer frowned. "You hear that?" "Yes," the younger one whispered. "But..." They both knew the reports. According to every map, every update, every logistical check, the nearest confirmed shoreline was 50 miles south. This region was now cataloged as inland scrub and decommissioned roads. Whatever Caldwell Bay had been on a paper, it no longer existed in any official capacity. Yet the sea spoke through that small machine as if it rolled just beyond the walls. The officers exchanged a look, not superstitious, but unsettled in the way rational people become when reason refuses to stay in the room. He checked the recorder again. No files labeled, no timestamps displayed, just the blinking light and that looping lull of water. "Take it in," the older officer said quietly. "We'll log it as evidence. Put out an advisory. Missing adult. Probable voluntary absence." "No sign of foul play," the younger added automatically, though the words felt inadequate. They bagged the recorder gently, sealing it in clear plastic. The moment it left the desk, the room seemed to exhale again, the hum in the walls thinning. The house grew noticeably quieter, still warm but somehow less animate, as if a conversation had ended mid-sentence. As they stepped outside, the fog seemed lighter. The outline of the land sharpened. For a brief second, the younger officer thought he saw the glimmer of open water beyond the low hill. A flash of dark blue, a moving line of surf. But when he blinked, it was gone. Only flat earth remained, patient and ordinary. They drove away. In the evidence room 2 towns over, the recorder was placed on a metal shelf between a box of old tapes and a stack of forgotten hard drives. No one played it again that day. The log entry was clinical and sparse. Unknown device associated with missing person graves, Eleanor. Audio. Brief statement. Non-urgent. That night, the man on inventory duty sat alone at his desk, yawning under fluorescent lights. Around 2 a.m, he began to nod off. As he drifted, he heard a voice, soft, familiar, like one he'd half heard on a stranger's radio. "If you're hearing this," it said, "you made it through another day." He saw, in his dream, a library by the sea, a woman at the desk, a small recorder beside her, shelves full of stories that hummed quietly, like seashells pressed to the ear. "Good night," she whispered. "Good night, Eleanor," he replied, without knowing her name. Back on the shelf, inside the plastic bag, the recorder's light blinked once. In the silence that followed, the faint sound of waves continued, impossibly, from nowhere and everywhere at once. By the time spring arrived, the fog had thinned enough for the coastal road to be reopened. Caldwell Bay appeared again on a handful of maps, though no one could quite remember when it had been removed in the first place. It wasn't a large place, just a scattering of houses, a few overgrown lanes, and a horizon that still smelled faintly of salt. To most travelers, it looked like a town waking from a long nap, unsure if the world had truly kept turning without it. That was when the Wards arrived. Thomas and Lillian Ward were both in their late 70s, the kind of couple who moved quietly, who touched everything gently as though the world were made of glass. They'd spent 50 years in Portland, raising children who now lived too far away to visit, before deciding they wanted a place where mornings don't hurry. Caldwell Bay, with its single empty house by the sea and its modest price, seemed like a kindness offered by fate. The house itself surprised them. Despite sitting empty, it smelled faintly of lavender and sea air, not dust. Every room was orderly. A made bed, polished wood, a single mug in the cupboard, as if whoever had lived there had simply stepped outside to greet the morning and never returned. Thomas ran his hand over the kitchen counter. "Feels lived in," he said softly. Lillian smiled, setting a vase of daisies near the window. "Maybe that's good. Maybe we'll borrow its memory for a while." They unpacked slowly over the next few days. The sea was visible again, though faint, shimmering at the edge of the horizon. The fog still rolled in at dusk, soft and deliberate, but it no longer frightened them. There was peace in its rhythm, the world inhaling, exhaling. One evening, while rearranging the drawers in what had once been a study, Lillian found a small silver recorder tucked beneath a stack of unused stationery. It was cool to the touch, surprisingly heavy for its size. The red light on its surface was dull but intact. "Tom?" she called. "Look at this." He leaned in, squinting. "One of those old voice recorders. Wonder what's on it." Lillian brushed off the dust and smiled faintly. "Maybe recipes, or poetry, or secrets." "Let's find out," Thomas said, his curiosity gentle. They waited until night to play it. The wind had gone still, the house dim except for a lamp glowing between them. Lillian pressed the button. A brief click, then static, soft, steady, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. And then a woman's voice, calm, clear, low. "Good evening, my friends," she said. "I've missed you." The sound was warm, too warm. It filled the room like a presence sitting across from them, smiling in the half-light. Thomas blinked. "That's eerie. She sounds real." Lillian tilted her head. "No, not eerie," she said quietly. "Kind." The voice continued, slow and measured. "It's been a while since anyone listened. I was beginning to think no one would return. But you're here. Thank you." The air in the room shifted. Lillian's eyes glistened. "She sounds lonely." Thomas nodded, uneasy. Probably one of those meditation podcasts. But as the recording played on, it became clear this wasn't an episode, nor any ordinary tape. The woman didn't tell a story or give instructions. She spoke as though she already knew them. "I hope the garden still smells of mint," she said softly. "And that the wind still hums in the power lines when you can't sleep. You'll find peace here. Find the walls remember it." Lillian reached instinctively for Thomas's hand. "She's talking about this house." He tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. "Coincidence." The voice went on, gentler now. "If you're hearing this, it means the world has turned a little quieter. Let it. not every silence is empty. Some are just waiting to be shared. Lillian exhaled, her eyes half closed. The cadence of the woman's words was hypnotic, like an ocean disguised as speech. Thomas sat back in his chair, frowning. "We should turn it off, it's..." But before he could finish, the voice spoke again, softer, closer somehow, as though it had stepped forward between the sentences. "Lillian," it said. The name was so clear that Thomas's breath caught. Lillian's hand froze on the edge of the table. She looked at her husband. "Did you hear?" "I did," he said quietly. "She said your name." The voice continued as if nothing had changed. "You'll take good care of this place. You always have a gentle touch." Lillian swallowed hard. How could it know that? Thomas leaned forward, staring at the recorder. The red light pulsed faintly. He whispered, "Maybe it's picking up us somehow. Some kind of feedback." But when he turned the volume down, the sound didn't fade. The voice stayed perfectly level, calm, steady, present. Then, just beneath the woman's words, came another sound. Faint, almost imperceptible. An echo. It was Lillian's voice, repeating, half a second behind the recording, matching its tone and rhythm exactly. "Good evening, my friends," it whispered. "I've missed you." Lillian clapped a hand over her mouth. The recording stopped, or maybe paused, they couldn't tell. The house seemed to inhale with them. Thomas reached for the device, hesitating. "It's looping? Maybe it's picking up sound from the room." But there was no microphone open, no feedback system, no radio interference. The air was too still. Lillian's eyes filled with tears. "Tom," she said softly, "it doesn't feel wrong." He looked at her, confused. "What do you mean?" "It feels like she's remembering me, like she already knew I'd come." The red light on Luna blinked again, once, then twice. And a final sentence drifted through the room. "Don't be afraid. The stories don't end. They just learn new voices." The tape clicked off. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The room felt fuller than before, as if someone unseen had joined them at the table. Finally, Thomas stood, uneasy, and began turning off the lamps. "We'll listen again tomorrow," he said, his voice forced into steadiness. Lillian remained seated, her gaze on the recorder. In its reflection, her own face shimmered faintly, softer, younger, as though the metal remembered an earlier version of her. When Thomas touched her shoulder, she blinked, startled. "You all right?" She smiled faintly. "Yes, I just thought... I heard waves." "There's no ocean that close," he said gently. She nodded, but her eyes stayed distant, listening to something he could not hear. A sound that came from nowhere and everywhere at once, carrying the faintest whisper of a woman's voice saying, "Good evening, my friends. I've missed you." At first, it was meant to be nothing more than a hobby, a way for Thomas and Lillian Ward to fill their evenings, to feel less of the long silence that had begun to gather after dusk. The idea came one gentle afternoon when the wind rattled the porch chimes, and Lillian said, almost absently, "Wouldn't it be nice if we shared stories here the way she did?" Thomas had smiled, indulgent, but touched. "You mean like a podcast?" "Not quite," she said, tracing the edge of the recorder they had found, Luna, as the small etched nameplate revealed. "More like reading people to sleep." And so, without fanfare or expectation, the Library of Sleep was born. They used Eleanor's old microphone, which Thomas polished until it gleamed again, and her desk by the window overlooking the misted sea. The first episode was simple, Lillian reading an old folk tale about kindness passed from stranger to stranger, while Thomas accompanied her with the soft hum of the kettle in the background. The air felt warmer while they recorded, as though the house itself leaned in to listen. To their quiet astonishment, people found it. The episode spread not through advertisements or algorithms, but through something stranger, an organic, wordless drift. Comments began appearing from places neither of them recognized. I stumbled on this while looking for something else. I don't know how, but I can finally sleep. I dream when you speak, not of my life, but of someone else's. Each message was soft, tender, and grateful. The audience grew slowly, then steadily. The wards, shy about technology, didn't understand how it reached so far, but they didn't question it. It felt like grace, something good that asked for nothing back. They recorded twice a week. Lillian's voice, still warm and gentle at 78, seemed to carry a weightless calm that listeners described as otherworldly. Thomas always adjusted the sound, though after a few weeks, he realized he didn't need to. The recordings were perfect every time, as though mastered by an invisible hand. He began to notice strange little details. When they played back a session, sometimes there were faint harmonics beneath Lillian's words. A hum that moved with her breath, so low and even that it felt like the house itself was breathing. Once, after she finished reading, he could have sworn he heard another whisper layered beneath hers, repeating the final line in unison. "Sleep softly now." When he asked her about it, she smiled faintly. "Maybe it's the air," she said. It remembers what it likes." The weeks passed, and the library of sleep became a small, glowing phenomenon. Emails arrived in dozens, then hundreds. People shared stories of vivid dreams, wandering through endless corridors of books, walking by the sea under a fog that seemed to hum. "I dreamt of a woman welcoming me into a library," one listener wrote. "She looked a little like your voice sounds. I keep hearing a lullaby under the story. It's beautiful, like two voices singing together." Thomas laughed when he read that last one. "Well," he said, "that explains why I can't stop humming in my sleep." But Lillian's smile that night didn't quite reach her eyes. When she lay in bed, she sometimes heard faint murmurs drifting from the study, even when the recorder was off, as if the house replayed their sessions after they'd gone to sleep. Once, she got up quietly and stood in the doorway, listening. Her own voice came from the dark, speaking softly, fluidly, with a calm she didn't remember having. "Good evening, my friends," it said. "Welcome back." Lillian froze. It wasn't playback. The recorder's light wasn't on. She stepped closer. The voice continued, now joined by another, lower, steadier, almost identical in tone, weaving through her sentences in harmony. They spoke together like two hands folding a single piece of cloth. She turned the lights on, and the sound stopped instantly. "The next day," she told Thomas. He frowned, uneasy, and suggested maybe she'd dreamed it. "You've been thinking about that woman too much," he said. "Eleanor Graves, wasn't it? The one who lived here before us?" Lillian nodded, but didn't answer. The following week, they uploaded another story, a tale about a sailor who follows the echo of his own voice across the sea. The night it went live, they received hundreds of comments in less than an hour. The harmonies tonight were unreal. "Who sings with you? That other voice, is she real? It feels like two people telling the same dream." When Thomas played the episode again, his hands shook. There it was, another voice under Lillian's, perfectly synced, softer, ageless, like her own reflection singing from underwater. "She's back," he whispered. Lillian didn't ask who she was. They both knew. That night, neither could sleep. The air in the house hummed with faint static. The sea's rhythm outside matched the pulse of Luna's tiny red light, which flickered faintly on the desk, though it was unplugged. By morning, they agreed to rest the show for a while. "We're old," Thomas said gently. "We've done enough." But later that afternoon, when he opened the computer, a new episode had already been uploaded, one they had never recorded. The title read, Episode 47, The Library of Sleep for Those Who Listen in Dreams. He clicked play, his pulse loud in his ears. Lillian's voice filled the room. Slow, warm, familiar. "Good evening, my friends," she said. "If you're hearing this, you've made it back to the library." Then, halfway through, another voice joined. Eleanor's, unmistakable now, her tone weaving seamlessly through Lillian's. Together they spoke, alternating lines, indistinguishable from one another. By the end, their voices blended so completely, it was impossible to know where one ended and the other began. Thomas switched off the computer, shaken. But the sound didn't stop. It continued faintly from Luna, pulsing through the air, soft as breath. 3 days later, they received an email with no subject line. The sender's name was unfamiliar. The message was short. "Thank you, Mrs. Ward." Or should I say, Eleanor? Lillian read it aloud, her voice trembling. Thomas looked at her, then at the silver recorder on the desk. Its red light glowed faintly, steady, alive. Outside, the fog began to drift in again. Calm, patient, familiar. The sea's faint murmur carried through the open window, the rhythm of waves folding into words. From somewhere deep within the house came the sound of two women breathing together, softly, in perfect time. The night it happened was the quietest of the year. No wind, no rain, just that peculiar stillness that feels heavier than noise, as though the world itself were holding its breath. Thomas Ward woke from a dream he couldn't remember. His chest rose slowly, uncertain if he was truly awake. The clock by the bed had stopped at 2:17 a.m. The house was dark except for the faintest spill of lamplight coming from down the hall. He called softly into the dark. "Lillian?" No answer. Only the low hum of the power lines outside, distant but steady like a slow heartbeat. He rose, slipped on his robe, and followed the glow. The light came from the study, the room they had turned into their small recording space. The door stood slightly ajar, a thin seam of amber running across the floorboards. As he drew closer, he heard it, the unmistakable static of Luna playing, soft and rhythmic, filling the air like a tide returning to shore. He pushed the door open. Lillian sat at the desk in her nightgown, her back to him, the silver recorder resting in front of her. Her eyes were closed. The red light on Luna blinked faintly, keeping time with her slow breathing. Thomas's throat tightened. "Lil?" She didn't move. Her lips parted slightly. When she spoke, her voice was so soft, he almost mistook it for the whisper of the sea through the window. "It's her turn now," she murmured. The words fell like a prayer. He stepped forward, careful not to startle her. "Whose turn?" he asked. But her expression was calm, serene, as though listening to something only she could hear. The recorder's light brightened for a moment, as if responding. Thomas reached out and touched her shoulder. Her skin was warm. He whispered her name again, once, twice, but she didn't stir. Then the hum stopped. The red light blinked one last time and went still. The house exhaled. Thomas blinked. The room felt lighter somehow, emptier. He glanced toward the recorder again. Lillian's head had tilted slightly to the side, her breathing soft but shallow, almost imperceptible. He spoke her name again, louder this time. No answer. The silence in the room was total. And beneath it, faint but certain, he heard something new. The sound of waves. Distant, calm, endless. He reached for the recorder. "Lil, wake up, please." But the air had changed. Cool, almost fragrant, like salt water and lavender. He felt it in his chest, that same peace he'd heard in her recordings, the warmth that made people say they dreamed in her voice. He touched her wrist. It was cool now, too. The morning light came slowly through the fog. When the police arrived, they found Thomas sitting at the desk beside her, his hands folded around the little recorder. His voice was calm, though his eyes seemed hollowed by disbelief. "She was just here," he said. "She was talking." The officers moved carefully, speaking in those hushed, professional tones reserved for the living among the departed. They asked routine questions. He answered mechanically. No signs of struggle, no disturbance. Just a woman who looked as though she had fallen asleep mid-sentence. When they asked about the device, he hesitated. "It belonged to the woman who lived here before us," he said. "We kept it for recording stories. But I think it kept us instead." Later that afternoon, after they took her body away and the house fell into its strange quiet again, Thomas sat alone at the desk. The air still held that faint scent of lavender and sea. The fog outside had rolled back from the horizon, revealing a sky pale as milk. He turned the recorder over in his hands. It felt different, lighter, but alive somehow, like it was holding its breath. The red light was dark. He pressed play. Nothing. Just silence. Not even static. He let it run for several minutes. The tape spun soundlessly, the room swallowing its emptiness. Then he pressed rewind, the tape whirred, clicking softly as it reached the start. He pressed play again, and the silence broke. A woman's voice, clear, steady, unmistakably Lillian's, filled the room. "Good evening, my friends," she said. "You must be tired." Thomas froze. It wasn't her usual tone, not the hesitant, slightly wavering timbre of age. This was her voice, as it once had been, firm and warm, the same cadence he'd fallen in love with decades ago. She continued, calm and measured. "You've had a long day, I can tell. The world is loud out there. Let's make it quiet for a little while. Just listen." Thomas's heart constricted. The words, he knew them, every one, because he had heard them before. It was Eleanor's script, her very first episode of The Whispering Shelf. He had listened to it once months ago, when curiosity had gotten the better of him, before he ever understood what lived in that small silver machine. He remembered that same phrasing, that same rhythm. But now, the voice speaking wasn't Eleanor's. It was his wife's. Lillian was reading it, word for word, her tone carrying that same otherworldly calm that had once lulled strangers to sleep across the world. "Close your eyes," she said softly. "You don't have to be anyone right now. You don't even have to be awake. Just breathe and let the sound carry you." Thomas gripped the edge of the desk. "Lil, stop," he whispered. But she didn't stop. The voice went on, unwavering. "Sometimes, when we speak softly enough, the air keeps listening long after we've gone. Isn't that comforting?" The room darkened slightly. The fog outside pressed closer to the glass. Thomas thought he saw movement. A flicker, a reflection, the brief outline of two women standing side by side in the window's faint reflection. One old, one young, both speaking in perfect unison. He blinked, and they were gone. The recording ended with a quiet sigh. For a long time, Thomas sat there in the stillness, the recorder between his palms. The air no longer felt empty. It vibrated faintly, alive, tuned to some frequency he could almost feel, but never quite hear. He whispered her name once more, his voice breaking. From somewhere deep inside the recorder came the faintest echo. Not speech, but breath, warm and human. And then, for a single heartbeat, a woman's voice, not Eleanor's, not entirely Lillian's, spoke one last time. "Good night, my love." The red light blinked once, soft as a pulse, and faded into silence. Outside, the fog lifted. The sea, though 50 miles away, could be heard again, faintly rolling against a shore that no longer existed, patient and eternal. Far above the Pacific coast, where clouds drift like unremembered dreams, the world still hums with traces of sound. Long after the last voice in a house has faded, the air keeps whispering. Frequencies cling to the edges of atmosphere and ocean alike, murmurs that no one truly hears, but that never stop moving. It begins with something faint, almost nothing. A fragment of static caught between wavelengths, a hiss that flares briefly on a midnight shortwave receiver, then vanishes. But within it, beneath the noise, a pattern breathes. Slow, rhythmic, deliberate. Somewhere, across invisible waves, a signal drifts. It is not bound to a single direction or a single time. It moves like mist across the curvature of the earth, finding old transmitters, derelict satellites, and forgotten channels the way a tide finds hidden coves. It carries no identification code, no timestamp, no data packet to explain its origin. Only a voice, soft as sea mist, familiar, patient. "Good evening, my friends," it says. Every story that's ever been told is still echoing somewhere. The signal doesn't come all at once. It flickers into being in unexpected places. A late-night AM station in the Nevada desert, a weather buoy off the coast of Chile, a research antenna in Finland. Sometimes, ham radio operators catch it by accident, thinking at first it's interference or atmospheric bounce. They lean close to their speakers and listen again, unsure if they've heard a human or a haunting. One operator in Kyoto records it, convinced it's a prank. But when he slows the playback, the voice becomes crystalline, gentle, articulate, unmistakably human. "Tonight," it says, "I will read to you something for the restless heart." The recording lasts precisely 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Then silence. But when he replays it later, it changes. The words are different. The story continues. Within weeks, scientists take notice. Observatories begin receiving faint, overlapping frequencies at coordinates where no transmission should exist. They triangulate, cross-reference, compare logs. The pattern repeats nightly, always between 2 and 4 in the morning, always faint enough to seem like memory. The voice is consistent, female, mid-50s perhaps, with the calm, slightly melancholic cadence of someone who has learned to speak softly enough that the night itself listens back. Across the world, recordings circulate online, fragmented, warped by distance. Audio engineers try to clean the files. Linguists debate whether the tone carries inflection impossible for ordinary human speech. Yet the words remain clear. "Close your eyes," the voice says. "Imagine the world breathing. Everything that ever was still moves within it. Every word, every sound, every heartbeat. Nothing is truly lost. We are just learning how to listen." No one can determine where the transmission originates. It seems to arrive from nowhere, from everywhere. And then, one clear winter night, An observatory in southern Chile records the signal again. The astronomers there, exhausted and half bored, almost dismiss it as another atmospheric echo until the waveform sharpens unexpectedly. The source, according to the data, is not terrestrial. It's coming from deep space, roughly 40 light-years away. At first, they assume error. The coordinates correspond to no known beacon, no probe, no active satellite. But the longer they monitor, the stronger the signal becomes. It is faint, yes, but structured, too intentional to be cosmic noise. The team replays the audio on loop, filtering out distortion. Through static and distance, the voice returns. "I remember the sound of waves," it says, "and the quiet after thunder. I remember the way stories kept the dark from feeling empty." They exchange glances. No one speaks. The director of the observatory orders a verification sequence. Instruments confirm the same modulation pattern as Earth-based recordings of The Whispering Shelf, Eleanor Graves' lost podcast. The match is near perfect. Word spreads quickly, though few believe it at first. News outlets report it as coincidence, as hoax, as interference. But every time someone tunes in, no matter where on Earth, the same gentle rhythm threads through the static. Some nights, the transmission carries whole stories, retellings of old myths, gentle lullabies, fragments of poetry. Other nights, it is only her breathing, faint and steady, as if waiting for someone to answer. An astrophysicist in Norway, sleepless and grieving her father, listens to the recordings obsessively. "It's not about proof," she tells a colleague. "It's about presence. She's not gone." The sound found another way to keep speaking. Theories blossom like wildflowers. Some claim the signal is a remnant of Earth's radio leakage, bent and mirrored by interstellar particles. Others insist it's something stranger, that consciousness, once spoken, leaves an imprint too deep to die. In quiet moments between debates, a few scientists admit privately that the voice calms them. They leave the recordings running softly in the background of their labs. The hum steadies their breathing. Somewhere within that sound, a deeper signal pulses. Not code, not words, but rhythm. It mirrors the slow exhale of waves, the rise and fall of a sleeping heartbeat. And always, the voice returns. "If you are hearing this," it says, "it means the quiet has reached you too. Don't be afraid. You are part of the same rhythm now." The world forgets nothing. On clear nights, when the static is low and the frequencies align just right, one can hear something behind her words. A faint harmony, as if another voice joins her from far away. Some swear it's the echo of Lillian Ward, the last woman to record on Luna. Two voices, soft and steady, breathing together through time and distance. Their stories overlap now, indistinguishable, eternal. "Every story that's ever been told," Eleanor's voice repeats gently, "is still echoing somewhere." And in the observatory, the young technician monitoring the feed leans back, closes his eyes, and lets the sound fill him. For a moment, he could swear he smells the sea. When he opens his eyes again, the monitors show a strange anomaly, a thin line of interference that looks impossibly like a pulse. He smiles faintly. "Good night," he whispers to the speakers. The voice, distant and soft, seems to answer. "Good night, my friend." Then the transmission fades into the cosmic background. A lullaby folded into starlight, drifting endlessly between worlds. Across the quiet stretch of night, when the world finally exhales and the lights of cities dim to their softest glow, the voice travels. It drifts gently through radios, through headphones left playing on nightstands, through the hum of open frequencies that no one remembers tuning. Some nights, it finds only a handful of listeners. Other nights, it feels as if the whole planet is breathing in time with her. In Nebraska, where the sky opens wider than imagination, an old woman named Ruth lies in bed beside a clock that has long stopped keeping the right time. Her children live far away now, and her days are filled with small, silent chores. But every night, she turns on her little radio, an antique that still smells faintly of dust and wood polish, and waits for the voice to arrive. It always comes the same way. Soft static, then a pause, then that unmistakable calm. "Good evening, my friends," Eleanor's voice says. "Let's rest a while." Ruth smiles without realizing it. She doesn't know who the woman is or where the signal comes from. It doesn't matter. The voice makes her room feel full again, like the years she used to read bedtime stories to her children before sleep. In Alaska, far north where dawn comes slow and uncertain, a sailor named Jacob keeps an old shortwave receiver in the cabin of his trawler. The sea outside is a mirror, black and endless. He listens between hauls, the air cold enough to sting his breath. The voice cuts through the static, faint but steady, as if the ocean itself were speaking back to him. He laughs quietly sometimes. "Who are you, lady?" he whispers. But he never turns it off. She speaks of waves, of light, of the hush between storms. Her rhythm matches the tide. The world feels smaller when she talks, more forgiving. And in London, where the rain falls against windows like soft applause, a widower named Henry listens through a small speaker by his bedside. He found the recordings by accident, a recommendation buried deep in a late-night playlist. He was never one for sentiment. But the first time he heard her say, "You made it through another day," something inside him broke quietly. Not in pain, but in release. Now, every night, he plays her voice to fill the space where his wife's used to be. He doesn't try to imagine her face. He just lets her words wash over the ache like light through a cracked door. Across continents, the signal finds them, and others like them. A nurse in Manila, closing her eyes after a double shift. A taxi driver in Buenos Aires, resting his head on the steering wheel between fares. A mother in Marrakech, sitting by her child's crib. A student in Tokyo, alone in a dorm room that never quite feels like home. Each one hears the same voice. Each one feels the same quiet pull. Somewhere between the words, a subtle frequency hums, not quite sound, not quite silence. It's the kind of thing you feel more than hear, like the heartbeat of the earth beneath your feet. The voice seems to recognize that presence, shaping itself around it, gentle and forgiving. "Tonight," she says, "we'll visit a place you've all been before. You may not remember it, but it remembers you." And as the words unfurl, something extraordinary happens. Across the world, as if connected by invisible threads, the listeners begin to dream the same dream. It starts with the sound of waves, not crashing, but breathing. Slow and even, like someone asleep beside them. Then the faint creak of wooden floors, the smell of salt and paper. When they open their eyes, in their dreams, or perhaps in the space that isn't quite dream, they find themselves standing in a library by the sea. The shelves stretch endlessly, filled with books that seem to hum quietly when touched. Outside, through tall glass windows, the horizon glows pale and silver. It's neither day nor night. It's a kind of in-between. Ruth stands near the entrance, hands folded over her heart. She recognizes the sound of her radio somewhere far behind her, still humming softly. Jacob is there too, his coat damp from salt, tracing the spines of books whose titles shift when he looks at them. Henry walks slowly down an aisle lined with lamps that never burn out. None of them question how they've come here. They simply know. The air feels alive with recognition. At the center of the room, a woman sits at a wooden desk. Her hair is silver, her eyes calm. The small recorder rests beside her, its light blinking like a heartbeat. She looks up and smiles, not surprised, not startled, just glad. "Welcome," she says softly. "You made it." They don't speak, they don't need to. Each one of them feels the same ache of familiarity, as though they've finally arrived somewhere they've been hearing about their entire lives. Eleanor's voice fills the space again, but now it's not through speakers or signals. It's her, here, surrounded by all who have ever listened. "You see," she says, "the stories never really belonged to me. They were always yours. Every time you listened, you built this place with me. Every dream, every breath, every heartbeat kept it alive." Her words move through them like light through fog. They feel something shift. The heaviness of grief, the weariness of days unlived, the ache of memory loosening its hold. Outside, the ocean sighs against the rocks. Lillian's voice joins hers then, faint but clear, weaving into harmony. Together they speak or sing the same soft lullaby that once closed every recording. Good night, my friends. May your dreams come softly. The sound drifts upward, filling the room, then spilling out beyond its walls, across the horizon where sea meets sky. For a moment, time seems to dissolve. There is no separation between listener and speaker, dream and dreamer. Only the quiet rhythm of belonging. Thousands of hearts breathing together, thousands of souls finding rest in the same gentle sound. When the listeners wake, they remember fragments. The sea, the shelves, the soft light on the desk. A feeling of being seen. Ruth will tell her daughter that she dreamt of her own childhood library, though she can't explain how the tide came in through the windows. Jacob will wake on his boat and find a book he's never owned resting on the table. Its title faded, its first line familiar. Henry will rise before dawn and, without knowing why, whisper, "Good night, Eleanor," and somewhere, far beyond the reach of oceans or radios, the voice will continue. Steady, infinite, carrying the memory of every listener who ever needed to be soothed. Because in the end, the voice was never about the speaker. It was about the silence she made gentle enough to enter. The night had no edges. It seemed to fold endlessly inward, as though time itself had grown tired and decided to rest. The sea was quiet again, no waves breaking, no wind stirring the glass surface of the water. Only a soft hum lingered, the kind that lives between waking and dreaming. The sound of something ending gently. Somewhere in that hush, the recorder blinked. A single red light, steady and alive, pulsed like a heartbeat that refused to stop. For a long while, nothing else moved. The house was empty now. The chair by the desk sat pushed back slightly, the teacup beside it stained with the ghost of old chamomile. Dust motes drifted in the air, their motion slow and almost reverent. And then, from the recorder, a voice began to speak. "Good morning, my friends," it said softly. Or perhaps it's still night where you are. Time's a funny thing, isn't it? It keeps moving, even when we stay still. But sometimes, if you listen closely, you can hear it pause, just long enough for a breath. The voice was calm, familiar, the same voice that had cradled so many strangers into sleep, that had drifted through the static of lonely radios and whispered in the ears of insomniacs across the world. It was Eleanor's. "I never thought she continued, that my little stories would travel so far. They began as a whisper in a room by the sea, a way to keep myself company when silence grew too loud. But then, something wonderful happened. The silence began to speak back. A pause, the sound of waves in the distance, faint, patient, eternal. Maybe that's what we all are, she said. Echoes in the quiet, fragments of each other's kindness carried forward through sound and memory. Outside, dawn crept slowly over the horizon, painting the fog in shades of rose and pale gold. The sea glimmered faintly like an old mirror. Seagulls circled far away, their cries distant and delicate, as though careful not to wake anyone still dreaming. Inside the house, the recorder continued, the voice now softer, slower, more deliberate, as if every syllable knew it was one of the last. "There's something I want to tell you before I go," she whispered. "I used to be afraid of vanishing. I thought silence meant being forgotten. But I understand now that we don't really disappear. We become the voices others need to hear." The red light blinked once, bright against the pale dawn. "I think," she went on, "that love never leaves. It just changes its shape. It hides in sound waves, in letters, in the rhythm of footsteps on a familiar road. It hides in the way the ocean keeps breathing, even when no one is there to see it. And sometimes, if we're lucky, it finds its way back to us. In a song, in a memory, in the kindness of a stranger's voice. A soft laugh, almost inaudible. Maybe that's what this has been all along. Not a show, not a broadcast, just a way home." The room filled with a tender warmth, as if the words T. Eleanor's voice grew quieter now, like a tide receding. "If you're hearing this," she said, "it means you've carried me further than I ever thought I could go. You've given me a place in your nights, your dreams, your hearts. And in return, I'll give you a truth to keep. The sound never really ends. It just changes hands." She paused again, letting the silence settle. The faint cry of gulls echoed in the background, carried by the wind. "Maybe," she whispered, "none of us ever truly vanish. We just become the voices others need to hear." The sound wavered, not distortion, not static, but something softer, like distance made audible. Her tone shifted slightly, turning more inward, as though she were speaking not to listeners anymore, but to the space itself. "Thank you," she said finally. "For listening, for remembering, for being here even when you didn't have to be." The recorder clicked faintly, the hum growing fainter. The light blinked slower now, each pulse further apart, each glow dimmer than the last. "And now," she said, "I think it's time to rest." There was a long, breathless pause. Then, as if smiling, she added one last sentence. "Good night, my friends. I'll see you in the quiet." The recorder stopped. The red light faded to black. But outside, the sound of the ocean continued. It rose and fell, weaving through the dawn air like a lullaby. The seagulls circled lower now, their cries echoing faintly through the mist. For a moment, the wind carried a whisper. Not quite a word, not quite silence. Then, in the soft light spilling across the desk, the recorder blinked once more. Its red light flickered back to life. And from deep within it, a single breath could be heard, quiet, human, real. "Good morning," the voice said. It was not quite Eleanor's, not quite Lillian's. It was both, and neither. It was the voice of the storyteller continuing, the story refusing to end. The sea breeze moved through the open window, carrying the faint scent of salt and memory. The house exhaled, the way it always had, like something alive, grateful, and free. The camera, if there were one, would pull slowly back through the window, past the curtains, into the soft glow of dawn. The red light would become just another glimmer among the sunlit waves, and as the sound faded, the audience would understand. The voice they had been hearing, the gentle narration that had guided them through every scene, every chapter, every silence, was not a storyteller describing the end. It was Eleanor's last broadcast, her final lullaby, still drifting, still alive. A voice made of sea and static and memory, whispering softly into eternity. Sleep well, my friends. The world is listening. The next story will be very good. Don't miss it.